oh, while we throw nonviolent people in jail for drug crimes, we forget, the two attorney generals under Obama, Loretta Lynch and Eric Holder, are such fucking embarrassments. They inherited an administration where there were the biggest war criminals and the biggest financial criminals in American history. We're all at large. Literally, Obama himself said we tortured some folks. Like he talked about how we committed these war crimes, and the financial crimes are all over the place. The banks have been fined, the biggest fines in history. And they inherited that, and they did nothing. They prosecuted none of them. They didn't go after any of them, and we continue to lead the world in incarceration. Like, you motherfuckers throw people in jail. This is what we do. We throw people in jail, but you won't throw the biggest criminals because they're the government criminals, and those guys, they get away with it. And that's true from that stuff down to cops getting away with crazy shit they should never get away with, down to,
it all looks so much like Game of Thrones. It looks so much like Game of Thrones. When you're like the King's Men, you can't get in trouble. You killed somebody. Sorry if they didn't deserve it, but we're the King's Men. So
that's why I love this shit, though, dude. That's why I'm like obsessed with politics, and I'm obsessed with all this stuff, because it's just so. To me, it's like I don't watch Game of Thrones, but it's like the greatest story ever to me. It's just like I can't believe this is real. I got to know more about this story and what's going on. And what about the kids in your zone? What about the kids who matter? What about a terror strike? You don't know what it is like.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Ari Shaffir Skeptic Tank. I'm your host, Ari Shaffir. Today's episode is sponsored by BlueApron.com. At Blue Apron, you get a bunch of delicious ingredients, farm-sourced. I don't know if that's true. You guys, they give you everything you need to cook. It's healthy meals. It's cooking for yourself. It's delicious. I've done it a bunch of times. BlueApron.com/Skeptic Tank. And you get 3 free meals. I mean, free. That's free shipping and everything. What they do is this. They send you a box. If you want a party of 5, if you want a party of 2, whatever it is, they send you a box. And in that box comes the meals you're going to need. The raw ingredients. So it's a pack of meat or a bunch of shrimps, a zucchini, 2 cucumbers, an egg, a carrot, all the shit you need. You need your own cooking equipment. So then you get your pans, you get your peelers, you get your choppers, knives. You get your choppers, and you follow directions. They're very clear directions. You need oil, you need salt and pepper, you need pots and pans. And knives and peelers. And then you make a delicious meal for you, for a friend, for a loved one. It's fun. Do it together. So in that box, it's freeze-dried. It comes with an ice pack, and it's all in there. Anyway, so get it. I do it myself, and I loved it. So you guys should too. Ari Shaffir Skeptic Tank. Oh, wait. I fucked up. Episode 273. Sponsored by BlueApron.com/Skeptic Tank. Yeah, I've saved it. Go there now, support the podcast. On today's episode, we have Dave Smith that comes back. Dave Smith doing a State of the Union address. What a year it's been for Dave Smith since the last year. Since the last year, he was about to do his first Fox News or MSNBC show, and now he's done like 10 of them. Has his own new podcast, Part of the Problem, with Dave Smith. And, he knows all this political stuff. So we had him come back to break down what's going on in the world. He made a good post recently on Facebook. It was pretty much along the lines of this. Like, everybody posting on Facebook about, forget about Black Lives Matter and stuff like that. Which you guys, I don't think you're doing anything. Posting's not doing anything. I told you the way to get it done. Well, I'll cover it in this. But posting is not the way to get it done. But Dave Smith posted this about, because he is really into politics and stuff. He goes, if you haven't read at least one book or one essay that challenges your way of thinking, then why are you coming out every 4 years as if you know anything? You've never read anything clear on the opposite. You just read shit that supports your beliefs that you already have. I mean, I remember when I was super into Obamacare. Super into it. That was my one big thing. I thought it was embarrassing for this country that people can break their legs and not get medical treatment. thought it was just really embarrassing. And then Obama came in and he said, hey, we're going to give medical care to everyone. And I was like, hell yes. Finally. I mean, I was thinking that since early college. And finally someone's going to do it. And I was in Arizona and there's all these protests against it. I'm like, what could you guys be protesting against? And they throw the word socialism out there. It's socialism. Look, none of us really know what that means. We just know it's sort of a bad word like communism. We don't really know what it means. And then I started thinking, I was like, what are these people, what would they have against it? They can't all just be misled. Not if they're out rallying. They can't have just gotten angry at a blog post or something. And then he put Obamacare in play, and now a lot of my friends who couldn't afford healthcare before are forced to pay for something that they can't afford. Or they can't even afford that, and they just pay a fine. So it puts them in a bigger financial problem. And I'm not against it covering the people that really, really need it. A family of 4 who makes $32,000 a year, for sure they should be covered. But like, all we did was protect. It seems like all we did was protect the insurance companies. Like they were a problem because they were charging way too much for everybody, 3 times more than any country in the world. And all we did was force everyone to pay in. So that's what he means by challenge yourself. Figure out why something like Obamacare, who I thought would for sure be good, figure out why it might not be good, why it might be a problem. Read something like that. I have not read anything, so I'm not going to talk. But he will. What a great week, you guys. Roast battle was tremendous. Oh my God, Mike Lawrence is a monster. I don't think there's anyone could beat him in a tournament situation. I mean, one-on-one, he might lose. He might not find an angle. He might have a couple of jokes don't hit. Somebody else might have a perfect angle on Mike and beat him. But I mean, like, he is the odds-on favorite to win any tournament. He's a monster at roast jokes. He's a monster. He uses that fucking autism of his to his advantage. What a fun tournament. I went day 3, second round. Mike Lawrence beat Ralphie May. Fucking Ralphie May had a good round too. He would have beaten Sam Morrill and Tiana that round. Joke for joke, I mean, just response. He would have beat both those people. Probably would have tied with Tony. Lost to Kay Trevor. And then Earl and Jimmy Carr, I don't think he would have beaten them. But he would have beaten a lot of people. But he would not have beaten Mike Lawrence that day. No way. Mike Lawrence had 5 crushing jokes. Nobody's going to touch him. 4 crushing jokes. Nobody was touching that. Sam Morrill and Tiana was so-so. A couple people got poopy pants, too. That was fun. Sam Morrill and Ralphie May both got poopy pants when they were losing. It's fun to see them complain. You got to go down. You got to go down gracefully. Tony did. Made a one snide comment, but that wasn't his like how am I losing? It was more like an excuse. But he wasn't like, "This is unfair." He wasn't anything like that. It's just a fun tournament, you guys. Just the roast. If you saw it and you saw it live, man, I got into it. I should have taken bets. I should have bet Mike Lawrence versus the field with 4 to go. I would have gotten some takers for sure. But it was a fun Montreal. Really fun Montreal. My Storyteller show went great. I went to Osheaga. Lana Del Rey is going to die. I mean, if she sees 50 years old, Lana Del Rey, I would be very surprised. She should die. That's the way that goes. I've seen her twice now. Once at Outside Lands a couple Outside Lands ago, I guess a year and a half, and then now. She wasn't as gacked out as she was last time. Last time she was pilled up. This time she wasn't. She moved so slowly, though. She's just like, I mean, she's going to die, of course, on pills or something. Heart disease, suicide maybe. She's gotta. That story doesn't end the other way. If she sees 40, I'd be pretty surprised. But 50? No way. I'd bet $10,000 she doesn't understand 50 years old. Good music festival, though. Radiohead, okay, Foals killed it. If you ever see Foals, F-O-A-L-S, they fucking destroyed. Also, pro tip for a music festival, don't go with a friend who's going to get too drunk. We're all trying to watch Radiohead and enjoy it. And it's like, I love that. I love this moment. I've waited. Fucking shut up, man. Shut up. They played Creep. They played Creep. First of all, also, drunk or not drunk, get off your goddamn cell phones at a music festival. This guy's, and it wasn't that drunk, 2 days earlier, taking multiple pictures. After we all talked about it, take one and that's it. And then you're on your phone, they're playing the song you've been waiting for 22 years, and you're on your phone missing it. Fucking post it later. Also on Instagram, don't post 3 or 4 pictures from the same concert. The point of Instagram is, look where we are. Look where I am. I'm at this thing. Psh. Post it once, or wait till afterwards and post. Ideally, post 4 things, then everybody at home, you better delete the other shit. Everybody at home's like, we get it. You're annoying now. It's the same look to us at home. No, there's balloons in this picture. Oh, there's lights I didn't quite capture in this picture. Oh, this one's blown out in a different way. You're not getting it. There's professional photographers. Yeah, Lana Del Rey is going to die for sure. So Radiohead plays Creep. I mean, we had to sit through 2 hours plus of fucking songs I didn't know because I stopped listening to them after Kid A. But, like, eventually they played Creep and it was amazing. Except this fucking friend who kept yapping. Shut up, man. This is a seminal moment. Shut your fucking mouth. You're fucking drunk yapping. If you know who I am, if you're listening to this and you know who I'm talking to, you need to stop drinking. Or slow it down. You're a problem. Roast Battle was amazing. It really showed the difference, too, between New York comics and L.A. comics. New York comics all wrote their own jokes. L.A. comics had people helping them. Had friends helping them. Listen, I've been in both scenes for years. This kind of proves it. The New York comics are better joke writers. I'm not going to say they're better comics overall, but in terms of joke writing, those New York comics have it down. They have it beat. I mean, maybe I'm comparing to the wrong people. Maybe a Joe Dosh type would have done it himself. I don't know, but the guys in that tournament, and they were not writing their own jokes. And I'm not counting Ralphie as that, but Renazisi had writers, Skakel had writers. Though, Sam Morrill and Norman, they'll take a joke or two from somebody else, but they're not going to ask people like, hey, help me write something. It's a question of that. If you throw them something, I threw Norman one on Leonard Oots and he used it. Then they might use it, but they're not looking for that. Although it is TV, it's like when you do a real roast, of course I'm going to use all my friends to write for me. I'm not doing that myself. Only Mike Lawrence would do that himself. Mike Lawrence, by the way, should be part of the next roast. Rob Lowe. They're roasting Rob Lowe. If they don't invite Mike Lawrence to do that, they're making a huge mistake. They should have told him right there when he won, we'd like you to do it. What a great moment that would have been. Wouldn't it? Wouldn't that have been a great moment if you were watching the roast battle? He wins, the balloons come down, everybody's celebrating, and then Jeff Ross goes, Mike, that was amazing, start to finish. And he did have the toughest road to the finals. Zach Broussard first round, which might have been the hardest round of the tournament. Broussard versus, is it Zach Broussard or Matt Broussard? I get those guys mixed up. But Broussard versus Lawrence first round, that was one of the toughest ones. Then he had Ralphie second round, which Ralphie was good. Then K. Trevor Wilson, and he did one of the best last year. That's a nut. That and Broussard were two fucking tough battles. And then I heard he breezed through Tiana. But those New York comics, they write their own jokes. LA's better performance for sure. They're better performers. Yeah, I mean, Sam Morrill, no offense, Sam, if you're listening, you have no idea how to perform for these things. You made everyone uncomfortable. Those LA comics know how to perform. Earl Skakel's entrances, Tony Hinchcliffe's entrance. The way Earl Skakel threw down the fucking clipboard that Jimmy Carr uses, saying, I don't need this shit, do you? And threw it away. Oh, right there, set the tone. And that's what Jimmy Kimmel said he voted against Jimmy Carr for, because he's reading out of a thing. Honestly, any of those roast battles in New York or LA, nobody reads. That's one of the negatives. You're reading out of a card, that's a negative. Memorize your shit. Especially if it's only 4 jokes. Anyway, Montreal was amazing. The Storyteller show was great. Oh, and Oshiaga, the women there, the girls. The Lana Del Rey day, especially Saturday. The fucking 23-year-old. You know that song that Weezer song? God damn these half Japanese girls. Do it to me every time. Oh, and that's why I don't do goddamn Comedy Jam. Because of that right there. I'll drop it in.
God damn you half Japanese girls. Do it to me every time. All the red heads.
23-year-old girls in sundresses with side cleavage or a bikini top with jean shorts or anything like that, any festival going outfit. You do it to me every time. Every time. The Lana Del Rey night was fucking all about that. I couldn't even concentrate. So that was fun for Montreal. It was fun seeing friends, fun saying goodbye to people. I'm going to be gone for 6 weeks. What a good way to send me off. My show was really good. Honestly, story of this festival for me. No question. Steve Renazizi. Final story of the festival. Final story of the final night. Saturday night. He went on. The topics we did this year was sex on Tuesday. We had Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Sex was one topic. Drugs, rock and roll, and repentance were the 4 topics. Renazizi did the last story of the last night. Man, that was, I mean, not even going to get into what it was about, but it was just fucking killer. That's what the spirit of my show was all about, of This Is Not Happening is all about. Doesn't have to always be funny in every moment. It's got to be funny based. But man, you could hear a pin drop when he was talking for like 3-4 straight minutes. Not bombing. When someone's bombing, you'll hear talking. Not this. You hear everybody's rapt attention. Just fucking zoned in on him. That was killer. I mean, yeah. Whew. Whenever people go like, we should add laughs to your stories, like, no, man, we're not about that. We're not about that. We're about just showing what happened. Moshe Kasher's on this week, by the way. He's got his edited story, 14-minute long. If you saw it on TV, it's only fucking 5.5, 6. All right, let's start the episode. Had a great day. Walked around Kouth, something like that. Where was this place? I get to a city, and I was like, should I walk around the city? And I'm like, no, there's fucking beautiful hikes here. So I did that. I went out to this place, Howth, Dublin, and you walk around, they have these cliffs that go into the water. Then you go inland, and fucking, I'm a hiker, so I just say, fuck it. People don't see a path there. I see a path. And I get out of there, and I walk by myself for a while. Joint would have been okay today. Joint would have been okay, but I didn't need it. Walked around for 6-7 hours. I mean, I got off that bus at 12:30, and I got on the bus at 6:45, on the DART train back at 6:45. Just walking. No water. I should have drank water the whole time. And I found a golf course at the end. I was like, a fucking Powerade and a water now. So dehydrated. Anyway, that was beautiful, man. I mean, just gorgeous. That's the cool thing about, I can't decide if I like big cities or small cities. I try to do this thing, I don't know if I told you, 2 new countries a year, every year. I've done it for the last 3 years. 2 new countries every year. So Ireland, check. You guys, thanks for being here with me in my first day and in my first country of the year. And also, thanks for helping me get there, too. Your listens really allow me to play other countries, to do these shows and fucking draw. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do that. Thank you. And for hitting up, blueapron.com/skeptic tank, things like that. To help me support me and make me able to go do this stuff. So, I appreciate it. I do. But the difference between a small city and a big cities all seem the same. You got your McDonald's and your Burger Kings, you get your restaurants. You might have some different, this restaurant's only here. But, In and Out, okay, it's only LA. Fine, but it's still just In and Out. You have the same version of that somewhere else. Or a nice restaurant. or a cool bar. There's some cool bars. I went to one really cool bar in Calgary. Just a house. Looked like a fucking frat house. Forget what it's called, but man, what a good vibe in there. But again, that's not like, you got to do that thing in Calgary. It's like, no, that's cool. If you're going to go out, you should go out there. But I like taking a moped around in Chiang Mai, Thailand or somewhere, or one of the islands, and fucking find a street fair, do some fucking rural shit. The cool thing about this was, in Dublin, you could do the rural shit, all the hiking. That's what I like doing. I like hiking. So they had a beautiful hike. So why spend the time in the city going to fucking stores I've been to 1,000 times, or shopping? I don't need to do that. So you go do this country stuff, and then you're close enough, come back in, enjoy the nightlife. Kind of like when you're skiing, and you get the après ski. So Dublin's cool for that. Anyway, after this, I got Scotland. Edinburgh, Scotland. Starts Thursday. I hope you come. Please, I don't know how to draw out there. If you know anyone going to the Fringe Festival, and if they're cool, not if they're fucking stuck up and conservative, but if they're cool, tell them to check me out. 6:30 p.m. at the Hive every single day. No breaks. Breaks are for losers. Breaks are for pussies. Nope. Said those both wrongs. Breaks are for cowards. Yep, let's have that. No. Breaks are for weaklings. There you go. Breaks are for weaklings. Not gender specific. Implies what I wanted to imply. Every day, 6:30 at the Hive. Don't know what it's going to be like. Help me draw some people. Then I'm coming home. Okay, so I wanted to wait till I got my tour schedule. When I put the website up on Wednesday, I should have it. The guy said I'd have it. So here's what I got. I'll tell you. Maybe it's all in here. Oh, I'm doing Late and Live twice? That's good. At Edinburgh. Okay, London. September 2nd and 3rd. Invisible Dot. The Invisible Dot. I don't know what, ladder. What? I don't know what these are. Are these names of places? Yeah, they are. Okay. London, Invisible Dot. Boom. September 2nd, 3rd. Maybe go there, but I should have everything on my website Wednesday night. Okay? From there, Oslo, Norway. At the latter. Does that make sense? Oh, wait. No, I know. I have this somewhere. I know. I have it down. I don't have to do it this way. Oslo, Norway. It is on the 5th. Okay? Let's go. Hold on. Yes, that is what it's called. The latter. Latter. Iceland. I'm in Reykjavik. September 7th. Dude, I have no idea how to pronounce this thing. Pjodlekuskal. Plulekuskal. What? I mean, the letters here. I'll just read them off to you. Oh, no, I guess I can't do that. Some letter I don't know. A J. An O with a slash. Some sort of like converted D with a cross on it. L. E-I-K-H. U with that same slash. S-K-J-A-L-L. Okay, let's assume the first one is P, even though it's not a P. It's clearly not a P. It looks like a tongue, an emoji tongue. You know, that you stick out? A line with the round thing. Right in the middle, though. So let's say that's a P. Let's say that D is a D. Then it's Pjolekuskal. Anyway, so I'm at the Pjolekuskal on September 7th. Then I'm hitting Norway again at Bergen, in Bergen, Norway, September 9th, at the Riks Theater. Copenhagen, September 10th, in Denmark, at the Huset. Oh, I'm excited to go back to Copenhagen, stop by Christiania again, one of my favorite anarchist towns in the world. Then Stockholm, Sweden, September 11th. What place to celebrate 9/11? Then in Stockholm, where, I don't know, the peace? Is there peace? I don't know. At the Soja Theater, Soja Teatern. And then back to Tampa. I might stay in Sweden for a couple days and go back, to Tampa. And then I got Tampa and Chicago. Yeah, that's it. And then I'm taping my special in Austin, October 19th through the 22nd. Get tickets at all those things at arithegreat.com. Again, Wednesday, let's say afternoon, or let's say Wednesday night, your time for Scandinavia. It'll all be done. Okay, before I start the episode, I know it's long. Last thing. In this episode, we went into politics a lot. If I remember correctly, I got to do that drop. Fuck, I got more work to do. If I remember correctly, this is going to come off as me supporting Donald Trump. I will tell you, it is not like that. There are things about him that I do like. Keeping jobs in America. I'm all right with that. I'm pro that. Try to incentivize companies to keep jobs here. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I like that he is not bought out by business. I just wish that his interests were a little bit someone who wasn't bought out by business, but also someone I can get behind. My friend said it best. My friend Tom Brady from this podcast a long time ago. He goes, Ari, I think he's dumb. I think that's the real deal. I think he's just not an intelligent man. So that's not a guy you really want running your company. At the same time, I do not want Hillary Clinton running this country. She's pro-war. I'm sick of war. I'm sick of it. We're losing military people in battles. They're coming home and they're committing suicide at a crazy rate you can't wrap your head around. It's like more than 2 a day. Let me look this up real quick. It's not 2 a day. It's 1 a day. Pentagon report. Oh, Pentagon reports. 265 active duty service members killed themselves last year. Active duty service. And then veterans, it's 30 per 100,000, whereas the rest of the civilian rate is 14 per 100,000. Jesus. Jesus. I mean, I guess it depends what you read. Here's one. Citizens Commission on Human Rights. That's the website. Veteran suicide was running at about 22 in 2012. Oh, and this is from the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs. Veteran suicide was running at 22 a day, about 8,000 a year. U.S. Secretary of Defense called suicide in the military an epidemic. Some people say it's because of war, but 85% of military suicides have not seen combat. 52% never even deployed. All right, whatever. Back, sidetrack. So, not only is it fucking terrible for servicemen, I'm anti-war because I'm pro-U.S. troops. They're lying to you guys. If you're a troop, they're lying to you. They're making you fight wars that you shouldn't believe in, that we don't believe in. They're just making up reasons for you to go. I mean, obviously we know now at this point that there were no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, right? We all that's come out very clear. So if that was the reason we went, anyone who died there was for it's just a straight lie. So forget about just that. Our presence in these countries breeds hatred against America. 50% of discretionary spending in this country is spent on the military. It's not counting Medicare and stuff like that. What we choose to spend, we don't have already allotted, 50%. I think it's 56%. Goes to the military, goes to defense. And we're going broke. So no, I don't think we should be in war at all anymore. I think we should pull out and just drop a bunch of schools and get the fuck out of all those places. Take our lumps for a while, let people deal with themselves. That's what the UN is for. France went and helped Syria get rid of ISIS. Now they're out of Syria. Right? I have no idea. So I'm against that. She's completely bought out by business. I mean, completely. She won't even still show those transcripts. It's been over a year she's been looking. I'm just not for her. And I'm not for Trump either. I said some pro-Trump things or some anti-Hillary things in this podcast because it's almost, I'm met with this thing of like, well, obviously you're going to vote for Hillary, right? And no, here's my thing. They're both terrible. They're both liars. Why would you vote for any of them? And you're like, well, it's a voting against that guy. No, don't vote for somebody you don't want. Just don't vote. And you might go, well, then what does your vote do anyway? First of all, your vote does nothing. Mathematically, your one vote does not do anything. There's no way it matters. How does it matter when you've already decided, well, the president is going to be Obama, but in Hawaii, they're still voting, so we can't call it for sure. So they already know he's won enough electoral votes. Hawaii's still voting, but their vote matters. Same shit with every state. Your vote doesn't matter. Only those few, like 4 or 5 swing states matter, and each individual person's vote don't matter anyway. It never comes down to one vote. It never comes down to 1,000 votes. Definitely never comes down to 100 votes. So anyway, but here's my overall thing. When you vote, when you say, oh, well, I'll vote against Trump, I'll vote for Hillary, I don't like her, but I'll vote for her. You don't like her and you're still voting for her. That is you feeling like you're doing something to create change, but you're not doing anything to create change. So it's almost the same as just posting something on Facebook when that guy killed a lion in Zaire or wherever, and everyone got so mad, like, we should string him up. Nothing changed. The laws weren't changed there. They had hunting laws to begin with. Lots of lions were killed that year, not just the one with the black mane somebody named. And many more were killed the next year. Nothing changed, but you felt like you were making a difference by posting something. You voting is doing the same thing. And the reason that's dangerous is because it'll stop you from actually doing something to change stuff. It'll stop you from actually changing anything. The equivalent I can make is a Negro spiritual hymn. When black people were slaves. And they would be like, well, let's sing, we'll go to heaven. When Moses, whatever, let my people go. All that. Come on, Ari, you can sing better than that. That stopped them from rising up. But if they didn't have that, if they didn't have religion, if they didn't have something where they felt like, well, we got something going on, then they would have risen up a long time before. That's my take on it. When you vote for 2 candidates that you hate both of them, and you vote anyway, you're stopping yourself from doing something. So don't vote for things that you don't like. Unless you're at least plenty positive on one, don't vote for him. Anyone who's a Bernie supporter already decided they didn't like Hillary Clinton. Not she wasn't quite their guy, but they disliked her. You shouldn't change your mind now, just because somebody worse might be coming along. Vote for neither. Only vote for people you believe in. One vote still doesn't make a difference, but at least you're putting it in the right direction. This is putting it intentionally in the wrong direction because something else is wronger. Don't vote. Create change in another way. This will stop you. Voting will stop you from making change in your way. Anyway, so my point is, before you get on me about being pro-Trump, I'm not. I don't like either one of them. To be honest, it would be interesting to see what Donald Trump does if he buries this whole fucking government and starts it over again. I don't know. But I do know, like, fucking businesses make our laws now. I don't like it. I don't like how they're running everything. I don't like how the people don't have a voice. And it doesn't seem like it's going to stop under Hillary. He's going to fuck shit up on his own. I mean, I made a tweet about this, but, like, one candidate wants to ban Muslims from coming into this country. That's crazy, right? We can all agree that's like, you can't do that. You can't ban Muslims from coming into the country. You can't pick a religion and say, you're all wrong. We're going to start. But that's not what we're founded on, right? Obviously. The other candidate wants to go kill Muslims in other countries. So which one of those is worse when it comes down to it? Which one of those is worse? in your opinion? I mean, I know which one seems crazier. On the surface, it seems like Trump is nuts, right? And it's wrong, what he's doing. But the other candidate wants to put more war in countries we shouldn't be in. Want to have some little 9-year-old girl with a missing arm because of shrapnel. That's what she'll support. I mean, when it boils down to it, I'd rather have a guy that says, fuck black people. I hate them. I'll never hire them in my business. Like, straight racism. I'd rather have that than somebody who kills black people, but hires a bunch of them. They're both awful, you guys. They're both awful. Rise up. Revolution's the only way it's going to happen. Or accept it. That's what Australia does. They just accept everything's wrong. They accept everything's crooked and they just drink. So maybe that's the answer. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe the answer is, fuck it, we're not going to change it. So quit pretending, quit trying to be invested in it. Just have some fun. Go watch a music festival. Go watch Foles fucking kill it at a music festival. I mean, kill it. Enjoy your life. Smoke pot in the street. Fucking do your drugs like free Americans that we are. Oh yeah, we're not. Fuck. Well, you can pretty much do them anyway. This went on too long. You guys, here's the episode. Dave Smith knows what he's talking about. I just know how I feel. Ladies and gentlemen, Ari Shaffir Skeptic Tank, episode 273. Possibly 4, but I think 3. The 2016 State of the Union with Dave Smith starts now.
When Israel was in Egypt's land, let my people go. Oppressed so hard they could not stand, let my people go. Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt's land. Tell old Pharaoh to let my people go. Your foes shall not before you stand. Let my people go, and you'll possess fair Canaan's land. Let my people go. Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt's land. Tell old Pharaoh to let my people go.
It's kind of weird. All right, we're good. Oh, sorry. It was the first solid food I ate in 2 days.
What have you been eating?
Gatorade, bone broth, and that's it.
Why?
Colonoscopy.
Oh, that's what you got to do?
You gotta not eat food.
Oh, I don't know about this stuff.
They said a light meal the day before, eat lighter than normal, plenty of fluids, and then that day you gotta drink.
Is this necessary or just like out of respect to the doctor? And the doctor's just like, listen, I'm gonna be digging around back there.
Dude, I told him, I was like, hey, I feel more shit coming, so like, if I spray on you, I'm sorry. Like when I'm out, I really feel bad.
Additionally, if I have a big smile on my face while I'm doing it, I apologize for that.
I'm still out, but it's not as out. Yeah, so you got to drink Gatorade with that fucking shit stuff. Eat a couple of these tablets. What is that? Dolcus or whatever that is.
Yeah,
I don't know what that
doesn't seem
does.
fun.
Yeah, so it just turns your insides to fucking soup. I mean, I was walking along. Halfway through my first, you got a 32-ounce Gatorade and mix half a bottle of that Miralax stuff in it, and then another 32-ounce Gatorade with another half bottle. And so I'm halfway through the first one. I'm drinking like you drink quarters of it every half hour. So I'm one, then half hour, then half. Then I'm drinking the last one, and it's like, and I'm at Union Square, and I'm just like, fuck shit. And then I got home. I was holding it, and I got home, and it comes out like.
Wow.
Like you holding the end of a hose and just spraying it extra hard, but the water's not all the way, but you're still holding it, so it comes out pretty fast.
Wow.
It's just water. Just water's in
But
there.
it clears you out.
Yeah, and then you keep doing that. It's like you have to have the dry heaves after you barf on booze.
Right.
And then there's nothing left to barf, but you still keep barfing.
Right.
It's like that. It goes shit. It goes, it's like little water, and then just like, that's it. You're done. White blood, gone.
And then the... Okay, so I guess that's part of why you're getting the colonoscopy to begin with?
The blood.
It's the
Yeah.
blood.
You want to see my asshole?
I guess...
I mean, this is not the asshole. This is the ass.
I hate to say, like, I've
This is
already
inner
seen...
butt. Yeah, you've seen the asshole. This is like now
man.
into the rabbit hole. This is where my caterpillar
Oh my
lives.
god, it's so hard to describe. It's like a cave or something. Like you're going. It looks like you should find life form in there. Like,
I mean, I guess
you
like
do.
a new snail that we have. Like, oh, we can't use this cave anymore because it's an endangered snail. So we got to move the hot spring somewhere else.
Ari, we're actually gonna have to ask you to leave.
I don't know what that yellow is. My rectum. Pretty gross, man. Oh, look, I have like a clit on that. Descending colon, sigmoid. They have a full camera, man. I mean, in terms of like medical science, that is a full camera with light.
It is pretty insane.
Yeah. Just looking around my butthole.
The innovations in medicine are pretty insane, right?
Yeah. For sure.
I mean, I don't know what they would have told you to do about that in like 1845.
They would have called it witchcraft. They would have called it witchcraft, and they would have either burned me.
Definitely
or said,
wouldn't
like,
have sent a camera up your butt.
Pray better.
I can tell you that much.
No camera
Their
up
answer
your butt.
wouldn't have been, "I got a camera. We're going to send up your butt." They would,
Even if
yeah,
they
it would have been
had a
something like
camera.
it would have been pray more, maybe something about like something like gumbo. I don't know, like have some more gumbo.
Oh yeah,
and pray.
Eat some
and
rice.
smoke a pack of cigarettes. Like I don't know what.
Smoke a pack of cigarette, get your health up. What are those? Fills your Q zone with goodness. Remember that from The Simpsons? The old cigarette commercials. And you see some doctor going like with a stethoscope on his forehead, go like, it's good for your Q zone. It feels, and it shows like these like arrows going down your stomach into your Q zone of smoke.
Good
Yeah.
old science.
Yeah. So welcome back, Dave.
It's good to be back. This is
First time in a year.
This is the show that made me.
The made you?
This is the one. It's good to be back. This is my.
This show made
It all
you.
started here.
You already had Legion of Skanks.
Can I tell you something? Though it really was well, I mean, I think actually the first time you had me on was probably before we had even really built up too much of a following with Legion of Skanks. I was on originally, like in the 130 something.
What was that one for?
Fuck the government. That was my first, the first time you had me on.
Oh, really?
And then we did State of the Union last year.
Oh.
And then I think I did one other one with you. I was listening back to
130 was probably over a year before, right? 130, 150, 230. I'm at 270. And the State
I
of
think
the
this
Union
was a while ago.
State of the Union was probably 50 episodes ago.
This might have been like, I think this was when we were doing Legion of Skank, like in the upstairs theater. This was like way, so I didn't even think I had to, no, in fact I know because now that I'm thinking about it, I remember that I had like no Twitter followers until that was like the first like ones that I got.
Oh, really?
Was from that podcast. So I'm actually 100%. We didn't even have a following. Legion of Skanks hadn't developed because Legion of Skanks for the first couple of years nobody listened.
Right.
We were just doing it to nobody. There were 40 people listened, and then all of a sudden it just became this thing
More
where it just
people.
started like fucking people started, it became big. But I was listening back to last year's one, which I didn't listen to the whole thing. It was a long one, but I listened to part of it, and I get a fucking text in the middle of it, and it's my first Fox News gig. I completely forgot about that.
I remember
but it was I got a text right here.
I didn't realize you
we
got a
stopped
text.
for a minute, and I was like, oh, and then we come back, and you're like, so that's fucking crazy, dude. You're doing a red eye. That's awesome. And then like that, it's so weird. And then it just
TV
all
appearance as a news anchor.
Right, as all comedians dream of getting on
correspondent.
Fox News. But actually, for me, it was great.
When did you do your first Conan? Oh, I mean, I don't remember, but my first Fox News was.
Well, that's if you want to know what got me over. No, but then they started using me on.
And now
on
you've
the
done a
other
bunch of
shows.
them.
Literally within like a few days, it just all kind of opened up after that. But that was
That's what we talked about
day.
too. We're like, if you do that one, if you do
And-
well, they'll use it for other stuff.
And then also that's the podcast that Rogan heard me on.
On this
and
one,
then on the one we did
State
a
of the
year
Union.
ago, and that was like when he when I went on his show, this is the first thing he said when we started. He was like, "Dude, I loved you on Ari's podcast."
oh yeah.
So that was so anyway.
That
was
is cool that you hadn't done
an interestingly big podcast
Yeah.
for me. And it's weird because your podcast, really, of all the podcasts, it doesn't even feel like a show because I just come and sit in your apartment and talk to you.
We walk around.
You know, Ari's sitting in a chair and I'm on his couch. I feel like you're my shrink, kind of. It's like, I should just lie down and open up. But like every other show, it's like almost, you know, like if you do Bobby Kelly's show or something, you go to his studio. Or you do Rogan, you go to his studio.
Specific time,
you do
gotta be there.
Skanks, you go to this time. With yours is just like come over, you know.
I don't know, man. I like that.
2-ish.
Some people are like, why don't you record it like audio, video? I'm like, because then you're on camera, and then it's not like laid back and fucking. You don't forget yourself.
It does change the dynamic,
Yeah.
for sure. That is a good point. You don't. When you're on camera, you are aware that you're on camera the whole time. It's very hard to ever forget that you're on camera. But with this, you do kind of forget that you just enter
Or
a
if you start
conversation.
walking around, you go outside, start walking around, you start looking at stuff. I mean, you keep the mic in front of your hand, your mouth, just naturally as a comic. But like, yeah, you really do forget.
Because it's not that much to just be holding your wrist like that with something clenched. It's a little different to know people can see you. Then all your self-conscious stuff kicks in.
There's a comic, Jim Painter, who was like really influential when we all started. But he quit, went a little crazy and quit. But when he was in the back thinking about his bits, the back of the store, you could see him thinking about bits because his fists would be in front of his mouth, like this, just with open, like nothing. He'd be like, like mouthing out, but like, oh, you're clearly going over your material. Like he didn't know how to do it. He's
got this one subtle tell.
Yeah, it was a tell, just like grounders. And when he was doing bits on a person, you know, some comics will do that. And you're like, come on, is that a bit? They're like, no, it's not. They deny it. We knew he was because he was like, and then you tell the guy, I'm like, dude, your hand's in front of your mouth. Your fist is right there. Clearly, you're mocking a mic hold. Okay. Yeah, you did a bunch of those Fox News, MSNBC things, right?
Well, not MSNBC, but only Fox News.
Which one's Fox News? Democrat or Republican?
That's the Republican one.
That's Republican.
I mean, you know, fair and balanced.
That's what they say?
Great people. Great people. They put me on. But yeah, those, and just, you know, like Skanks grew a lot this year, and Part of the Problem's growing a lot this year, and so it's been a good year.
That's cool. Yeah, the way to look back, exactly, around a year ago.
Yeah.
It was out in August. This will probably be out. This will be out in August, too. August 10th, 11th, something like that, if I remember right.
And last year we did, it's just interesting because last year the podcast was on the previous year. You know, it was a State of the Union, like that year. We're looking back at this, and then it's cool to be kind of like, oh man, this year was so crazy.
I feel like that was the point to go, like, hey, let's do this every year.
Yeah.
And, like, just keep a track of, that's why I named it that. To be like,
I like it.
And by the way, when I named it Fuck the Government, I was like, this might get taken down by iTunes. I don't really know their thing. But I like that title.
Yeah,
and I'm going to say go for it. And if it gets taken down after the first 2 weeks, I guess most people have already downloaded it.
I did a few podcasts with similar titles, like I did one that was like fuck Bernie Sanders, and one like fuck Hillary Clinton, and one like fuck, and I would do those. And then I stopped doing that because as I was starting to get, I was just like, maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe that's a little bit like, I don't exactly know why, but it was just kind of like, maybe that's a little immature, almost like to call it like fuck Bernie Sanders. Maybe I should call it something else. But then I've had a few people who were like, oh, I found you because I just saw the podcast called Fuck Bernie Sanders. And I was like, oh, what's that? Let me see what that is. So,
well, I knew it would stand out with fuck. But fuck the government's like a saying that it's like, that I wanted to like use that saying specifically. I'm like, no, this is the right title.
I like that a lot. I'll stick with I like fuck the government.
I'll just put fuck on everything now. Fuck the State of the Union. Fuck, fuck losing my religion. Fuck this guy's podcast where we just talk.
Losing My Religion, was that the name of the one with Bernstein?
Yeah.
That's my boy.
2 ago.
I love Robbie Bernstein.
Yeah. And I did the intro with all those English guys, those Oxford, Cambridge guys.
The episode I did.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, and I'm about to start living with them again.
Oh, those same guys.
Yeah, I'm going to live with the same guys. By the way, if you're in Edinburgh or nearby, I'll be at the Fringe Festival, 6:30 p.m. at the Hive every day from the 4th to the 26th or 7th or something. But I'm going to live with all of them again and Joe DeRosa.
Oh, okay, so that should be cool.
It should be interesting with DeRosa, with the mix of those people.
Let's throw DeRosa into the mix. That'll be fun.
Because I was pretty respectful, but like, he might be too. It'd be great if those guys, they're all like 26, 27, 28, you know? Those guys who are comics, and they're kind of younger comics. Be interesting to see if they don't know Joe DeRosa at all. They didn't know me at all, you know? And it'd be interesting if they just start like making fun of him and like busting his balls. But guys, what the fuck? Stop it! Like no matter where he goes, he's just got that nerd syndrome that people just want to pick on.
They didn't know who you were at all?
No,
They're not like aware of the American comedy scene?
not. I mean, a bit. They knew Kyle Kinane.
They should know more. We're the best scene.
Sort of.
This is where funny happens.
Yeah, it's not as much though as you would think. I mean, they have their big, massive headliners. We don't speak to the English experience.
That's true, I guess.
You know, I mean, a blowjob joke's a blowjob joke for sure, but they've developed a little different. Like in the Philippines, their stand-up. Did I ever tell you this?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, stand-up part's fine. You gotta sing at the end. You gotta sing a popular song. Like that's just part of it. You do some jokes, then you sing a karaoke song, then you get off. Jeff Keith was there.
Really?
Yeah, and he goes, I'll do the joke. He do the jokes, and he gets off, and they're like, what are you doing? He's like, yeah, that's it. He goes, no, you didn't sing. He goes, yeah, but I'm not really singing it. They go, well, then you didn't really do it then, man. I mean, what? Then you didn't, I mean, what were you even doing? Anyone can just do jokes. You got to do jokes and show your voice.
That's just baked into their culture?
That's just in their culture.
Somehow, in a mix between the genetic makeup, the culture,
They love
the
karaoke.
environment, they came to a point where we require both jokes and a pop song.
Which does explain a bit of how Joe Coy, when he's headlining, he will just start doing a bunch of popular songs. And I didn't understand it at first. And then I realized, like, oh, you're Filipino, and you're playing to these Filipino audiences, and this is what comedy is there.
Wow, strange.
So in the same way, English or UK comedy...
Okay, so I get your point. Other cultures are stupid.
Yeah, exactly. But it's more based in, like, wit and puns.
I get that.
There's
There's some good, you like British comedy and shit. Like, I'm not denying that. And you're right. It is like kind of wittier, almost in their way.
Yeah, they think us like, ugh, you fucking behemoth. You know, it's like anyone could just make it say dirty words. Like, what have you done? And you're like, oh, it's more than that. But they don't have as much of the conversational style. Anyway, the point is, they didn't understand how I didn't know they're massive comics, like Lee Westwood and people like that. I'm like, I've maybe heard the name. Like, wait, what? In their country of 60 million people, right? Plus,
Sounds
if you
about
take
right.
in Ireland and the rest of the fucking, I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, the point is, no, they hadn't heard of me.
Well, maybe this year. You've done a lot.
Yeah.
You've had a big year. Maybe they've heard of you now.
So is America. Segue. So is America. And let's talk about what's been going on since the last time. I mean, the last time I remember talking about those English guys here and Alex Keeley, Alex Smith. I'm like, what do you think of Donald Trump? And this was, he had just started running for a Republican, candidate. And they were like, yeah, it's funny. But I was like, oh, by the way, guys, he's not going to win that. He's just like getting some.
Well, I did. I said that on the part that I was re-listening to yesterday of the last podcast I was on. I said, you were like, I said I thought it would be Hillary versus Jeb Bush, and eventually for the nomination. And you said, does Trump have any chance of actually winning, you think? And I was like, no, absolutely not.
Yeah.
No chance of getting
He
the
seemed like a
nomination.
joke.
So Trump did officially, now as we do this, 2 days after Trump officially got the nomination. So yeah, I was pretty wrong about that, but I guess we all were. Everybody was, man.
I mean,
who would have thought? Jeb was raising all this money. I was like, he'll probably just get in.
What we didn't take into account is money does not equal the votes, as Bernie Sanders' problem had. Mm-hmm. He had more money than Hillary, right? Raised.
Well, I don't know if he might have. I think I remember there were a few like quarters or whatever the period where they have to report. There were a few where he did beat her. I think overall she probably had more money if you include all the super PAC shit.
Money, yeah.
But she got like the super PAC big
donations.
Money. He raised more from people, like for sure. He raised a lot of money. I think Bernie Sanders, almost in a weird way, disproved his own argument. When he would say, when it's all this like, oh, we got to get the money out of policy, or like we got to get this, and it's like, okay, well, you raised all this money on that message. You could say whatever problem Bernie Sanders had, there was definitely problems with the rules being stacked against him. Yeah. I think he was wrong about a ton of things or whatever, but his problem was not raising money. He got plenty of money, and the fact that Hillary Clinton, whether she had more than him or not, that really had nothing to do with why Hillary Clinton won. It's not like, oh, she had all this money to spend on ads and he just couldn't keep up, or she outspent him in this. He was fine. He had plenty of money. He had money to burn.
The problem was when they say money out of politics, they don't mean like money at all. What they mean is money from businesses, right?
Well, I think maybe that's what they want, is to just have individuals. I don't think they're happy. I don't think that's only what they mean. I don't think their problem is they say that there's a handful of billionaires who donate all this money.
Right.
So the guys like the ones they pick on the most are the Koch brothers. But there's lots of others.
That's business. Koch brothers represent their interests.
Sure, but they may personally contribute money or contribute from a foundation. Or I don't know exactly how they.
Ideally,
but I think in general, what they want is to get money out of politics. This is like kind of the liberal message.
So like every candidate, like you get $100,000, do whatever you want with $100,000.
Yeah, but it's silly, man. It doesn't. That's not going to affect anything, because the problem. You're dealing with like a symptom of the problem rather than dealing with the cause of it, and it's not going to stop any of the corruption that you have a problem with. So, look, I get the idea that it's very like, it's a real fucked up system to just be like, wait, so Goldman Sachs can just give a congressman money or give a presidential candidate money, and then they get in there and then they pass a law regulating Goldman Sachs favorably to Goldman Sachs. Like that's just fucked up. Like that's clearly I get it, right? So but the thing is this, right? You have a government that's this big. That's as big as our government is. They've spent approximately $4 trillion a year. I have a concept of how much money that is. It's not like, there's businesses that are big business, like McDonald's is fucking everywhere. $4 trillion. McDonald's is nothing compared to what this federal government spends. They not only do they spend this much money to direct where this much capital goes, but then they also have the power to just use force against anyone. So they can say what this business is doing is illegal now, and this is legal.
Who?
With the federal government. Yeah. I mean, they can come in here and shut you down, fine you, give a subsidy to this guy, give a tax increase to this guy, give a tax break to this guy. They can do all these things. It's so powerful that once you have this big power center, your only option from these businesses is to try to play to that power center. You're like, I got to get politically connected. So what they do is they'll give money to these guys to get them to write laws in their favor. But the truth is, you can try to. The problem is the power center. It's not that they're buying off the power center. It's that this power center exists. Look here. Let me just
power center.
Being the government, being this big. This is what I'm saying. Okay, here's my point. Hillary Clinton. Someone like Hillary Clinton proves why even getting money out of politics doesn't matter. Because what you'll have is, so how do people buy influence from Hillary Clinton? Well, yeah, some of them donate to her campaign, sure. But if you made that illegal, the major way she does it, okay, so her husband goes and gives a speech for Wall Street and makes $700,000 in a fucking speech. And now you've bought influence that way. Or a Saudi king gives money to the Clinton Foundation overseas, and that's how you buy her off.
Say hi to Hillary.
So if she has all this power, if she's in charge of this government that has all this power, it doesn't matter whether you make it illegal for them to buy her off. They'll find other ways to buy people off. This happens all the time. But they'll do it under the table. By the way, that happens too. They can just fucking give them money under the table. Like all this shit happens. So as long as the politicians have this much power to rule over the economy, rule over people's private lives, they're going to be bought off by someone, and it's not going to be a fucking dude making $30,000 a year.
They're also the ones making the rules about who can donate, and it's like we're the ones getting the donations and making the rules about it. Like we're not going to take off our source of income. The funny thing is, super PACs started, if I'm not mistaken, because they're like, oh no, you can't contribute that much to a campaign, and the super PACs are like, well, we'll just raise our own money and make our own commercials. And we have nothing to do with them.
Right.
I'm just making a bunch of pro-Dave Smith commercials.
That's right. Because technically, it's like the campaigns can't even coordinate with them. That's illegal. It was all
and that's why Ted Cruz did those videos, the him around his family. You ever see those videos? 35, 40 minutes of footage of just him hugging different family members. Going like, we pray all the time. And that's just, and then he put it up on his YouTube account just for everyone to see. And it's no real story or anything. And it's almost like, wink, wink, hey, super PACs, you can use that to make a... You can use that to make a commercial for me. All you need is 30 seconds from here, and there's 45 minutes.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
It's a crazy dynamic they have right now, too, where so the Super PAC stuff is just, I guess after Citizens United.
What is that?
That was the Supreme Court decision that kind of led to this, where they basically said that you can make these contributions to these super PACs. It was after Citizens United. I'm not an expert on this. I don't know. But it was after that the super PAC era kind of came about. I don't care. I would like to see I would like to see more like transparency in that stuff, I guess would be good. But in general, like I said, it's about eliminating the power these politicians have over us. Because as long as they have that power, it's always going to be, they're going to be bought off by someone.
I mean, you're a free market guy.
Yes.
And at some level, it's like if I care about a candidate and and just on one small, let's say local government, let's say even like student body government.
Sure.
And I care about, like, that's real small, 1,000 people or 200 people in this grade. And I really want you to win, class president. I can influence people by going, oh, let me talk to you about Dave Smith. He's just really good. Because I really care. So then I pull people aside, I tell them. So that's how I would exert influence in fucking ninth grade. That influence isn't wrong necessarily. And so even using money to like advertise, like I'm gonna take that to the next level. I'm gonna make a commercial for Dave Smith.
Right.
If I had enough money in ninth grade, I could do that.
Sure.
But like on a bigger scale, it would be worth it. That alone too is like,
I mean, they can probably do that now in high school, right?
Yeah, probably to make YouTube videos for sure.
That,
YouTube
right?
videos. Oh, dude, this.
Life is so much cooler now,
dude. I guarantee you, there's some fucking 6th grade campaign stuff.
Oh my God, I wish we could vote in a 9th grade election right now.
Yeah, now I really want to see this. No backers for 213 days. That's not smart. But so they can. So they can do that influence, whatever they want. And if people are influenced by commercials, it's like, well, so be it. That's just somebody talking. The problem to me is when then it's payback from the government into who helped them. Like if I just say, hey, Dave Smith wants to put a vending machine in the student lounge, and my mom doesn't make a good lunch, and I need to buy a vending machine, so I really care about that issue. You've already said this is what I'm going to be doing. So I'm like, hey, guys, vote for Dave Smith. Vote for Dave Smith. He wants lots of stuff, but also that vending machine. But then I don't get to be like, hey, man, make sure there's some razzles in there.
Right. Okay. That's a good analogy. Look, I get what you're saying, but doesn't it ultimately what really the issue is whether you're doing the right thing or the wrong thing, right? So if you were to contribute to a politician or whatever, or try like phone bank for him, whatever the equivalent of telling other people would be, or something like that.
Yeah.
And then you expected him to do something, but it was a really great thing to do. And you were like, hey, man, I helped you get in there to do this great thing. Now do this great thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like
doing what you promised, no.
Yeah, or doing what you promised. Or even if it was something under the table that was just a really good thing.
Right.
I wouldn't be against that. Like theoretically, I wouldn't, even if it was...
Like what?
Well, I'm just making the point I'm making is I'm more concerned about ultimately doing, so if you were... let's say you were like on a jury and they were charging someone, they found someone with like a ton of weed, right? They said he was selling weed or something like that. And this guy had like, 50 pounds of pot, and he was looking at life in jail. And you knew that by the law, he was, I don't know, whatever it is. Like maybe I'm struggling for the analogy here, but maybe you could you would lie and say he's not guilty, even though you know he technically is guilty of the law, because you're like, well, whatever. The bigger picture here is I don't want to put a fucking person in jail for life, in a cage for life, for having a plant. So I don't believe. So if you were like under the table, Bernie, you had said what the guy needed to say to get elected, but your plan between this guy was really to do some great shit when you got in there, then I don't think it's necessary. So that same scenario you're talking about, but if it was a noble cause, if he was like, hey, but we're going to let nonviolent people out of jail, like that, we don't tell them that because you won't get elected that way, but bullshit this, but you, so I don't know if it's necessarily evil. What it's about is what is the fucking government doing? Like, are they, you know what I mean? It's about whether you're doing the right thing or the wrong thing. Are you doing
what's best, or are you doing it because like your buddies are there? The problem is they justify it by going, we can't let the banks fail. If the banks fail, it'll be a downward spiral. And there's a theory that that's right. Because they're like, well, they're too big to fail. Now we're all going to be fucked if they do. Now, a lot of economists I've talked to are like, you have to let it fail. There's ebbs and flows in the economy. You have to let it naturally flow.
Yeah, well, there's a whole school of...
By the way, Stanhope, there's a whole school in a second, but Stanhope's, that's what he says. They go on a jury and refuse to put someone away for something that you don't think should be illegal.
Yeah.
Doing coke alone in your apartment.
Jury nullification.
And he goes, absolutely. Say you think it's wrong, but just no matter what happens... Just be like, nope, not voting guilty. And like, no, there's video of him. He said he did it. Yep. I'm like, yeah, I don't think guilty.
Nope, not guilty.
Yeah.
That's right. No, you absolutely, it's called jury nullification, the idea that you nullify a law as a jury. Remember, because you're just like, no, that's and let me tell you something, 99% of the laws on our books should be nullified. They're literally bullshit. There's the laws should be, against like being violent against other people or stealing their stuff. Yeah. That's about it. But look, I was saying, there's a school of thought that certainly of economists who say we should bail out the banks and that was a good move, and they support that. But there's a whole other free market school, particularly the Austrian economists of that school, who I think get it right, and I think they've kind of been proven right. I mean, we had the bailout of the banks. We had Dodd-Frank, and all it's done is make these banks bigger. I mean, the big banks are bigger. It crushes the small banks.
Gave them more power.
They can't. This is what happens, right? Like my buddy, my
there was
good
no
friend,
punishments. There was nobody's fired. No repercussions were retained.
Oh, while we throw nonviolent people in jail for drug crimes, we forget. The two attorney generals under Obama, Loretta Lynch and Eric Holder, are such fucking embarrassments. They inherited an administration where there were the biggest war criminals and the biggest financial criminals in American history were all at large. Literally, Obama himself said, we tortured some folks. Like he talked about how we committed these war crimes, and the financial crimes are all over the place. The banks have been fined, the biggest fines in history. And they inherited that, and they did nothing. They prosecuted none of them. They didn't go after any of them, and we continue to lead the world in incarceration. Like, you motherfuckers throw people in jail. This is what we do. We throw people in jail, but you won't throw the biggest criminals because they're the government criminals, and those guys, they get away with it. And that's true from that stuff down to cops getting away with crazy shit they should never get away with, down to,
it all looks so much like Game of Thrones. It looks so much like Game of Thrones. When you're like the King's Men, you can't get in trouble. You killed somebody. Sorry if they didn't deserve it, but we're the King's Men. So
that's why I love this shit, though, dude. That's why I'm like obsessed with politics, and I'm obsessed with all this stuff, because it's just so. To me, it's like I don't watch Game of Thrones, but it's like the greatest story ever to me. It's just like I can't believe this is real. I got to know more about this story and what's going on. And
when you relate it to actual just real characters and not just like the president or senators, where that seems like larger than life thing, but it's like, oh no, it's this guy.
Well, you know what I love doing. And
this guy is fallible.
It's like breaking it into real human terms.
Yeah.
This is why I'll tell you, dude. And this is why I loved your thing on Huffington Post.
Yeah.
I texted you when I saw that, and I was like, dude, that was fucking amazing. That was great. And I had a few people, and I posted something about that where I said that was amazing. And then someone was like saying to me, they were like, well, but you've said you don't believe in like violent revolution or whatever. So how can you say this is amazing? And it's like, yeah, no, I kind of disagree with you on that part.
Yeah.
But this is what I loved about it, right? There was this moment, I think it's always really influenced me, but it was Christopher Hitchens was on Real Time with Bill Maher back in the day. You know Christopher Hitchens?
Women
He was like
aren't
that
funny?
British intellectual. Yeah. He said women aren't funny.
The crazy thing is, he would make people angry, but he would always justify it with facts, with real stuff. He goes, you can lie if you want, but and he wouldn't even, and he was also a humorist, so he wouldn't be like, he goes, are no women funny? I'm not saying that. You know who is funny? Dykes and Jews.
Dude, he was a really, really smart, just like totally brilliant guy, really interesting writer. And I disagreed with him on a lot of shit, but he was really fascinating.
And you know what I loved about him too? Devout atheist, and they're like, and then he got canceled. Everyone's like, well, now you're gonna pray? It
was great.
Goes, no, I told you, I don't believe in it.
And he says it, and nothing's better than a really smart, smarmy British dude shutting people down. It's just great. But I love the part where he said, he's like, he's like, a lot of people, they come up to me and say, I can't do his voice, but he'd be like, they come up to me and say, they'll be like, okay, now that you're on your deathbed, do you want to accept Jesus into your heart? He goes, I'd imagine if I went to a dying religious person, and I'd go, okay, now that you're dying, do you want to finally just get rid of all the fairy tales and admit to yourself that there's no God? That would be considered a pretty nasty thing to do.
To somebody.
But like, you could come to me and just tell me I should abandon all of my beliefs. Anyway, he was a brilliant guy. But so his moment, he was on Real Time with Bill Maher, and he was arguing.
I like Bill Maher because he's irreverent. Go ahead, move on.
He's arguing with this guy. I forget exactly how it went, but he was arguing with this guy about the he's the big atheist, and he was arguing with a Catholic guy, and something about this guy. He said something about the Catholic Church, and the guy said the scandal in the Catholic Church, and I remember Christopher Hitchens goes, the scandal. The scandal. I'm not sure what you're talking about. He goes, are you talking about the systematic rape and torture of children, and then the cover-up of the rape and torture of children? And there was just something about that moment that I just loved, and I think I cling to that. And
because you wouldn't use it. You wouldn't use a word on top of it.
Fuck your bullshit word.
Yeah.
Fuck your euphemism.
It takes it down.
Let me tell you what. If you're going to defend this, if you're going to talk about this, you're going to talk about this. And this is why
talk about the actual thing.
I never say.
Nice.
I never say. Incarceration. I mean, never, but I don't like to use the term incarceration. I say throw people in a cage. Like, that's what you're doing. Yeah. I don't really say war anymore. I talk about mass murder, just the mass murder we support in the Middle East. Like, I like just breaking things down. It's like, no, fuck you. Another thing that really stuck out with me.
Oh, by the way, insurgents is one.
Yes,
like insurgents can mean anyone who's at all thinking or like, oh, I'll fight for you guys, and like, hey, why don't you go to America? Oh, no, I don't want to do
All
that.
this shit,
but just
dude.
because you say like, I'm siding with you, you're an insurgent.
Collateral damage, fucking, Schedule 1 Class A substance. It's like all these fucking terms that are bullshit that are to make you not look at the naked, fucked up thing that's going on right in front of your face.
Resisting arrest is one.
I love
resisting
it. Yes.
arrest. You know what that means? They're like, well, you shouldn't have resisted arrest. And white people
resisted.
Anyone, not white people. Anyone in a upper who hasn't to deal with the cops in that way. When they go like, well, you shouldn't have resisted. I mean, that's what you get. And resisted means like somebody's like bothering you every single week. Somebody's harassing you. And then at some point, like, hey, can we talk to you? And they grab your arm, like, why? And you pull your arm away. That's resisting.
Yeah, resisting.
That's all it is. Pulling your arm away. Not running, not going on a high-speed chase like OJ. That was resisting.
Think about it. Dude, it's like a religion, the state. We're so, like, we don't think it through logically. It's like, who even talks like that? Oh, you're resisting. What are you, a fucking rapist?
Yeah.
Was he resisting? Were you aggressing? I mean, what was the situation? Resisting isn't inherently wrong.
Yeah.
But anyway, there's another one. There was the scene in Blow. I always really loved that, where he defends himself, and he goes, look, Your Honor, truthfully, I don't think I should do any time, because really, when you think about it, all I did was bring a plant over a line. He's like, all I did was bring a plant over an imaginary line that some rich people drew somewhere on a map. And things like that, for whatever reason, I really love it. And so that's what I really loved about your HuffPo interview, which I assume people who listen to your show probably saw that.
Maybe
if they haven't,
really talk about
go check it out, because you probably should watch it. I thought it was amazing. But you're just like there with this guy, and I just loved he's doing this like bullshit language of the government, and you were just kind of tearing it down, and I loved that. I loved when he was like, he's like, well, what's great about America is we have a democracy, and if you want change, you can go to the ballot box and get change. And you were like, we're fucking murdering kids in Yemen, dude. I just love that. Dude, what are you talking about?
A 7-year-old who lost an arm.
What are you saying? This is what's real. This is what's really happening. You can pretend whatever you want to fucking pretend, and you even say, it's like, what change? We got the constitutional lawyer liberal in there, and this is what we're getting, and we're killing kids in what can we change through the ballot box? And then he's trying to do this thing, and you point out again, and you say the thing, and it's almost so weird when you see on a real news. This is why I think it's so awesome that you did that, because you're on HuffPo, and there's something about being on what has been, knighted as a legitimate news source in a lot of people's minds, even though it's a bullshit one. But it's in people's minds, it's a real news source. But when you say that and you just go, you got the words out where you go, you can arrest Americans without charges and hold them indefinitely. Like, that's a law now. That's in there. And it's so weird when you see that. By the way,
most people that I tell that to, they're like, what? No. I'm like, yeah, that just got passed like 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, that is all real.
By the savior.
Yes.
By that one savior who's all about hope and change. Yeah. Now and they're like, well, only the people who really deserve it. I'm like, but we already had a system in place.
But that's what's
where we should try people. So if they did deserve it, we just try them and then throw them in jail indefinitely.
But it's a powerful thing, man, that humans have, where it's like,
prove they're murderers and then put them in jail. Yeah. But prove it first.
Sure. Yeah, that's how fucking that works.
Well, they're terrorists. Then prove that and then put them in jail.
But it's like, oh, they're terrorists. Right. But how do we know if they haven't been proven to be terrorists? It's like, no, that's just someone saying that.
I told it to my mom, and she was like, that's not true. I'm like, I Google it right now. And she was like, oh, no. But she goes, well, I'm sure Obama wouldn't abuse that. I'm like, what about the next guy?
Well, that's right. But right. And that's not
what about Donald Trump?
That's not how government power is supposed to work. You don't go, well, I'm sure we'll put good enough people in prison that they won't. No one should have that power.
Yeah, that's what.
But the thing that I just think is so crazy.
Drop in that shit right now.
What?
That interview.
Yeah, drop it in. Absolutely.
Either that, if I don't drop it in, then I'll just put it on the website. By the way, I got in so much trouble for that in Comedy Central.
Really?
They got so mad at me.
Well, you were advocating a violent overthrow of the government.
And what about politics?
I don't give a shit.
You don't find it a great
I really don't care about politics.
Of
some people
material?
do. I don't. I think the system is corrupt. Every time I'm walking on the street, somebody's like, hey, vote for so-and-so. I'm like, it's all corrupt. Anarchy is the only way we're going to change anything. Violence. Kill a politician. That's the only way you can change shit.
What? Yeah. I mean, obviously you're joking.
No.
Are you serious?
Yeah, voting is not going to make a difference. It has never. Not in 100 years.
So what would you like to see?
I'd like to see some politicians start getting murdered and reform this government.
Oh my God.
Into one that's not corrupted. I'd like to get business out of government, and they're not going to do it. So the only way to do this is start killing people.
Isn't that exactly what
look around the world. How has anything changed around the world? How has any regime change happen around the world?
Violence. That's the only way. You think people in Arab countries are that much different than us?
Yeah.
Violence. That's the only way you depose a system that doesn't represent the people anymore.
I mean, I think the wonderful thing about the United States is that we can vote, and you do change
Your
administration.
vote doesn't go anywhere. Your vote doesn't do anything.
Yes, it does.
You can now be arrested and never tried if they say you're a terrorist. Never tried in your life. Just arrested and held forever. Who voted for that?
So shoot them all.
No, not shoot them all. Start shooting them until they get business out of politics and they start representing who we are instead of their money interests. Yeah, violence. That's the only way shit changes, man.
Okay.
Look at history. Tell me when a regime has changed with voting. I mean, I know.
I'm not trying.
That's not fair because you haven't studied this stuff.
Well, no, I'm not trying to, murder politicians. I'm not trying to do what I don't like that others do that I would like to change, so I will shoot somebody because I'm pissed off that they're shooting somebody else.
Yeah.
It's not the way that I think, but that's fine. We think differently.
I think even if you don't want to shoot somebody, don't vote. Voting is you complicitly saying, I support this system, and I don't support it anymore. I don't. We're killing people in Yemen. We're murdering families in Yemen that aren't associated with any sort of terrorist thing. It was just an oopsie when we killed a wedding party. And Obama, the fucking hope change guy, just refused to comment on it. That's cool. Do what you want. It's not going to change. Your voting is not going to change that. I know one way that it'll change. I can look at history and tell you this is the way things change. Look at whenever a black guy gets shot. It's like, oh, it's bad. If this is a riot, no one comments on it. Those things go under the radar. When there's a riot in Baltimore, it's like, hold on, we've got to rethink the system here in Baltimore because people went crazy. That's just in history, here and elsewhere. That's the only way shit changes.
All right, we'll agree to disagree on that.
And I guarantee the only thing they're going to show from this clip is Ari Shaffir doesn't say Amy Schumer is the most funny comic in the world.
I just want to say the thing that I loved about the Huffington Post thing is that the thing that's so powerful about saying that on a legitimate news source, just getting the words out that it's, okay, we have signed into law that you can detain American citizens indefinitely without charges. And then you almost have this feeling, at least I do, and I bet other people do too, when you see that, where you just kind of look at all the other journalists on HuffPo and you're like, yeah, how the fuck are none of you talking about this more?
Yeah.
How do you fucking claim to be a journalist, look yourself in the mirror every day, and not make a bigger story out of the president signing into law? Basically, I just repealed the Constitution. I just repealed every right you have.
The right to a fair and speedy trial. That's one of those we learned about as little kids.
I mean, it's an amendment to the Constitution, and it's not, I mean, it literally is repealing every sense of natural rights of people. And how do you as a journalist sit there and you talk about fucking Caitlyn Jenner and you talk about these other things? I mean, look,
well, here's the deal. I don't
so
mind,
insane.
I don't even mind that. Everyone always points it out like, oh, now you're talking about Caitlyn Jenner or something like that. And I'm like, well, here's the deal. That's fucking entertainment news. So entertainment news people should concentrate on entertainment news. But the political news people, they should be covering
No, but I'm saying the political news people are talking about that shit more than they've talked about the NDAA. They've talked about, well, these motherfuckers, they're such, I mean, they're literally, this is why I think most of them are sociopaths, and I don't know that, but I think a lot of them are. But you look at these motherfuckers, they'll go to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and it's like, oh, we all get glammed up together and hang out with the war criminals, and we all have a toast, and then we all make jokes, and none of you report on this shit. None of you fucking report on any, and if you do, it gets like a minor detail with none of the kind of not treated with any of the seriousness that it should be treated with. It's just kind of like, there's another little thing here. All right, let's move on to this other issue.
Dude, Rogan once told me about I think it's Abu, I don't know what's Middle Eastern country. Abu Dhabi, one of those, that they have pretty much slaves.
Right.
They get these Filipino workers out there, they steal their passports, they say you got to work to get it back, and then they charge them for every meal they eat and everything, and it's like, oh, you're going to have to work 45 years to get this thing back. Slaves. They change rules around it, but they want to leave and they can't. If they were like, I quit, where are you going to go? You can't. And so we talked about that a little bit, and I really don't remember which country it is. But then I met at a UFC some prince from that place, some sultan, and he said hi. He's a big comedy fan. I was like, oh, okay, cool, nice to meet you. And I kind of wandered away, and everyone was real cool and nice to him. And then I was like, to Rogan, I was like, didn't we agree that slavery is like super wrong? Like not even like you shouldn't do that, but like just like like even clearer than rape, where you're like she said yes and she later said no. Nobody ever at all goes into slavery going I want this a little, and then go oh no you misunderstood me. So they're like, why are we all talking to him? Is it because he has a lot of money and we just want to be invited to the table? And that's what those correspondents are.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, now I'm invited to talk to these people. You're supposed to hate them. Howard Stern, when he used to shit on celebrities, and then he gets invited to fucking the chick from Friends' wedding, and he's like, oh, now I'm going. And Artie Lang is like, what? We would never have gone to that, man.
No, yeah. Yeah, it really is. It's a weird, and somehow they've just like created this culture where
They're the best of the best.
they all want, they're just all the, and it's just, I don't know why that correspondence dinner, particularly, I just find it so disgusting.
Celebrating
it's like
themselves.
this celebrating, they're like dressed up in gowns, like they're all, it's like the celebrity of being a journalist, and then just rubbing, being all chummy with the people you're supposed to be objectively reporting about. I mean, just everything about it really just shows where, and that's a big part of the reason why things are so fucked up. Is because the media. I mean,
by the way, this is not just that. This is also an entertainment. If you get a network and executives at a network, you'd be like, how did that person get a show? They're not a funny comic, and then you see the show and the show's not good. Well, guess what? They're good at parties.
Well, yeah,
and they talk to people, and people are like, oh, I really like so and so. They're so fun, and they have an idea that's like okay, but because you really really like them, it's like let's do their idea, man. And it's just real people. Executives aren't executives; they're real humans who have real likes and dislikes, and they want to be invited to the party. And when Patrice tells whoever is on a hidden camera show, tells his network, like, get the fuck out of here. You're not funny. You don't know what funny is. I don't want you on my set. And they go, great, you're canceled.
Yeah, but I think there's some natural human dynamic to that. But I also think when you get into these, especially in politics at the highest levels of government and media, I think there becomes, I think when people have this tendency, like when there's a power dynamic, you get people drunk on power and very into that. I mean, this happens with police, happens with the military.
You could be hand of the king. You don't have to be
teachers.
The king. You can just be the hand of the king, and you're like, ooh, now I'm
whatever.
accepted.
People love that. It's
invited to the party.
It's been demonstrated in a lot of different studies and experiments.
Just want to get invited
to the
dinner.
Even if you're a big authority person, the way you keep other people, the way you rule over a lot of other people is you create different levels. You give someone else an authority position over the next person, then they get off on their authority over them, so you can maintain your authority over them.
That's how counts started,
that's how it's all,
dukes and stuff.
Right. It's all, it's all like this weird human dynamic, but it's the reason why teachers in public schools, cops, military, people who have a real power over others, there tends to be this dynamic where, look, the highest levels of government, they have the power. They're murdering people in the Middle East. They're overthrowing regimes and putting other regimes in. They're controlling the economy. I mean, they are human beings who are just controlling the lives of other human beings, and that's very intoxicating. I think there's a lot of people in there who are very drunk off this power. The media is controlling how people perceive things. I mean, there's just like a lot of power. To me, I think it's a really sick, weird dynamic.
There's also political groupies in D.C.
Oh, yeah,
and these are people who work in politics and
look
stuff.
at
It's not
people
just
like
Monica Lewinsky. It's random girls like, wow, you've got power. I'm into it.
Look, dude, say with this what you want. These people, okay, look at Anthony Weiner and fucking even like the mayor from Toronto, that guy Rob Ford. Like, there's a lot of weird shit. Go listen to the Nixon tapes when he talks about what's going on at Bohemian Grove. There's a lot of weird shit that goes on in politics. This is a weird group of people. And what's interesting about the government is that when people talk about them, they never think of them. They almost give them this kind of like this pass. They treat them better than they would treat any other. I mean, if there was any business who was doing to you what the TSA is doing, people would be fucking outraged. They would never stand for that. Like, there's a business who's groping my daughter. Like, get the fuck out of here.
But a part of you feels, oh, it's government. They take care of
parental.
us.
They're the
It's for the best.
That's why I think it's a religion. You give this kind of almost like it's a projection, just like religion, projection of a father figure, a mother figure. You give this, and then you're turning
the early
over.
days of the rapes, the early days of the priest rapes. People are like, no, that's not true. That's their priests.
And there's a lot of great libertarians out there who I admire and learn from, who are very religious. But to me, like a libertarian. Feels very similar to the way an atheist, like a libertarian looking at government, feels very similar to the way an atheist is like looking at a church, where you'd come in and there's like one guy up there and he's like, and then he from the father said this or that.
Why is he wearing that outfit?
You just want to grab everyone and go, hey, You're all just fucking people.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. That guy up there with the funny hat on stage, he's just a person.
You can
and this
stand
thing
up
in the
there,
book, this thing in the book was written by a person, and they all know exactly what you know about the meaning of life and what happens after death. Nothing. None of us fucking know. And it's almost like the same thing with government, where you want to go like, hey, you know, they're just people, right? Like they're just like you. It's not like it's not society. It's not the government. It's not the hills or the trees. It's a group of people in Washington who are deciding what I can and can't put in my body.
Also,
why the fuck do they have power over me?
When people talk about how like George Bush Jr. wanted to finish off the job of his father, people are like, yeah, sort of. And they're like, no. That's exactly what it is. If you know a guy who wants to defend his daddy, that's what not like, yeah, but it's only sort of. Like, no, fully. He's like, oh, daddy let me finish off dad's job.
Well, and
that's like the only reason that we're doing it.
And just speaking more specifically to like what we were saying before about like what type of people these are who are in there. I mean, look, even the people who think Donald Trump, all those people who think Donald Trump is like the biggest piece of shit ever. They're like, he's this racist asshole to all you liberals who are like, I'm going to leave the country if Donald Trump wins the whatever.
I know you got to hear that, but before you're like, guys, empty threats.
Of course. But I'm just saying, like, the people who say that, they hate him so much. It's like, okay, well, he's a guy who was close friends with the Clintons. Not like friends with them. He's at their wedding. They hang out. Their daughters are tight.
Wedding.
Their daughters are
at
tight.
Their wedding.
He was regularly contributing to them.
Wait, whose wedding? Chelsea?
Maybe they were at his. Maybe it's Chelsea's wedding, or maybe they were at his wedding. Whatever it is, they were at weddings together. Yeah. They're fucking. They're like, you know, they're chummy. That's the world these people are in. So I would just, you know.
It's also the same as you see in sports sometimes. I don't know if you're a big sports fan, but like after the games, players like high five on the opposite teams and they'll talk for a little bit. And like LeBron James and Kevin Durant, like, yeah, they're enemies for 48 minutes. But then they're like, oh no, we work in the same industry, man. We're colleagues, and we talk, and we've hung out at the same practices in the summer league games, and like we're all cool with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in a game 7 in an NBA Finals, we're not going to talk at all. But then before and after that, we're still cool. Republicans and Democrats, they all hang out. They all eat the same cafeteria.
Well, they also it's always. I think this has been true for a long time in American history. But there's this big dynamic where they, you know, it's like professional wrestling. Even they make it out like these guys are mortal enemies, and they pick these really irrelevant things to have huge fights over. Like really, just not on it. We have like major issues, and we're talking about a bathroom law in some state that doesn't even mean anything to the rest of the country. But they'll fight it out over that, or there'll be something like, you know, the Bush tax cuts are up for you know renewal, and they'll go, okay, what is it going to be, 35% or 39%? You know, this is the biggest fight ever. But meanwhile, they're also like, oh, how do we feel about keeping troops in Afghanistan? Unanimously, yes. Democrats and Republicans together. Oh, that NDA bill that passed with Democratic and Republican support. All
Which
these
one is
bills,
that? Which
that's the indefinite detention that you were talking about. So all these bills that, you know, it's the stuff that's really going on. They work together, and they're all, you know, it's so funny when they make a big deal out of these things. Like they'll be like, you know, like one time 4 years ago, some Tea Party members threatened to not vote to increase the debt ceiling, and then they caved and voted to increase the debt ceiling. But they'll always make it a thing of like, remember that time they almost didn't raise the debt ceiling? And you're like, yeah, but then we raised it every other year. Like, what are you talking about? They'll pretend there was this epic showdown. Our friends like, yeah, but then they all agreed to do the same thing.
I love I hate when people use a proof for something of when when repercussions didn't happen. You know, like when I get close to getting in trouble for transporting, you know, drugs places, and people are like, see? I'm like, see what? I didn't get in trouble. You can't use an example of me not getting in trouble as a proof that you can get in trouble. You have to choose me getting in trouble.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, hold on, before we go on, I'm just going to play one of these.
Sure. Oh, you do this live now?
No, not live, but I'm just going to drop it in right now.
Oh, okay.
Funniest high school election video, best sophomore class president campaign video. That's maybe that one. It's only a minute and a half.
I'm going from C to G. When it's shipping E to B. No, so low, it just scrapes the ground.
Vote for Colby Pratt. And search for change. Well, this is not going to come out on audio, I realize. We're represented by choices. I'm just walking around. Look, this is a commercial, dude. Choose a path to success. Man. represent a positive change. All right, I'm stopping this. Moving forward direction for our sophomore class. By the way, this is really good. Like,
That kid's
just
nailing it.
video-wise.
It's got my vote.
Yeah. Just video-wise, it's fucking great. Jesus, look at this kid. Make the right choice.
This kid got so much poon off this video.
Support involvement in the community. Voting booth. It's so stupid. Yeah, we were right. Of course, these are happening. And then everyone's passing them around.
Yep.
How to promote clubs, organize dances, arrange luncheons. Too fast, man, Colby. Too fast.
So, the last year. We
Yeah.
haven't even
So what do you think
started
of Trump
getting
right
into
now? I mean, honestly,
I think
what
Trump's
no one
got-
expected is the showmanship level of how that can succeed in politics. Him just talking over Ted Cruz. Just going, "Blah, blah, 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 blah," like shit like that. Like, wait, that can't really work. And it does, because we're all kind of dumb.
Well, there's no. Yeah, he definitely played to that, but he's played to. It's a mix of a few different things. Like, I think he's able to get away with a lot of that stuff just because of who he is.
Yeah.
He definitely plays to some dumb people. But he also plays to a lot of angry people, and
Yeah.
he's a giant middle finger to the establishment.
Right.
I mean, there's and that's
Yeah, I bet a lot of people.
dynamic.
A lot of people are like, I wish he wasn't the guy, but like, fuck the government. Let's get somebody else who's not government.
Well, I think I said this last year when we were on. I was talking about before. Like I said, like what happened over the last year. I was like, I just from my perspective, like the big picture of where we're at in like history is that this kind of like the we're at this like apex of humanity. We're the richest country in the
What
history.
word did you use?
We're still like the
what of humanity?
I think APEC. APEC? What did I say? Maybe I fucked that up. What was I looking
Apex,
for?
Apex.
Apex. What did I say?
EX.
Well, how did I say it?
Apex.
All right, whatever.
Yeah.
Listen,
I know. I mean, whatever. Just use the right word. But either way, go ahead.
it does take away a lot of the point.
I love asking people to repeat because maybe I heard it wrong, and then it's like, nope.
All right, yeah, fine. I fucked up. But anyway, we've lived through this explosive expansion of government. Humongous in our lifetime. I mean, it's really incredible. The modern nation state, and now
It's gotten way bigger.
Oh, I mean, it's off the charts big. I mean, by any measure, if you just look at government spending, we spend more than we ever have. Look at military spending, we spend more, we have more, we regulate more, we spy on more people. There's more. We are at the height of cronyism where, I mean, if you look at where the wealth is in the country, it's primarily in these districts right around Washington and right around New York. It's just about being politically connected or big bank connected. I mean, that's how that's where the huge chunk of the wealth is now in the country. And yeah, by the debt, the unfunded liabilities, the military expansion, all of these things have exploded.
District 1 is always big. It's always the richer ones.
Yeah.
You get that reference?
No, but
Hunger Games.
I've wanted to go with it. But anyway, but I think there is now. There's this, like, we're living through the collapse, I think, of it. Like, the government is this cancer which is now killing the patient. We're really, if you see, we had this huge crash in 2007. It's been completely phony recovery since then. It's all about the government just printing a ton of money, keeping interest rates low, keeping this thing going as long as we can. But it's a house of cards, and it's inevitably going to collapse. We don't have the money. We have all these liabilities. We don't have the money for them. They're all coming down. We can't keep these wars going on. We're going down the path that all empires die. There's a debt, expansion of the military, and a cultural collapse into decadence that seems to be, I mean, it's right out, it replays itself historically over and over again. But while you have this huge expansion in government, and don't get me wrong, there's still amazing things with the market, and there's still amazing things. I mean, look, if you just think in real human terms, would you want to go back to living in the 70s right now? No, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, by the way, when in District 1 or whatever, when they're like, the people who live in this wealthy areas, and by the way, wealthy areas being America, let's say, it's almost like, hey, don't tell us about it. Take care of what you got to do. I want my TV.
Right.
You know?
Right. Well, but that's the
I don't want to know about it.
They want their TV, they want their internet, they want the computer in their pocket that they have now. And by the way, but all those things you couldn't have if you went back to the 70s because we didn't have a computer in your pocket, right? So, but if you ask someone what are the reasons or any type of ingenuity, it's because, you know, look, medicine has gotten better, but it's not. If you ask someone whether they want to live now or whether they wanted to go back to the 70s, I doubt too many people are telling you like, oh, it's because of Obamacare or something like that. They're telling you it's because like I can get an MRI now, you know, I can get these things that weren't available. Yes, technology has improved. Okay, so there's innovation.
Apple TV, air conditioning, super easy and cheap.
But the point I'm making is this is all because of the free market. All of the reasons that you don't want to be. There's no one who's sitting there and it's like, oh, the reason I don't want to go live in the 70s is because we didn't have as many bombs in the military. I'm really glad we made more bombs now, so I want to live now. It's all the government's been expanding, but that has nothing to do with why.
Well, hold on. Hold on. Let me, because I'm unclear on something. Is the expansion of military? Isn't that somehow, I don't know how, isn't that good for the economy? Isn't it a jobs program? Don't they say that?
Yeah, but there's a jobs. I mean, look, there are definitely people who have made that claim, and there's definitely like some Keynesian economic argument to the idea of a jobs plan.
I don't think it's worth it to kill random people for jobs.
I think it's horribly immoral and also not good for jobs at all. Look, you don't want jobs just for the sake of jobs. Like if you were just like, oh, I'm going to have a jobs program, like everyone go out there and like, I don't know, like pick up a brick and then put it down and then pick up a brick and put it down for 20 hours and then I'll pay you. It's like, okay, you created a job, but nothing productive is happening here, okay? If you work at a plant and you're making light bulbs, it's like now someone gets light out of this. That's valuable. If you're just creating jobs for like build a bomb and then let's go drop the bomb on some people and then we'll go rebuild the bridge that was there. There's nothing beneficial. Now, look, there is velocity effects, and you do put money into the economy, but there's no real productive value. Like nothing's being made.
My friend Tom Brady was talking about this about when we had to bail out the auto industry. Like, well, too many people will lose their jobs if we don't bail them out. And he goes, okay, well, let's take that to a different level. Who's the guy who came with the big pyramid scheme who got put in jail? Then he committed suicide, I think. You remember him during the collapse?
Well, Madoff. I don't think he committed suicide though.
Did he not?
Was it Madoff? Did he kill himself? I don't think so.
Maybe he didn't. And his wife, and he turned himself in. He like left his stuff for the FBI and said sorry to everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, he goes, let's say instead of having 5 employees, let's say he had 50,000 employees. Should we then save Bernie Madoff's business? Right. Because like, well, these people are going to be out of jobs. They're like, no, it's a failing business.
But this is
you don't have to save a failing business. You let it fail. You don't keep the cotton gin people in business because it's no longer needed.
About how many.
If people don't want to buy a Pontiac, then let Pontiac die.
Of course, this is like
they should have made a better product.
This is the free market. It's a profit and loss system, and this is how it works. It's based on voluntary exchanges, and when people want something, was that part of the colonoscopy?
Yeah, is where I put the drip in.
Oh, okay.
The happy juice, she called it.
No, but look, when you have profits and losses in a free market system based on voluntary exchanges, the profits represent people wanting something, and the losses represent people not wanting something. And this is how economies grow. I mean, like you said, like computers put all the typewriter stores out of business, and we used to have horse and buggies, and now we have cars. I mean, yes, lots of things get put out of business as we move forward because some things don't work. And you know what? If a foreign company can make cars cheaper, and that saves Americans all this money, and they decide to buy those cars, then yeah, you get put out of business because we've now, as a whole in the economy, been saved a cost on cars. There's a whole bunch of good that's created. So yes, I don't agree with any of that. But what's interesting, just getting back into what I was saying in the terms of the big picture, I do just see there's growth in explosive growth in government. I think what's happening is there's been a growth in. So while there's this growth in government, even though we should be, I think people inherently realize because of all the technological advances, we should be doing nothing but advancing forward, living better and better. I mean, it just makes sense that every year we come up with a slightly better version of whatever the last thing we had is. Yeah. We get to stand on the shoulders of the giants now. We have all this technology, all these advances, this infrastructure. But they realize that because of this cancer, it's really slowing down the growth, and we're actually getting close to a point where we might fucking crash and, like die because of it. So I think there is this growth. There's these problems now. Like the cancer, like maybe before we're such a healthy body that we can still go play basketball with this cancer, but now we're like, fuck, my chest is starting to hurt when I play back. And you have this growing resentment.
There's a book called the Population Explosion. First it was called The Population Bomb, Dr. something Carson. And then years later he wrote The Population Explosion, which is like the chief problem in our world is overpopulation.
Yeah.
And it goes, if you take oil and a dropper and you drop it in a creek, just like drip, 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 that creek will get rid of that oil. It'll just dissipate it. If you dump a barrel of oil into the creek's ruined.
Right.
And he goes, but now we don't just have a couple people dropping, we have so many people dropping shit. It's like farms can't keep up with the amount of people. But he goes, the body can clean itself. And the organism, this body of the government, can clean itself to a degree until the cancer spreads too much, till it gets too big, and then it's like you can't clean yourself.
Yeah. Well, I just think with the government dynamic, what you have is that every president in our lifetimes and probably 3 lifetimes before that has increased executive power a little bit. Every Congress increases, the congressional power a little bit.
Until it's
so they
at the point.
increase or I shouldn't even say Congress increases congressional power. What they really do is they increase the power for others. So they'll, create things like the Federal Reserve, or they'll create, through an act of Congress, you create the Department of Homeland Security. But they're creating government power, more power sources, and it just gets to a point where it's so big and so ginormous. But what you see is the problems because of it building, and then this really growing resentment. And there's something it's going on across the political spectrum. You can see it. There's like these polls that show where they ask questions like, do you believe government represents the people or corporations? Do you trust institutions? Do you have faith in politicians?
What are the polls
congressional? They're all at an all-time low. People don't buy this anymore. They're like, no, this is bullshit. It's a corrupt system. Now, I think there's a lot of bad ideas out there.
They had the same. I saw the one of the polls for who's going to win the president, and they're like, Hillary Clinton's 10 points higher in approval rating than Donald Trump. And then you're just like, oh, really? And you look at it and like, oh, she's at 39% approval rating.
Right.
He's at 29% approval
and their
rating.
negatives are so high.
Oh, my God. Most people hate both of them?
People hate them both. But also, so people hate them both. And then the people who like Trump represent someone who just hated the whole establishment. I mean, so there's but Trump and Bernie Sanders had big, I know Sanders didn't win, but still big moments, and they were big anti-establishment, we don't want to go along with what you guys want for us. I think personally they both have a ton of terrible ideas, but
but at some point it's almost like just anything else.
Well, that's
I don't
right.
care, just anything else, because this is not working.
Sure. So it at least shows something there. And the Trump moment, I mean, look, this is whatever you feel about the guy. It's a historical, incredible moment that we're living through, that this guy just came in and single-handedly broke the matrix. I mean, what you were talking about before, the way you talk about stuff, the way he did. I mean, when you think about saying something like,
he didn't talk in like Congress speak.
Well, right. Exactly.
He talks like
he's not talking like
dude.
a politician. He's talking like a person, and a weird person, but he's talking like him. He's being kind of authentic. And Bernie Sanders was kind of too.
He's
Clinton,
like, oh, shut up already. Come on. And you're like, oh, no politician talks that way.
Yeah. Hillary Clinton is intensely phony. And people read that. They read that on such a base level. Look, Hillary Clinton, and everybody knows this, Hillary Clinton will lie through her fucking teeth if that would get you to go along with it. And everyone knows this. She's not, when she's talking to you.
Yeah, they do. Even her supporters, the women I know who are like the WOMYN, the women who I know who are like super into her, who would like shit on a Bernie Sanders idea, even if it's a good idea, like paying for college, which now she supports. And now those people are like, yeah, I support it now too.
Yeah, well,
Jennifer Friedman was like, I think people should have to pay for college. I'm like, that's great from someone who didn't have to pay for her own college. Yeah, great idea.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm all for a free market in college. I think people should have to pay their college, but I don't think
it's just more school. 16 years of high school instead of 12.
Yeah, I think the government's already got you for far too much. Maybe if the government didn't have all of our kids through school, maybe if they weren't literally indoctrinated into this statist bullshit, we'd be questioning these wars and questioning some of these laws and questioning a whole bunch more of this bullshit. They have you from fucking K through 12, and they're illiterate people coming out of that. So we want to give give government more involvement in school. How about get your shit together? I'd rather see abolishing government's role in school altogether. People can educate their kids. It's not that hard of a task. You know, what I'm saying, communities can educate their kids. I'm not saying everyone has to do it individually for their parents.
Used to have a school marm.
Yes, they used
to hire a teacher in the community.
It's not that crazy that we teach kids reading, writing, and arithmetic. Some of the greatest geniuses of all time had very little schooling. Kids can learn, and you know what? College, fucking too many kids already go to college. Too many fucking dummies are going to college after high school and using it as a pit stop to get drunk and do keg stands.
I wanna go to college for the
fuck it, frat parties. So those kids, I don't want to say some kid who's working, some kid who goes and starts a business and has a great idea and wants to go actually contribute and make other people's lives better. That kid's got to pay a tax for someone else to go get drunk after high school to go continue to not learn shit.
I think there's going to be more community college where it's not like they're going to be dorming there. It's going to be like smaller colleges where it's like, hey, here's all about the learning. Anyway, here's my point though: the people who like those women, those types.
Yes, they're being hypocrites.
But they will also know, like, yeah, they know she's a phony. They know she lies. But they're like, but we believe she'll do the right thing. But it's like, but based on what? You know she's lying about lots of stuff, but you still think she's a good.
Dude, they'll do like mental gymnastics to find a way to support her. You can point out that she takes, her foundation takes like tens of millions of dollars from the Saudi royal family. And you'd be like, they treat women like, I mean, literally second-class citizens. Women do not have, not that the men have too many rights over there.
American women, so we don't care.
But they'll go, and yeah, it's just kind of like, well, she's trying to do what she has to do. He's like, wait. So you're telling me there's a woman running on women's issues, on being the first woman president ever. Like, that's the cornerstone of her campaign.
And she will associate herself with horrible women's rights.
It's like a Jew running on Jewish issues doing business with the Nazis. Yeah. And this is not a problem.
He was trying, but you can't just not take money from Nazis.
They're the worst. I mean, how? And I'm not really being hyperbolic with that. Like, the Saudis are literally keep their women as slaves.
I told Rogan once, he was doing an ad read for something. For one of those, remember when DraftKings? I don't know if it was DraftKings. I don't know which one it was, but like two of the companies, the daily fantasy football companies, they were using each other's research to bet with the other, or using their own research to bet with the other one, and making all this money off people. They weren't betting against a Vegas casino; they were betting off regular people. They were just like using it. And Rogan had to read. I was like, "Oh, you let them?" He goes, "What is? Let's talk about it." And we talked about it. And he goes, "I mean, would you take them?" It's like, "No, I would not take them as a sponsor." And I need the money.
Right.
But like, I don't want to be associated with telling my fans to like go get cheated.
Yeah.
So it's like, no, I'll do another one. I'll do draft.com or something that's not been under investigation right now for cheating.
Right.
Like, no, then I'm not going to take that money. You can just not take the money. Yep. You don't have to like, oh, well, let's do business with slave owners. You can just not do that.
Sure.
You can live your life going, I'm not going to ever do business with someone who fucking shits on women. Because I'm a woman, I believe in women's rights. So I'm just, no thanks. I'd rather not talk to you.
Well, absolutely. No, that's and there's so much of that. It's just, I really do think it just becomes like this identity, kind of like you pick a team and then you try to defend that team. But they'll say that so much when I'll throw some of this stuff in people's face, whatever it is, whatever politician, could be a Republican or a Democrat, will be like, they do this, they supported this. And they're like, well, that's what you got to do when you're in there. And it's just like you're saying, it's like, well, no, you fucking don't. No, you don't have to do that. Like, how about that? Like, there's this dude who I really loved, that guy, Punk Ass from, you remember the Tap Out crew?
Yeah.
So that dude, like, he used to be a cop.
Oh, really?
And he quit. And his story was like, it was really touching, but he was like, yeah, I'm like a cop and I'm going around and I just started realizing how fucked up this system was. You know, you like pull someone over and their license is expired. And I'm like, okay, I got to bring you in. That's our new rule. I have to bring you in now. And this guy's like crying and he's in my backseat and he's like, I'm not going to make it to work tomorrow and I'm going to get fired. And my life is fucked now. And he's sitting there and he goes, and I'm in the front seat and I know the guy's not lying. Like I know when someone's lying to me, like this guy's not lying, but I have to ruin this guy now. Like that's literally, this is the system we've organized. And so he goes, I quit. And this was before Tap Out. It was before he made his money off that shit. He was just like, no, I'm done. Because, by the way, you can do that.
Yeah.
So when people give me shit for like, oh, you say you're anti-cop or you're like, fuck that. It's like, yeah, fuck you.
Yeah.
You can quit. You don't have to do this.
Just don't work there. And some people say about cops or whatever, they go, but they can change it, make it better from the inside. Like, no, they probably can't because no one ever does.
That's my problem,
So
dude.
what you could do is go, I don't want to be associated with you anymore.
Well,
Yoshi, this comic who was doing editing for porn, he started seeing some stuff, some like kids around the porn sets and stuff. And he was like, I'm just going to not be a part of this anymore.
Yeah.
I'm just going to leave. I don't want to be associated with it. And that's, as a human, you should make those decisions.
Yeah, man. I'll tell you, dude, because
money's not the most important thing.
This is what I don't get about like it's you know, like a lot of like libertarians are kind of like right wing leaning libertarians, and I don't really think of myself as left or right, but like,
I think I'm a bleeding heart libertarian.
Yeah, I think I could be considered as that too. Like I do think like those are my big issues, are pretty bleeding heart. Like, but there'll be a lot of these right wing guys and people who I like, but they kind of have this attitude when it comes to the cops and that stuff, where it's like, you know, like, oh man, these black thugs are out of control, so cops got to do what they got to do. And you're like, I don't know, man. To me, they hate the social justice warriors and they want to take on political correctness. But to me, the most politically incorrect thing to take on is to just be like, hey, look, man, when these cops get killed, it's fucked up, but they're putting themselves in that situation where you are aggressing against other people. Yeah. You have literally, look, these cops, to me, nowadays, police in America, these are soldiers oppressing the American people. Say whatever you want about them. They fucking have military gear. They do SWAT raids at a record alarming numbers. They call it a war. They call it a fucking war on drugs. If you're calling it a war on drugs, then you're at war, motherfucker.
They're more armed than ISIS people.
You have a war on a non-violent activity? That's what you're telling me. You're telling me you put on a military uniform.
That's just a figure of speech, though.
No, but it's not. We fucking lock people up for it. I mean, I'm saying like they're really going to fucking war with people over this. They're taking prisoners. Like, it really isn't a figure of speech. Like, we're fighting a war. So I'm just saying, if you fucking fight a war, if you do this fucking policing for profit and you fucking harassing people and you're a part of a group, you voluntarily join this group that by inherently is aggressing against other people, and then there's a point where this community gets so angry that they start shooting back at you guys. I mean, you know, it's. I feel for their families and shit.
That's
but you want to really say something. You want to really say something. You want to really say something politically incorrect. That'd be like, hey, cops, you put yourself at war with the American people. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel a lot worse. Let me tell you something. I feel a lot worse when the cops come in and they SWAT raid the wrong fucking house and throw a smoke grenade, a tear gas grenade that kills a fucking baby because it landed in the baby's crib. I feel a lot fucking worse about that than I do about people killing cops.
Yeah. They when the people do say like these thugs or whatever, it's like, yeah, but Tony's not a thug. Yeah. That's just a guy. Yeah. He might live next door to thugs.
Well, that's the problem with all this collectivist
But like, that's
thinking.
just a guy. That's just one dude.
But it's not. That's what it's all collectivist thinking. It's like we're individuals. So some people are this way and some people aren't. But I also do like to point out that it's like, look, I just think, you know, a lot of people don't know this, but the highest murder rate in the history of America was under Prohibition. And then when we repealed Prohibition, it very quickly went away. And I think the prohibition of drugs and fighting the war on drugs has created a lot of the black market, the thugs, the gang violence. Like, I think a lot of that problem would go away if we just fucking ended the war on drugs.
Let's talk for a second about, because this is really big this year right now, is Black Lives Matter. I don't know if we talked about it last year.
That's a good transition into that. I think that's a big part of what this is all about, is the war on drugs and how aggressive these police have been for a long time.
Yeah, do you think it's just a question of now we have video cameras? Or do you think it's gotten worse?
No, I think the video cameras play a huge role. I think there's probably been stuff like this going on for a long time. I mean, the idea of and I am again, like just from like doing the Fox News stuff and a lot of like I have a lot of like right-wing people who I interact with, but I don't think you could look at this at the dynamic with the cops and black people and ignore the fact that, well, yeah, I mean, there's been a history of cops beating the shit out of oppressing black people in America pretty much going back all the way. So whether it was cops, literally from the time of slavery, of cops bringing slaves back when they try to, escape, to whatever, enforcing segregation and all that shit. So is it worse now? I don't know. I mean, mass incarceration is pretty bad. And it's not just nonviolent criminals. There's a lot of violent criminals. I mean, the far majority are violent criminals. So I'm not saying, but it's bad. I think, from my perspective, I think the cops are more at war with the American people than ever before. Yeah. I think black people have always got it pretty bad. But yeah.
I pass by them right now because it's in the news. A lot of times when stuff's in the news, like when Tosh had that rape joke thing, I was more conscious. Suddenly I couldn't help but be conscious of saying the word rape on stage. So right now I'm conscious of these cops and violence. I passed by a couple today and I was looking at them on the subway, and it's like just looking at the whole bat belt they have, with all the different weapons and stuff, mace and a gun and a taser and handcuffs, and it's just like looking at their fucking waist, and it's like, you're pretty well equipped here, huh?
Yeah.
And it's just like kind of a disdain. And those two guys didn't do anything. It's also, I don't want to generalize them. That's just Bill and Tony,
right?
Right. Or I already used Tony.
But it's a big problem, man. When you weaponize these guys up like that, and you militarize the cops, and it's a different. You wear a different uniform, you feel a different way, and they're also they have the cops have this inherent problem, which is it's like they're the DMV with fucking guns. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? They're this government monopoly. Is everything that sucks about the DMV that's just become like the cartoonish. The DMV sucks. It's because the DMV has a monopoly. Okay, this is why it sucks. You go to the DMV.
They don't have to be cool and fast.
It's like, what do you want to do? Go get a New York license at the other DMV. Get in that line. It's like, oh, okay, thanks for the help. They're shitty to you. Their service sucks. Yeah. It takes forever. It sucks. It's just. But the cops are that, with fucking weapons and with a monopoly on direct force. Like, we are the ones who enforce shit and no one else can. And the idea is, it's so funny, like that's the service people will be like, well, we need it. No, what we need are people protecting people's rights. We don't need a fucking army violating a bunch of people's rights. It's the opposite of what we need. This is what we want to avoid.
Some of those videos, it's like, he's going for a gun and they shoot him, and it's like, there was no gun. So then it's like, well, shouldn't you have to see a gun before you start shooting? I get pulling out your weapon, but shouldn't you have to at least like go, remember those videos of maybe it's Army, or maybe it's like maybe it's even like what's that cop comedy series movies? It was like 5 of them. Steve Guttenberg.
Which one's that?
There's a bunch of movies about cops. Citizens on Patrol was one of them.
Police Academy?
Police Academy. Yeah. And the thing that the people that pop up, those things that pop up and you're going through an obstacle course, like, that's a baby. Okay, don't shoot that. Oh, that's a criminal. Shoot that, And this one guy just shoots everything. I think Tackleberry just kills everything. But remember that thing? You've seen those, right? In movies before. But it's like you have to make a split-second decision and not. So if you haven't even identified a gun, because there is none, why are you firing? I get pulling out your weapon, but why are you firing when you have not identified a gun? And part of it is because I'm scared of black people. I think they're going to kill me.
Yeah, I think you're right. But then there's also, I don't know that it's as much of, there is some truth to that.
How about this? I'm scared of the hood. I think the people here are going to kill me.
There's definitely
something. They happen to maybe have more black people, fine, whatever. But I'm scared of this bad neighborhood.
Yeah, there's definitely something to that. Although, to be honest, like when I hear most people from like Black Lives Matter or most people on the left talk about it, I do think they have a little bit of a skewed thing where, there are people who see everything as racist and that America is this racist society. And I don't really buy into any of that. I think there is an elevated.
I think the pushback is because it's a little too much. Like, you're a fucking white devil. And it's like, I'm not.
But just in general to say this is a racist society, I think. Look, I think I don't like conflating government and society. I think they're two very different things, and I don't think that because the cops are a certain way, that means America is a certain way. Like, I don't think I am the cops and I am some fucking criminals in Washington D.C. They have nothing to do with me and my life and who we are as a culture. To say America is racist, it's like, okay, well, we're about as inclusive as any culture's ever been. Ever. The idea of
it's like way more white people.
What are you talking about? What are you? You have to have some perspective and understanding of history.
But like, way more white people have not been president than black people have not been president.
What? Wait, hold on. Way more white people have not been. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that's what. Right,
You know what I
whatever
mean?
it is.
Most
yes.
of us are not getting the president.
Most
or
of us
not,
aren't sitting around in a room, and even if it is 5 white people in that room, it's like, what does that have to do with me?
Yeah.
It was not. Look, if you want to judge America by, look, if you go back a generation ago, maybe 2 generations ago. People are inherently tribal. If a Catholic married a Protestant, it was
Asians
a big
date
deal.
Asians.
Yeah,
Asians date Asians.
We have experimented in this generation of multiculturalism. It's not. If you want to say, oh, we had slavery here, and this is the kind of the lefty position to me, is like we had slavery here. That means white people are responsible for this horrible past, and they're kind of, you have this white privilege. Like, okay. What do you think? 200 years ago in Africa, no fucked up shit was going on? There's been slavery everywhere. Western society, by and large, got rid of it. So I don't look at that as like, if you're looking at Western civilization and comparing it to the rest of human history, you wouldn't go, oh my God, they had slavery. You'd be like, oh my God, they abolished slavery. Like that's what made them different. And so I'm not saying there is all this fucked up shit in the past. It's mostly government policies, but I don't think we just live in this racist society, and I don't think it's as clear as like they're like driving while black, and this is, it's like, oh, if a white guy resisted, they wouldn't do anything, but if a black guy resists, they shoot him. There probably is a lot of truth to what you were saying, that in the moment, they're a little bit more afraid of like the black thug. There's probably a prejudice there, but look, dude, that Eric Gardner situation where they fucking choke this dude out and throw him on the floor for selling Lucy, for allegedly selling Lucy cigarettes, like the craziness to me there is that's the rule. It's like, look, if a white guy tried to resist like that, I think they do the same thing to him. That's the fucking truth. Like, I think if a white guy, if they were like, put your hands behind your back or whatever, and the white guy put his hands up and then walk back, and they'd grab him, they'd choke him, they'd do the same thing. And if he was a big fat guy like that, he might have a heart attack the same way and fucking die the same way. But
I think they'd just give him a ticket, to be honest.
Really?
I think if it was Kurt Metzger, a big white guy, if it was Gary Goldman,
I don't know if you're right about that.
I think they'd be like, hey, get out of here. I'm like,
look,
why,
dude,
man? It's like, get out of here.
Dude,
here's a ticket. You can't be here. I think they'd chase him out. And I think it's all percentages, but I think way more percentage.
I guess, look.
Not even like 5%.
It's
I mean
hard.
Like 50% more.
I think it's hard to know for sure. I don't really think so. I've been arrested before. I know lots of friends of mine who are white who have been arrested before. When that moment comes that they tell you, put your hands behind your back, they've made the decision they're arresting you. Now, I guess it's really hard to prove, like, would they take it to that decision or not? But look, this is when I think it's wrong. But when dealing with the state, dealing with the cops, when they tell you to put your hands behind your back, you're being arrested. That's it.
Can I break in?
You do anything other than do that and comply. Once they've made that decision, they are tackling you and throwing you down and doing all that shit.
If they tell me, hey, put your hands behind your back, it's like, okay, okay, what do you need me to do? It's not the 20th time it's happened to me.
No,
it's
fair
the first
enough.
time.
But
I'm gonna be respectful. But after a while, it's like, come on, what the fuck, man?
No, I get
didn't
that.
fucking do anything. Leave me the fuck alone already.
And I think you have the right to defend yourself. I get that completely. But I'm just making the point that I don't see it. But the real question is just like, whatever. How do you not look at that and just go, okay, so as a society, we're going to bring this level of force to someone for fucking like that level of force should be brought for someone,
Selling
who's got
cigarettes.
a hostage who's about to shoot in the head.
Dude, we know a guy who hangs out the cellar, hangs out there. I forget his name, who buys cartons of cigarettes and then sells them by the pack.
Yep.
And you can get them cheaper that way. And there's no taxes, I guess, but it's a good service.
Sure.
Thank you. I didn't want to go there, so you buy them in bulk and give them to me. I mean, we did that in the fucking student lounge. We'll buy a case of candy. We'll sell them 50 cents each. But overall, if you split them up, they're worth 10 cents each.
Yeah.
But we'll sell them 50 cents. We raise money for our student government that way.
And it's not even
It's
like
a normal
by the
thing.
way,
Selling loose cigarettes. Yeah, give me $1.
And I mean, when I used to smoke, that was great when they would have those fucking when they would have those. But and it's not even like the government isn't making any tax because he probably bought a carton and paid some tax on that, but they didn't make the tax on each individual pack. So it's like, oh, you've stolen some fucking government of the money they like to steal from you.
I had a guy write me, and I mentioned it once, I guess, when it was happening. He goes, just so you know, I'm a shop owner. And when people sell shit like that outside my shop, it hurts my business. Like they shouldn't be. And they had the same problem when all these food trucks, these gourmet food trucks, were showing up, and they would park on Wilshire Boulevard, and all these actual restaurants and like Paquito Mas stuff like that. I was like, you can't park a restaurant in front of my restaurant. We bought this area because there's no restaurants directly in front of us, and now there's 7 of them. Like, this is hurting our business. So this guy was like, it'll hurt my business if people are selling loose cigarettes to that. I was like, okay, fine. That's true. Do you think the punishment for that is murder? And he goes, no. I'm like, okay, let's say that was an accident. Do you think the punishment for somebody doing that to your business is slamming his face into a pavement? And the guy was like, yeah, no, that's too much.
No, I don't give a fuck. Look, I don't care, man. As long as he's not trespassing on someone else's property, it hurts my business is not a legitimate argument to use force against someone else.
Not
If someone buys a fucking store next to you and opens a restaurant, that could hurt your business too. Yeah. Guess what? Too bad. You can't, as long as he's not trespassing. If he's on your fucking, if you own the property, you could be like, hey, you can't sell that here, of course. Yeah. But if I'm sorry, is someone competing with you? Well, that's fucking business. I don't know.
They tell scalpers, get off the premises.
Yeah.
Do it over there.
Yeah. Make better food, maybe lower your prices. I don't know what you got to do, but you got to do something to attract that business back. That's what business is. So to me, honestly, I don't care about that. And if you're going to make the argument where they're kind of like, which I have heard this argument made too, where they'll be like, well, we have to pay the tax and he's not paying the tax. So if you can get cigarettes cheaper from him, then that's not fair to us. And it's like, okay, that isn't unfair. But the solution isn't stealing from him, too. Like, if someone's mugging you every day and they leave me alone and I live next to you and you'd be like, that sucks. You keep all your money and I get mugged every day. It's like, that does suck. I'm not denying that's unfair. But yeah, so you fucking turn it. Yeah, sorry. But that's not, again, that's not, none of this ever justifies using force against this guy.
So take the other side of Black Lives Matter. Take the black side.
I've never been comfortable on that side. Yeah. No, look, I'm very sympathetic to Black Lives Matter. I think police forces are, like I said before, I think they're at war with the American people. I think it does disproportionately affect black people. And I think there's government policies on every angle have been fucking over the black community a lot. So I get the anger. Left movements to me just always when they end up saying a lot of nonsense and
they
kind
just
of
say a lot
things.
of stuff. It's all Facebook posts, and it's like you guys aren't doing anything.
So it's just it gets to be kind of like there's a lot of stuff to turn you off to the movement, and I don't I don't know. I hate
those
the
two
whole
black
thing
ladies
of
interrupting Bernie Sanders and yelling. Like,
oh, that's just like,
and it's like
you're just being.
I'm better for blacks than you two are.
Yeah.
Why are you interrupting me?
Well, but forget even that. I mean, those people are just like those are two like entitled twats. I mean, I don't know what to say. Like to just storm with this like. Like I don't know. Yeah, that's just like fucking infantile nonsense to try to break up someone's speech. Like, I'm sorry, you don't have the right to just break up somebody's speech, and not like it's these people try to break up the Trump speeches or break up the Bernie Sanders speech. Like they have the right to forcefully remove you from that environment. You can't just go to someone else's event at someone else's property and decide I'm the speaker now when a whole bunch of people are here to listen to this other guy.
Let's compare it to real terms. I'm having a barbecue, and we got we're all at a fucking. Park Slope, whatever the park is down there,
right?
And then these vegans come up, like you're trying to do this, like screaming at all the kids and everything,
sorry.
and like you're like, hey guys, fucking get out of here.
Yeah, like I'm sorry. It's always
thing.
like just a heckler standing up in the middle of the comedy club, being like, "I'm going to do comedy now." Like, no, you're not.
I have the right. Not really.
No, you absolutely don't. You don't have the right because this is private property. Because property rights trumps everything else. Yeah. You're on someone else's property, right? It's like saying like I have the right. If you have the right to fuck, it's like but you can't rape anybody. You can't take their body. Like they own their body, you own your. You can go talk with your body off my fucking property wherever you own it. It's like so. So there's all this stuff on the left. And I completely reject it. Like I said, I separate the government, and there are these oppressive fucking rules that really do fuck over black people. I mean, just like the war on drugs, fucking, it builds up the worst elements in the black communities, leads to a lot of this gang violence. There's over-policing. There's fucked up economic policies that fuck up the business opportunities, so there's no jobs, and there's all this fucked up shit. But I don't conflate society with government, and I hate the idea of being told to check your privilege. Yeah. I hate that. I hate white privilege. It's a stupid term that implies that like all white people are benefiting off this system, or the idea that you inherently, if one guy's getting fucked over, then you inherently benefit because you're not getting fucked over. Like, hey, that guy mugging you, not mugging me, doesn't fucking help me any. Yeah. He's not giving me the money at the end of the day. Like, I'm sorry he's fucking you over, but now you're
like,
turning
white people
me.
get it. Like, no. The politicians get it, not me, not white people. Yeah, that's the problem. What you get is anger over abuse towards the black community, right? And then it's this push too far where you get accused of like same thing with rape culture, where it's like you white male, you're the white devil, and it's like whoa. Well, now we're gonna push back because I don't feel like feeling guilty at all times. I've never raped anyone. Yeah. So why am I being made to feel like a rapist? Like I saw this thing once where there was something online. I think Kylie Sparrow wrote it or something. It was a post about a music festival in Australia. And some guy came up behind a woman and came in her hair. Oof. Yeah, at a music festival. And all these poets are like, fucking men are awful. And I'm like, how about Australians are awful? Why am I being lumped in with this guy?
So
I'm
they're
not
like
that guy.
Like, that's just a thing men do?
I've
We
never
just
come on
jizz-
anybody's here. Or how about humans are awful? Like, why are you making the line exactly
It's
that?
very strange. Right, it makes no sense. And it's the idea that it would just be men in the, like, you know, I think the vast majority of men don't just jizz in random people's hair. Like, I think it's a very high percentage of men
Yeah.
who reject the idea
So then, like,
of...
the answer to racism is not more racism the other way.
Well, that's
the answer
right.
to racism is, hey,
Look,
let's have less racism.
But this is why. Okay, so why that's the interesting thing is that while there are these policies that disproportionately affect, and I'm not look some thug in the inner city who's all that fucked up family life and fucked up public housing and fucked up schools and all these fucked up systems. He's had a tougher life than me. I'm not like saying, but culturally speaking, there is far more anti-white male racism today in America than there is anywhere else. Like, talking about white men, they're like the only race you can really just unapologetically shit on. Men, white people, that whole thing.
I saw this
it's
comic
just,
at Matchless.
If you say anything about any other group, you could get in a lot of fucking trouble over it. But white men, it's like, go to town.
I saw
and
this comic
lefties, liberal people have more racism towards white men than I see. Like, I see
And by the way,
a lot
it's
more
online too on Facebook. The white men are racist against white men. It's this thing of like, fuck that group, and it's like, guys, you are that group.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
oh god, they're the worst.
You should be like, I'm anti-rapist.
Oh,
I'm anti-people covering up rape.
Of course,
not
right.
fuck white men.
And why? But even like you said before, like, it's
Fuck
so
male
weird.
privilege.
Why would rapists? Like what you were saying before, like, why are we stopping at men instead of just Australians or just people or whatever? It's like, why would you say if a man rapes a woman, you're like, that represents like team man versus team woman? How about, like, I think most men don't want their girlfriends to get raped, or it's not like, yeah, team men, we want, it's like, it's violent people versus peaceful people. Like, why don't we separate it that way? Like, fucking criminals,
problems and not problems.
Yeah, I mean, it's very strange, but so I get there's a lot of, like, it's kind of like Occupy Wall Street, where it's like, oh, this system is corrupt. The people protesting it, some of them might not know exactly what they're talking about.
Right, exactly.
But the system is corrupt.
The guys who
they're not wrong about that.
The guys who run Ben & Jerry's run a successful business, but they're not the evil empire.
Right.
They pay all their employees really well.
Right.
So just because they have a really multi-million-dollar business does not make them evil.
Of course not.
Some of those are evil. Ben & Jerry are not them.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, I think you can almost always narrow down who the evil ones are by the ones who are politically connected, because those are the ones who actually rule over other people. Again, all the ones who are in the free market, all they're doing, it's like, you could say you fucking hate Ben & Jerry's or whatever like that. It's like, no, you don't. You like their ice cream, bitch. That's why they're big, because all you people eat their fucking shit. All those people who are like, whatever those businesses, if you're a business that just thrived because people chose your business over other businesses, I think fucking more power to you. Someone could try to make you out to be evil, but clearly the democracy of the marketplace has spoken. The people like you, so they might be like whatever, like Walmart doesn't pay its people very well, so okay, those people are unhappy about that. You know who's really happy? The people saving tons of money on the shit they're buying. They're coming into Walmart every fucking day. Like, the reason that mom and pop place closes because these people chose to go over here. So I'm fine with that. But then you have someone like Goldman Sachs, who it's like, oh, so you get to bet against all these fucking loans and then sell these loans, and then when they fail, you get bailed out by the government. Like, no one chose you, motherfucker. Like, you should be out of business. So that I have a fucking problem with. But
yeah, my friend Pete Johansson, he pointed this out. He goes, I went back to all that 90s hip hop. Now that this, like, all the police violence is starting to come to a light.
Yeah,
and he goes, oh, that wasn't just them speaking random. They were really giving you the experience. The "Fuck the Police" song, 911 is a joke. That's not just like, yeah, they're a little slower there. It goes, no, they don't like our community, and that's what we're rapping about. And now it seems like, oh, it's rapped on it's real stuff.
Well, this is what I don't understand. It's an interesting thing, like, where government, like, democracy is such a weird thing that people kind of pretend to believe in, but no one really does. Like, you just kind of want what you believe to be at. You don't really care if other people vote. It's not like if like 60% of people voted to bring back slavery, you'd be like, yay, bring back slavery. Like, but so when you see people like rise up and protest, all these shootings come out, these 2 videos, and even if it turns out that those videos aren't what you thought, and that guy, when you see these videos come out and then people just rise up and protest against the cops, it's like these people are being governed against their will. You know what I mean? Like, this is being forced out. They don't want you. Like, why don't you just let them police themselves? I mean, I said this thing, it's like the Brexit thing where people are like trying to make it out like it's so evil. It's like, why can't they
Just say, "I don't wanna
like
be here
govern
anymore."
themselves if they want to? Why do they have to be a part of this? Why do they have to be forced in?
They weren't 25 years ago.
I like using this example. I said this on my show, Part of the Problem, which is my political show. You should check out if you don't.
Getting better at drops
that's what you taught me to do that, right? You got to just
mention it here or
casually
there.
just mention it. And on my show, Part of the Problem, which you can find on iTunes the other day, I was discussing.
You don't have to say what you can find on iTunes.
I was talking about Brexit. It's just this weird dynamic that I see, which I don't like. I don't believe in the legitimacy of government at all, but a lot of people do. And you'll have this. So like Brexit, they win by a small margin, right? It was like 52% or something voted to leave. And so you go like, okay, so hypothetically, let's say Brexit had a referendum on whether they want to leave the European Union or not, and they lost. No, I'm sorry, they won. So they get, let's say 51% vote to leave. Mm-hmm. And then the European Union goes, no, you have to stay. We're forcing you to stay. You don't have a choice. Like, we've surrounded you with tanks or whatever. You're not leaving. Like, almost everyone I think would acknowledge, like, that's fucked up,
That's
right?
way wrong,
because they 51% voted, right, to leave. And you're making them stay against their will. They don't want to be governed by you, and you're making them. So I think almost everyone universally would acknowledge that's wrong. But then, okay, if 51% vote to stay and 49% vote to leave, like, you're essentially doing that same thing to 49% of them.
Forcing them.
It's like only this tiny little group of people switched over to this side.
Because Chuck and Andy decided to vote the other side. Now everyone's
right, exactly.
rights
So
are
2 people.
violated.
So this thing that we would have universally agreed is evil. Now all of a sudden, just because a few people switched over, we just accept it. So whatever that, I'm not saying that's necessarily a majority of the black community, although I think it probably is, but that don't want these cops.
In that
whatever
neighborhood.
percentage it is, those people understand that thing that you agreed was really fucked up about Britain. That's what's happening to all of those people. They're being governed against their will. They don't want.
I heard this interview with a woman in who's the guy Brown, the one that they put in the back of a paddy wagon and drove him around until he died.
That's
Smashed
the
him around.
Baltimore one, right?
Yeah,
Freddie
Baltimore.
Gray, I think.
Freddie Gray, not Brown. So they interviewed some lady in the street. She
They've already, I think, 3 of the cops have gotten off.
acquitted
already for
everybody.
that,
Yeah. So after the acquittals, she was like, I mean, what else do we gotta do? I mean, they just keep doing it, and then there's no repercussions. It was just this like sense of like despair and just like, I guess we can't do anything about it. It's just gonna happen to us.
Yeah.
And it was a feeling of like, fuck, you're right. And the judge wasn't wrong. He was like, I didn't see any from the videos I saw. I didn't see any erratic driving. And no one told him that he was unhandcuffed in the back or unshackled in the back. So it really was slamming around. He drove at regular speed, so it's not his fault. They didn't like, the judge was, bound
Right.
by certain rules. But it's like, from their point of view, it's like, so they're just going to keep doing it, and then just nothing will ever happen to any of them?
Well, it does
That
seem...
guy's still a cop in our community?
It's amazing how easy it is for us to prosecute and throw people in jail in all other walks of life. But it just
not a
seems
cop.
so impossible for the cops, or like we said before, anyone in government, anyone high up in government, Hillary Clinton for the email shit. Like, these guys really are above the law. And I think the same way when... you look at terrorism, which I guess that's been a big theme this year too, right? Is like the shootings and ISIS.
All over
but you
the
look
world.
at that, it's like, look, I look at this as, like Pat Buchanan said, terrorism is the price of empire. And it's like, if you want to dominate the Middle East, you want to dominate this world, you want to slaughter people in all these countries, it's like you're going, yes, they
There will be
fucking
some pushback.
hate you now. And the only thing that these people can do, they don't have a big military like we do, but they can do this shit, and that's what they're going to fucking do. And there will be these, and it's the same thing as when you're talking with the cops. You go, if you want to have these acts and you want to have none of these cops held accountable, you want to let them just go in and just violate the natural rights of an entire community, and no one gets held accountable, you're going to have a sniper in fucking Dallas. You're going to have these guys like this. This is blowback. It's not justifying it necessarily, but it is. I mean, that's what to me. What it's pretty clear. Like, that's what's going on.
Why do you think they're randomly just shooting cops now? Why
Yeah, it's
randomly
like,
right
why
now?
do
when there's a
would say
Black
these
Lives
things
Matter
like,
movement.
They would say these things like,
what do you think?
Like,
Of course.
why do they hate us? Oh, why do Muslims hate us? Or something like that. It's like, well, I don't know, dude. The guy who, like, we send a group of killers to go over and slaughter innocent people by the hundreds of thousands. And then when they come back, we say, thank you for your service.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
And people go, oh,
run
no,
it through your head.
most of those people are fucking insurgents or whatever. I'm like, they're insurgents in a country that
In
none
their
of us
country.
have even gone to.
What does an insurgent mean?
When I saw that hero movie, whatever it was called, American Sniper, and they're like, and there's one place where they're shooting these, the main Mustafa evil sniper is shooting these contractors that are building stuff over there, and it's like, these are bad people, we got to get them. It's like, but they're bad people. We're not, oh, I know what it wasn't that one. It was Lone Survivor, and it was like he's killing Marines. Like, killing Marines in where they shouldn't have to be. If they were in Kentucky, they wouldn't be killed because they're in some fucking Fallujah or something.
Yeah.
Like why are they there?
Oh, I remember I had this moment where I was on a Fox News panel with this guy who's
You're gonna fight to them a lot.
sometimes, but there was this guy who was like a military guy, and it was funny because we were talking. No, not a bug, just some fluff. Oh, okay. So we were talking. So like during it was the day after. Oh, fuck it. I think it was the France attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was the day after the France attack of that metal concert, while all those people got shot up, and we were there, and it's like right after a terror attack, so it's that kind of thing, and
You're feeling so
it goes,
passionate
and it's a
about
Fox News thing, so it's like a military panel, and they've got CIA guys on, and this guy on, and then our panel comes on, and it's me, this military guy, and another right wing guy, and they go to him, and it's like, this is why we got to get ISIS, this is why Obama has it, we got to bomb the crap out of ISIS, we got to do this. Then it goes to the military guys, it's like, yes, Obama and Hillary Clinton haven't been strong enough, we have to go defeat ISIS, just all the right wing pro military shit. And then it got to me, and I was just like, I don't know, why don't we, stop making the same mistakes we're making? Like, why? I was like, you know what we've done? And it's just very different from what everyone else did. But I was like, okay, so we have this war on terror. We overthrew Saddam Hussein. We overthrew Gaddafi. We've degraded Assad. All these guys were fighting terrorism. They were all fighting the people who now we're fighting ISIS, who's now taking over. They were keeping them at bay, and now they're gone. We sent all these weapons in that got into the hands of ISIS. Like, we've created this disaster, so anyway, I kind of got that off in a few seconds. And then we go to commercial, and the military guy, like, he leaned into me and was like, I get some of what you're saying. Like, I get you make some fair points, but it's not that simple. Like, Assad was supporting terrorism, and I was like, well, what terrorism was he supporting? And he goes, well, he was supporting, the insurgents in Iraq. And I was like, oh, like when we were in Iraq.
Right.
And he just looked like so stunned that I said it. And then they were like, okay, we're back. And like I said, it went back. But just like when I said it, it's like, oh, yeah. No, I'm not concerned with that. I'm not concerned with you guys getting shot up while you're trying to shoot up other people in Iraq.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Get out of there.
You can't just go into a country and then like have hundreds of thousands of civilians dead, and then when you're going in to knock on the next door, when they start shooting at you, it's like, well, yeah, I don't know. To them, you're a fucking foreign army coming in to kill them. They're defending themselves.
And they're like, well, we got to stop them from shooting at us. Like, I guess, man.
That's fine.
How about just get out of there?
I'm fine with that guy shooting at you. How about that?
Yeah. At some level, it's like, yeah, you killed their brother. They're sort of supposed to kill you.
Get out of their country, man.
Yeah.
Get out of their fucking country. No, I'm talking about terrorism that comes and fucking hits us here. And you know who the only terrorists who have come and hit us here are been fucking Al-Qaeda and ISIS. And those are two groups that our government essentially created. Like weaponized, sent funds to, in Al-Qaeda's case, sent training to. Like, these are our government's mistakes. But look, like I said, with that stuff, the terrorism stuff, it's this blowback of a government policy. The Black Lives Matter stuff and the cops being shot, it's a blowback of this government policy. The Trump giving the middle finger to the Bushes. So that's what's so interesting about this moment in America now. It's like everything, this government's gotten so big, and now there's all the fucking problems that come from that, and now people are rising up. But the problem with like what you were saying, like even if it's like the violent revolution, 99.9% of the times just leads to more tyranny. Mm-hmm. You take the government by power, and then someone else uses that power to fucking
do something else with it.
Yeah.
Well,
we need a peaceful.
240 years later, we're at the point where the people no longer feel represented by themselves. We pushed out the British who weren't representing us, and now it's like we're not being represented by this government.
Yeah, but I feel like it's just like we got to just kind of like we got to just like, I think technology has to grow to replace all the government services, and then we can just kind of almost like everyone needs to massively opt out. We're like, look, we can communicate now. We don't need this shit anymore, okay? We don't need this shit. Look, you don't need to repeal the IRS. There's this guy, Larkin Rose, who I really love. He's a libertarian, really, really smart guy. And he always says this. He's like, you don't need a law that says we repeal the IRS. He goes, you need 100 million Americans to wake up and not send their taxes in tomorrow. And then it's repealed.
Who's going to be the first few?
You got to figure out how we get that going. But then it's like, dude, we have the internet and all this shit. Look, we can get together and figure out, guys, like, how much money do we need for like sick people and poor people and all the things that you feel like government needs to do. We can do that voluntarily. We can do that without it being done with a system that's like, you pay up or you go to jail. You pay up or we throw you in a fucking cage. That's barbaric, primitive bullshit.
Can you imagine that in a smaller scale where it's like 5 roommates, everyone's got to do it. We have a chore wheel, and it's like, well, you had sweeping, man, and why am I still getting shit all over my feet? You didn't do the sweeping. It's like, oh yeah, sorry, I got drunk. It's like, well, do the sweeping. I can't right now. We can't throw you in jail.
Yeah, you can't.
We can't lock you in your room.
Freedom. No, it could be an issue. You could probably have some peaceful way of resolving this, being like, hey, dude, look, we're having a apartment meeting or whatever, and it's like, dude, there's a problem. Like we all know we can't live in trash, so we got to like you could. But yes, it has to be something short of throwing them in a cage.
Yeah.
Can we set up systems that encourage people to do the right thing? Like, yes, of course, but it's not. It doesn't have to be this fucking.
It's weird
bullshit.
when you see jail terms too. It's like you only got this much for this crime, and it's almost like. It almost becomes like just numbers, but it's like, dude, if I go to jail for 3 weeks, it's going to affect my life so much.
Dude,
and I'm a comic. I can afford it. But a random dude, you go to jail for 3 weeks, you'll probably lose your job.
And then you got this thing on your fucking track record.
Forever.
You're probably not going to be able to get another job.
The idea is like you need 20 years. Like that's not any prison, any complete loss of freedom is really, really bad.
And this is what I try to talk about this a lot. To me, it's the essence of libertarianism. Like I talked about this when I was on Rogan a bit, but it's just like, and you're like, okay, so if you're talking about that, like throwing someone in a cage, potentially ruining their life and treating them like a fucking animal, stripping them of every natural right and throwing them in a cage. Who are you prepared to throw in a cage? Who's the guy, I get it. Someone murders someone, okay. I can give you that. Or someone rapes someone or steals from someone, fine. But just, you didn't pay. Just like how could you ever, for any nonviolent act,
if they punish
someone in a cage?
If they punish the bankers too, it would feel a little cooler. It'd feel a little bit like, this is what we do. We punish the people who offend these laws.
Yeah.
But when it's like some people don't have to, then it's like, wait a minute. So if any of us don't do the sweeping, we have to pay $10 to the kitty. But if you don't do the sweeping, then you just have to do it next week?
Well, look, I think you can argue the whole banking system is pretty fraudulent. I mean, but that's like, I think politicians should go to fucking jail. I think all those
they all should.
They're all a bunch of mass murderers who have robbed from the American people. What?
There was this baby formula company. Did I ever tell you this?
I don't think so.
It's a baby formula company. They made baby formula. Mm-hmm. They might have made other stuff too. Might have been Johnson & Johnson type thing, But it's a Chinese company. And they had all these tests to see how pure the fucking formula was, how well it tested and stuff. And they added in an additive to make it test purer. In MMA, the equivalent would be not steroids, but it's the stuff that covers up the steroids.
Right. Okay.
So it's like, it's fishy because I don't know what you're putting in if you're going to cover it up. Anyway, 12 children died from this formula. 12 kids died. They figured out what it was the formula, and then they figured out, these guys are making a test. Remember that building on 2nd Avenue that went down because the guy was siphoning gas?
Right. And
then he tried to put it back, and then there was then it went up. He didn't put it back right, but he just put it back when they did the inspections. And then he was putting it back to siphoning off from the restaurant downstairs.
Jesus.
And then it blew up, and he was trying to cover up the fucking scam he was doing. Anyway, a bunch of kids died. And they found the executives who put the orders in, and they hung them. They killed them all. Because they were like, listen, we don't tolerate you bypassing our rules, and the result is babies died. So you're gone. We can't have you around anymore.
Yeah.
We would never do that to it. We just fine the company.
Yeah. Which is so...
when Philip Morris covers up proof that we're killing people and adding this addictive stuff to make them, and they're just like, well, maybe put a fine on them. And it's like, no, the guy who literally led to a death has to pay for the death.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm far from praising the way the Chinese do it, because the truth
But
is when
occasionally they get it right.
well, look, but when you have that type of government power, where you can just do that, that power always ends up getting used against the people in horrible ways. But it is, I mean, to me,
But in that instance,
we're a more sophisticated government power where they work with those businesses. It's like those people in the banks, it's like they worked out. We're just smarter in a sense. This is a thing Trump gets completely wrong. We keep saying we have very stupid people in there. We have brilliant people organizing this system, just organizing our system. And Trump's argument is always we have very stupid politicians.
I think there's some stupid politicians.
Yeah, sure, but we have brilliant people who are above them who really fucking work the system out. But the idea is like, so no, they've figured out a system where so we could throw some bankers in jail, and what does that do for the government? Pretty much nothing. I mean, they got to pay to imprison these people and pay for the jail or whatever, or they could fine them and just get more money for their fucking So it's like,
what it would really do is it would tell the other bankers like, hey guys, you can't just get off with fewer profits, not even a loss, fewer profits. You might lose your freedom.
There's no if you look at it's always very interesting to me, because even like it just seems to me that left-leaning or lefty, liberals always just are in love with government power, and even someone like Bernie Sanders would run on a message of breaking up the big banks, and you're like, you don't need any government action to punish these banks. You need government inaction. They all would have had their punishment. They all would be out of business right now. There would would have
bailing out. It's the bailing out.
Yeah, and by the way, we're still bailing them out with artificially low interest rates. If we were to let the market, dictate interest rates, they'd all go out of business in a second. All these bets would still fail tomorrow. The Federal Reserve came in after the big crash and bought up all the most toxic assets from the banks. Like they just buy these loans that they know are toxic. Like no one's ever paying back these loans. So that basically the taxpayer just picked them all up. I mean, if we didn't do all this stuff, they all would be belly up. Look, you would never. The free market takes care of all the regulation you need of this crap. Risky loans, what's the problem with a risky loan? Oh, well, the problem is you're not going to get paid back. Why would you want to make a risky loan in a free market? You're going to fail. Right. The reason they make this is because they know they have this system where they can pass off the cost. The whole system.
So it's like if they pay us back, we make money. If they don't, someone else will take care of it.
Exactly. That's the whole game. So when they win, they get paid. When they lose, they get bailed out. So that's the only. It's so weird to me to hear Bernie Sanders like, we need to break up the big banks, and you're like, well, the free market was about to break them up for you. I mean, it was about. Now again, they build up the case of how much suffering there would be. I'm not saying there wouldn't be any suffering, but all that suffering ends up happening anyway. You just keep this system going.
I told you. I know I told you this, but like there was I heard somebody on some radio station talking about how like all these people have lost their homes. We got to get them back into their homes. And this other guy was like, oh no, these people should never have been homeowners. These people should have been apartment renters. They were lied to, took out this loan, couldn't pay for it, no interest loan for a while, then and then now they can't pay for it. And it's like, why do we have to get them back into a thing they couldn't afford in the first place? Get them back to where they should be, in an apartment. I live in an apartment because I can't afford a house. If I suddenly just bought a house, I would lose it real fast because I couldn't pay the mortgage. And I should lose it. Yeah, because I can't pay the mortgage.
But it's also and there's also a whole lot more. The truth is, there's a whole lot more people who shouldn't be in houses that are currently in houses. Yeah. I mean, a big part of the reason why we've had interest rates so low for so long. The Fed controls interest rates, which are basically the rate of it's the cost of money essentially. So whatever it affects the Fed fund rate affects like credit card rates, mortgage rates. Whatever if you borrow money from a bank, the interest rate that you pay on that is affected by the Federal Reserve basically controls that. And the reason it's so low is because, I mean, if they were to raise them at this point, there's still a whole bunch of people in adjustable rate mortgages whose monthly payments would shoot up, who would just not be able. They would all default on their loans. There's still a whole bunch of people who got into these crazy loans, probably never should have qualified for them, and are still skating by only because the rates haven't gone up.
Okay, so for the last year, let's talk about the economy, where it is right now, well, from last year to this year. Like what's going on with it? What's good? What's bad?
Well, I mean, big picture, it's just kind of a continuation of more of the same of the Obama economy, which is really, more government spending, more government regulation. I think Bernie Sanders, who I'm not a big fan of, but one thing that he did inject, one point that really is a good point, but I feel like he wouldn't take it to its logical conclusion. But he would say is he goes, since the Great Recession, or in the recovery, as they call it, 95% of the new wealth has gone to the top 1%. So there really is no economic recovery. I mean, it's really everybody at the bottom who got fucked is still completely fucked. And people at the top now have record high profits. I mean, the big banks have record high profits. So Obama's economy, the legacy is really just this huge transfer. It's so interesting because the left, they love to talk about income inequality and stuff like that, but it's this huge, the biggest income inequality we've ever had is currently right now under Obama.
That 1% is growing to a 0.9%.
1% has grown under him, and it's been a huge transfer of wealth essentially from the middle class to the banking elite and the politically connected. And like I said, when you look at those rich districts that are all around Washington and all around New York City, I forget exactly what it is, but it's something like 12 of the 15 richest districts are
Montgomery
all
County
right around
is one of
there.
the richest counties in the world.
And they're, this is what it is. It's all about being politically connected or big bank crony connected. Like a friend of mine, Dodd-Frank is this big regulation that Obama got passed when he first got in, a banking regulation that, he likes to brag about. Hillary Clinton supports it. Bernie Sanders supports it. They all like it. And it's, if I have a friend of mine, a good friend of mine, Mike, who works at Credit Suisse. And he was literally telling me, he goes, oh yeah, we haven't hired anybody since it's in the last 5 years, except people for compliance for Dodd-Frank. So they're literally like hiring people just to comply with the new regulation. And it's like, oh yeah, these are why all the small banks get driven out of business, because they can't fucking afford to hire a whole department just to comply to your stupid new rules. All these new rules that they add on, the new costs, the new regulations, it just can condense it.
Bottlenecks everything.
It's the reason why the big banks pay these politicians to get in there, because they write the rules in their favor, so only they can afford to, what I mean? Look, who loves the idea of raising a minimum wage is the big corporations. Those are the ones who fucking are on board with it for the most part, because it drives the small businesses out of business. They can look, if you have a lot more capital than someone, and they're saying, oh, we're going to drive you're all for an entry fee cost. If we're starting a business and I have a big business worth 10 million and you have a little business versus 10,000 for 10,000, and someone comes along and they go, there's a $5,000 cost to enter. I go, sweet. Yeah.
No problem.
Good luck, buddy. You just spent, so it's
someone else is a worker. So there's that. Libertarians don't think there should be any minimum wage, right?
No, of course not.
Pay 10 cents if you want.
Of course not. Why? Look, man, if
they just think you shouldn't have child labor. Things like that.
Well, I'd say certainly I don't think a libertarian would. Yeah, no, I'd be against child labor. I mean, children can't enter into contracts in the same way adults can. I mean, there's a little bit of a gray area there. I think teenagers can work and stuff, of course. But yeah, no, I'd be against child labor. But truthfully, child labor is something that once you have this level of wealth, you don't really tend to have that in wealthy countries. Right. It tends to go away.
You also, if they're uneducated, like they're not like good workers. So like you're not going to get some fucking 15-year-old or even an uneducated 25-year-old to be your accountant for you.
Child labor is something that very much, if you actually look at it, when it's something that where child labor is rampant in parts of the world where if the children don't work, they're probably going to starve. It's not like the parents are just so evil and they don't love their kids. It's like backbreaking agricultural work, and everybody who's able-bodied works.
That's true.
And then when we moved from an agricultural society into an industrialized society, the rate of child labor dramatically went down. There was a last little vestige of there were some kids working in factories and stuff, but I would be against it as a libertarian. But no, a minimum wage, dude. Look, if you're unemployed and someone comes to you and they're like, I can give you $1 an hour for this, that's just one more option you have. You don't have to take it. You can. Is anyone else willing to pay you more? Okay, there's that. How many unemployed people do you have where part of the reason they're unemployed is because they don't have a great resume, they don't have a lot of skills, they don't have a lot of fucking experience. Or it's like, okay, you could either have nothing or go get an unpaid internship. An unpaid internship is still better. At least you're building your resume. You might be building your future productivity. If they'll pay you a couple bucks too, yeah.
Better.
Look, dude, I hate this idea of
they started making companies pay for like William Morris and stuff, the unpaid internships. These people are humans. You have to pay them to be there.
Yeah, but this is one of the things I fucking hate about government is that it's like people just advocate someone else forces you to do something instead of doing something themselves, and then they feel like a good person. It's like someone invests all their money invest a ton of time. They start a business. They get the business going. You know what I mean? Like, I know people like whatever who like, you know, we know like the guys at the Stand when they, you know, I knew them before they opened the fucking Stand. I knew Chris and Dave from that was CH Entertainment existed before that. And they were like, hey, we're going to pool our fucking money together. They convince other people to invest. They convince that they get this together. They take a risk. This thing could have gone out a bit. So they risk that. Then they get a business going. Then they decide, oh, we're going to hire someone and we'll offer you this. And you get to sit there as a good person and say, I think they should have to pay more. And I'm for someone forcing them to pay more for you. Like, okay, how about this? Here's my proposal. You invest your money. You convince other investors to get on board. You go put in all the fucking sweat and work. You start a business, and then you pay workers more. Well, how about that? How about you fucking do it? How about instead of just like advocating, the government should give out free education, go volunteer at a school somewhere. Instead of just being like, oh, the government should give free healthcare, go fucking volunteer at a clinic. Why don't you actually do something to make the problem better?
By the way, here's your $100 for doing this podcast.
That's way over the minimum wage.
Yeah. That's what my friends are like, well, there's no rule. I'm like, no, there's no rule. There is no rule. But decide for yourself what you want to do. You want to not pay people or do you want to pay people?
By the way, it's the reason we pay people on Legion of Skanks is because you pay people.
You pay people now?
Yeah.
What do you pay them?
You get paid. I think you never take the money.
I just, whatever people hand me my money, I just go, oh, thanks. Whatever, small bar shows, whatever. I go, oh, cool, thanks. I appreciate it because I'm like, clearly you've set out to like pay people, so okay, but.
No, I think we pay 50 or something like that. But we paid because literally when you used to pay, we were all like, oh, it's really cool.
And then something hit you like,
and then it's just like, well, you already did it. And then once we started making money, like once we went to Kumia, we were like, oh, well, if we're getting paid,
that's when it changes.
Then we should, because if I'm making money off this and you're coming on and like being a part of it, then yeah, I mean, that's like if I'm running a show and collecting money at the door and you're performing on the show, like, I don't know, yeah, you should get something. It just seems like the right thing. But yeah, like you said, like no one had to fucking force us. No one had to write some rule about it. It's like, some people do the right thing and some people don't. And you know what?
People go, publicity or whatever you get. What's the, not publicity. What's the word you get for doing a podcast, like Rogan's podcast? You get promotion. I guess promotion. There's another word.
No, I feel like I know the word you're looking for, but
something else. Yeah. My answer to that is always like, well, don't you get that from doing the Tonight Show? Like, yeah, I'm like, but they pay for that.
Yeah.
But union rules have forced them to pay for that. You would do it for free, but like, why are you waiting for a union to force you? Just do the right thing. And what I do too, I get fans to write to make stupid photoshops for like the cover of stuff. And sometimes artists are like, what the fuck? Why aren't you paying people? I'm like, oh, I don't want high level work. Right. I just want some nerd to make something in like 7 minutes. That's all I want. Like, I'm not looking for good work. But from the comedians, I am looking for good work.
Right.
You know? I appreciate the guys who do it, but it's just some fun, stupid thing. If somebody makes a t-shirt design for me and I start making money off that, then yeah, I pay them. But those stupid Photoshops, I don't need them. I can just do without them completely.
Well, that's the thing. It's also like, it's like what you're saying.
They're nice,
the T-shirt, it's like how productive that is. It's like you make a T-shirt, then you're kind of like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to sell these on the road and like bring that. It's like this actually produces a thing for me.
Yeah.
Like that's a big part of it
then
too.
Kick some down.
You know, but I feel like there's a lot of there's also, you know, with the whole minimum wage thing and the way a lot of people look at it, there's got to be a little bit more. And this is where I'm sympathetic to some of the right-wing people, like I guess not with the cops and the military stuff, but with this stuff I am, where there's got to be a little bit more like kind of personal responsibility and accountability, where you look at some of these numbers where it's something like, and this is a ballpark, correct, but it's something like between 3 and 4% of people, of the workforce makes the minimum wage, and about 60% of them get a raise within the first year.
60% of the 3 or 4%?
60% of that 3 or 4% move out. So it's not like there's this permanent underclass of minimum wage people. If you're in the top 60%, you get a raise year one. Like, not even like within 2 or 3 yet. So it's like at a certain point, you're like, look, people have to make themselves valuable enough and productive enough that they command more work than that. You know why 95% of the workforce makes more than the minimum wage? The reason we all make more than the minimum wage is because we've fucking worked we've earned the
Louis
value.
has a bit about that.
Like,
about people right out of college. Like, this job sucks. Like, yeah, because you don't know how to do anything. That's why you work for a shitty job.
No productive
Learn
value
something
to anybody. That's the
point.
By
the way, this is the same thing with North Carolina with the trans bathroom situation. My thought was really like, oh guys, almost no one is enforcing that. like that's not a real issue that they're going to have to deal with on a day-to-day level.
I was saying before, these are what some of these issues have. It's like whenever there's issues like that really take off, I always just look at that. I go like, whoever the oligarchs are, like the true ruling elite, I go, they're winning. If we're really spending this much time talking about this much of a non-issue, they are fucking winning.
And it's like they should have rights too. I'm like, yeah, and they do. No one stops somebody from going into a bathroom. Fine. What are you talking about?
Well, there's also got to be some level of fucking, I remember having this argument with, I think it was with Caitlin Bailey on Legion of Skanks once back in the day, but she was saying the thing like, it was right after gay marriage got legalized across the country, and she was like, well, now we just have to continue the fight for civil rights for gay people. And I was like, well, what else is there? Isn't that kind of like it? Like it was the marriage thing, and now you're like, all right, gays have everything. And she was like, well, there's issues of discrimination. And I was like, okay, so really there's some fucking wedding cake maker who won't make a cake for gay people, so they have to go get cake at a different place. Like, come on. Like, is this really a civil rights issue? And then she was like, well, what if there's like a hotel that won't, let gay people stay in the hotel? And you're like, what are we talking about here, man? Like, is there an epidemic of sleepy gay people just driving around,
also, by the way,
cars?
Also, if there's a hotel that refuses to let gay people in, you can't compare it completely to, well, maybe it's a bad example. I'm thinking like that. I was going to say, most people are like, oh, I don't want to go to the hotel. It's a hotel that refuses to let gay people in. No, of course.
Are you crazy? But you're going to talk about segregation.
But I was going to say, country clubs are like, I want to be in the place, but they don't let black people in. That's what some people do.
To be honest, I'm fine with, and I very much believe in the right to discriminate and the right to do all that. I'm fine with that. I don't think there's ever, it's one of these things where it's like, we have this history of Jim Crow laws in this country where there were laws, Jim Crow laws, where there were laws that enforced segregation. Like you couldn't serve black people at the same time. Right. They were forcing people who like wanted to integrate to not integrate together. You can't serve, because probably most of those lunch counters just wanted the fucking money. You know what I mean? And they were like, oh, if you'll fucking black guy, white guy, they want the money.
Remember the Denny's issue? Where like they wouldn't serve black people, they served 7 white people before they served us? And people just sort of stopped going to Denny's a little bit.
Yeah,
it was like 3 cases of Denny's.
But the truth is, look, they're gonna suffer the consequences if they try to do it. Number one, you suffer not even just the fucking the like social ramifications of like people being like, oh my god, that's fucking horrible, I'm not going to go there. And now we have the internet and we have ratings of everything. Like you're going to get reviews and all this shit. Like forget that, which would be a lot. Like I mean, can you imagine some place, say in New York City, some place that we're not going to serve gay people or something like that? They'd be shut out of business.
Crazy.
But aside from that, there's just economically speaking, like the immediate. Like you're turning away business that someone else can now say, your competitor business can go, okay, we'll take you. Like, I mean,
there's all these bars in LA when they outlawed smoking indoors. That was LA before New York, yeah.
Okay.
And the Bar du Jour, the place we had to just have an open mic, they were like, we'll take the fine. Not because we really want to smoke, but because our clientele does.
Yeah.
And so the fine is now $300 if they catch us. We're going to make more money allowing smokers in here and paying the $300 than not allowing smokers in here.
This is why the fucking this is my biggest problem with fucking like
and they'll also lose people who like don't want to smell like cigarette smoke.
But this is what's so fucked up.
They make the choice
with Bernie and all the Democrats and liberals. It's like there's just like they fucking hate the free market, and it's such a beautiful thing. It's like the greatest thing humans have ever come up with. The idea of like let people voluntarily exchange that they don't understand how much in a truly free market situation, how much control the customers have. Look, what you just said right there, where they're like, look, we'll pay the fine. This is what the people want. It's not like they're sitting there like, oh, we really want to smoke. Like, we're engineers of society. We really want a smoky bar. It's like, look, this is what the people want.
And not all, just enough. Just these people.
When you walk from Lewis's neighborhood, where he's up in Harlem, to the Upper West Side,
of course,
if you just walk from Harlem to the Upper West Side, where it's the black neighborhood into a wealthy white neighborhood, and you look at what's in the stores, you pop into a little corner store, it goes from being crap to healthy food.
Yeah.
And it's just because the store owner is a slave to the customer. Yeah. It's like, what do you guys want? The people don't realize. It's like, well, they'll be like, oh, what'll employers, if there's no government, employers will take advantage of their workers. And it's like, have you ever been a really good worker anywhere? Have you ever been a valued employee somewhere? You have a lot of leverage. A lot of leverage. The company does not want to lose you.
Retrain a new person.
They retrain a new person. Hope they're good. You have a tremendous amount of leverage. People don't realize. And it's,
I got fired from Domino's, and I was stealing a lot of money.
Yeah,
like they were right to fire me.
Yeah, you probably should.
I
have
was
been fired.
costing them business. Yeah, for sure.
But that's the shit, and then there's just a few issues. Like when everything that comes to government, like in life in general, I feel like there are some things where I'll agree with.
Where does the free market? Where does it end up hurting people? Like I had a discussion about socialism on stage at Stand Up New York to a rich white guy who I hated because I saw him like reacting to other people. He wanted to be the center of attention, and then a couple college women, and so they were pretty intelligent. The dude was a fucking moron, and then there was a richer white guy from another area. He was kind of smart. The two women had studied it the most, I think. And so I was just talking about socialism, just trying to shit on the guy in the middle. And he was like, "What best country in the world?" I'm like, "You stepped over 4 homeless people to get here. What do you mean? What do you mean capitalism's the best? What do you mean?" And he goes, "Yeah." And then the woman said something that I didn't know enough to respond to later. But she goes, "The problem is," because I was like, "What about in so-and-so and so-and-so and so these other countries, Switzerland, like that. It all works fine for Denmark." And she goes, "The problem is there, which you're not taking into account, is a very homogenous society where everyone's white. If you're taking care of your cousin, in the same racial group, it's a lot easier than taking care of some stranger." And I was like, well, hold on. One, when you have millions of people in the country, they're not your cousin anymore. It's just some stranger from another town.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying to a degree.
There's definitely a big part of that dynamic.
Yeah, and she goes, they don't want to pay and support them. I'm like, but then here's what I didn't say until I realized now. It's like, yeah, but the taxes we pay now, we don't want to pay those either.
Right.
We're forced to pay them.
Right.
I don't want to pay for fucking my friend Steve's school for his kids. No. I don't want to pay that.
Well, by the nature of
they forced me to pay that.
Well, obviously, if you wanted to pay for
40% or 70%, they're still forcing you to pay it.
But that's the whole point.
That's why it'll work.
Obviously, you don't want to pay it, or they wouldn't have to force you to.
Yeah.
If you wanted to pay it, they could just let you.
Yeah, it's not just a thing of like we're all going to take care of each other.
People try to make this argument to me because I'll argue against taxation and government and all this shit, and they'll go like, "Hey, if my if the money was going toward good services, I'd be happy to pay my taxes." Like, okay, then you don't have to be forced to. I mean, it's that simple. If you're saying if it was exactly, so you'd be happy to pay it if it was going toward good services. Look, with that stuff, I think there's definitely a big factor.
Same as stealing music on the internet. For a while, you do it because you can't afford to buy anything. Yeah. And then suddenly you're doing better because you hit like 35. You're doing better financially. You're like, I'm just going to start buying these things.
But I think that's kind of beautiful. Look, man, this new model like we have with like Legion of Skanks and stuff like that. Like I've talked to people who they're like, dude, I'm fucking huge fan of Legion of Skanks. Like I never miss an episode. Like haven't subscribed to Gas Digital yet because I'm just broke as shit. But like I go, cool. Yeah, of course, I get it. Hopefully you get a job and you support me later in life, my comedy. Maybe you buy my album or something like that. Like, whatever.
Joe Rogan doesn't even know how to illegally download a CD. He doesn't even know how to do it.
Yeah, but that's the point. Is because if you're doing like good like that,
not
you're not.
And he just like, I'll just do it on iTunes. It's easier.
And I'm fine with that fucking model. You put something out there, a percentage will pay. You need to get that percentage up or whatever. I'm fine. I'm fine with all of that model. But just to get back to what you were saying about like the Scandinavian countries that get held up as this example. Like if you look at so something like Sweden, right? Sweden, absolutely, being a small, homogenous country, I think definitely has an impact on that. The idea of being forced to subsidize others, and when they all look like you, might be a little, like it might calm down the resentment toward that or make it work a little better. But the truth is, these countries, they rank far higher than America on the economic freedom index, meaning in many ways they're more free market than America. It's very easy to start a business, very easy. The private property is very good. The
Here we got to pay for insurance. They get free insurance. So their taxes are like, well, we don't pay that much taxes. Like, yeah, but you're still paying for the same service. Well, their taxes are going towards.
The truth is we have a much bigger government that it might do more military, war on drugs type stuff, but we have a much bigger government that we have to pay for. So it's not as if like we're a capitalist free market country and they're a socialist country. The truth is we're both quasi-socialist countries. But the truth, look, if you actually look at a country like Sweden, they from about 1870 to 1970, they were a very free market country. They had lower taxes than America for most of that time. They had very low government spending. They were very free market countries that didn't get involved in wars. Did not. They avoided both the two world wars, and they while the rest of Europe was destroying itself, they maintained they did the obvious prescription for prosperity, which is have free markets and don't fight wars. It works out really, really well all the time. So this is what they did for years, right? Then, so around the 50s, around the 1950s, the Democratic Socialists started getting their movement going. They gained control, but they actually didn't do that much for the first 20 years. They've had a slight raise in taxes, some government programs, but not that much. It was around the 70s when they really got all the Democratic Socialist stuff in
the Scandinavian countries?
In Sweden particularly, was around the 70s.
I'll be playing on September 11th.
So, yeah?
Stockholm.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So the Democratic Socialists come in, they get all the programs they want, increased taxation, increased government spending, and the economy in Sweden drastically slowed down. As Sweden in the 70s, up to that point, I think Sweden was in like the top 5 or 6 richest countries in the world, and by the 90s, they were like the 16th richest country in the world. Like, still doing pretty good.
Because of what?
Well, the big expansion they had in government, in government services. It drastically slowed down the economic growth, and the lot in life of the average person didn't improve in that time. Then they repealed a lot of that, and the economy moved faster. So they still have a lot of these policies, but truthfully, dude, I think they'd be better off if they abandoned all of them and just went to a complete free market. But
are there any countries that do complete free market?
No, probably not totally, but there's been experiments there's been certainly large experiments in both. I mean, look, you could just even in China and India over the last, 30, 40 years, they've mass amounts of people just slight market, moves toward free markets
a little more.
And the government's shrinking a little bit, and they've had this huge expansion of people coming out of poverty.
Yeah, a lot of times people talk in what's the word? Like completes? That's not the right word, but like, what if you go completely free? Extremes, yeah. Or completely capital. It's like, all right, but how about just a little less, a little more layoff?
Well,
like the cops don't have to not have guns anymore. How about just don't take them out as much?
Well, it's always, look, I would like to go in a pretty radical direction, but I do agree that, you can make things a little bit better.
Percentage changes.
Yeah, sure. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think the Scandinavian thing gets kind of overplayed, like the idea that they pay very high taxes. I think they'd be better off if they didn't and they left that money in the market. They'd be creating a lot of new shit. Look, again, what you want is the ingenuity. I mean, what you want is the reason why you would be terrified about medical, if you were to go back to the year 1875 and you had a medical problem and you would be like, fuck. And it wouldn't be because like, oh my God, am I covered or not? You'd be like, fuck, I have to deal with 1875 medicine. Like, we haven't had the advancements in technology. This is what you want. And nothing, look, if you look in America at stuff with the medical industry, the stuff that's left to the free market, it does what the free market does, what it always does. Is it the same way poor people have flat screen TVs?
People
and shit like
love
that?
buying Airborne.
Look,
for
dude,
a while.
You got the LASIK. You got LASIK eye surgery, right? That shit has been it's not covered by insurance. You had to pay for that shit, but it's essentially you have to fucking pay for that shit. It's not like other medical costs, and that's even your own private insurance. The government isn't subsidizing your LASIK eye surgery. Government isn't subsidizing breast implants. Government isn't subsidizing elective surgery like that. And what's happened to those elective surgeries over the last decade? They've tremendous improvements in the quality, tremendous reductions in the cost. What's happened to televisions? Government doesn't cover televisions. Leaves it to the free market. What are they? Tremendous improvement in quality.
Look how flat and highly placed it is.
Tremendous.
I mean, look at your neck angle watching that TV. It's clearly too high.
It's great.
Why would you not admit you put it too high?
It's right where I want it.
You can't eat and look at it. You have to look up and then eat.
Dude, you're gonna fucking have some like crazy neck injury in a few years. It's all gonna be my fault.
Chronic.
Because you spent years just looking at an upward angle. You're gonna ruin your life slowly. But the point of it. But look, and poor people
super flat. Anytime you see a big tube TV now, you're like, what?
But by the way, if you go into a project building, you're not gonna find
people laugh
tube
at this
TVs.
phone. They laugh at this phone. Then my new one, the Gravity 3.
Which was the fucking shit only a few years
and my
ago.
joke is on it. They go, oh, they like scoff at it, and I go, this is newer than your car.
Yeah,
this is a 7-year-old phone.
But there's all these things where people will advocate for government force. They'll advocate for government. Government should do this for everybody. But it's like,
You don't need it to.
Look,
is what you're saying.
The market does it 10 times better. There used to be people I remember, like I would hear years ago, where they would start to talk about the government.
Uber came in. Uber saw.
Yes,
Uber saw
all these things where the Uber, the BYB, and all these things where the market
Airbnb.
comes in, that's what I meant. Airbnb, or the market comes in and kind of like finds these little.
And they go, well, I heard somebody on Airbnb ended up having a porn shoot at somebody's place. Like, and now they're going to get bad ratings. And they're not going to happen.
That's right.
But you know what I heard once? A murder at a hotel.
Yeah,
So,
should we
like,
shut down
what-
hotels?
what do
Or
you-
should we- So whenever it comes, I just don't feel like there's any there's any real thought of what government is. Like the fact that you're not just advocating a policy, right? Like, oh geez, is that still going?
Let's see.
Still going strong?
Still going strong.
All right. H4N, ladies and gentlemen, it's a quality.
The only
quality
weakness is
product.
sometimes you drop it, it shuts off, and nothing's saved.
That I think your thing's too small, too short to put it on the floor. But there's not, I mean, just not enough thought that you're not, if you say you want the minimum wage to be higher, it's not just like, oh, I want this guy to make $20 instead of $10. What you're saying is you're willing to bring like a punishment to a guy who pays his worker $10. Like that's what the angle you have to look at.
Take it to the next level.
What,
It's like, so
look,
if you don't, then what?
well, this is my point. When you advocate for a law, you have to look at that side of it. Like you can't just say something like a lot of times, if you argue about a law, people will just get into the argument of whether this thing should or shouldn't be, like whether someone should make $20 or $10. Not, or if you're arguing against pot, the conversation is just like, is it bad for you, or whether or not we should have pot, whether or not you want pot out there. It's like, but the real question of whether you should have a law against pot is, are you ready to throw someone in a cage for smoking a plant? You know, like that's the real issue. And are you ready to throw someone in a cage or shut down their business or whatever for offering someone employment for less money than you think they should be paid, and all this stuff to me. So this is the left, no appreciation of the market, way too much appreciation for government, and not nearly enough healthy fear. This is like why they're goofy on the whole gun issue too. Where they want to fucking they it's like, oh, do we really need guns? What do you need an assault rifle for? Like, I don't know, dude. What the fuck does the police force need a SWAT rifle for? A SWAT fucking
People were like, when they made these rules about the guns, people had muskets. It wasn't the same thing. It's like, I know, but the government also had muskets.
Yeah.
So it was never about hunting.
So it was exactly the same
It was never
thing.
about hunting. It was always about murdering politicians to enact change. It's always
I
about
don't
get
know if
off my property.
It's not about
you government.
murdering. It's defending your rights, dude.
Yeah,
that's what
that's
it's about.
whatever,
It's
but-
about when they try to come in your fucking house and come for you. You're
Yeah.
like, no.
And you can't get that done with a musket anymore.
No, that's right.
It's never about hunting. Hunting was like, oh, we'd also like to hunt.
This is why they want to go for like the AR-15s and those things first, because the truth is like you could think
it's better to make a fucking anti-military with
Yeah,
those
you want.
than-
There's a SWAT team coming to get you that you got to defend yourself from. Like, I'm not saying you could beat the SWAT team, but you're better off. You got 4 or 5 people with AR-15s, you got a much better chance. And I just don't understand how you can't. Again, like a lot of these things, I think it's like when they say like America's a real racist country. I feel like a lot of this stuff. It's like you have to have, if you have any perspective of history. Like if you look at America and you do look at this thing where it's like, okay, attempting to disarm people, I'm not saying it always goes horribly bad, but all of the most horrific oppressive governments have done that. I mean, it's a staple of Hitler disarming the Nazis. I mean, the Nazis disarming the Jews, or Stalin disarming his people.
I got something
or,
to say for what you're about to say, but also non oppressive governments have also done.
Well, that's the point I'm making too. So yes, there also have been countries that disarmed their people where it didn't go terribly bad, right? Like Australia had a forced gun buyback program, and I think now they are increasing gun ownership more than they were before. But you're right, they didn't do anything horrible to their people right after oppressing them, right? But so that is a very, very fair point. But you also can't ignore the fact that Mao took the guns, Stalin took guns, Hitler took guns, the KKK took the guns from black people, and for very obvious reasons, because like there's a reason the KKK didn't want armed black people.
Sure.
Because when you come to fucking lynch some black people, you don't want them having guns. And in fact, there were some armed black people who did fight back and kill some KKK members, and that's a lot of how we found out that a lot of these KKK members were like Democratic mayors or like someone like that. And you go, oh shit, he's the sheriff of police, or he's because they whipped that fucking hood off, and you find out what's up. Anyway. So I'm just saying, if you do understand that, so you're like, okay, yeah, throughout history, some governments have disarmed their people, and it hasn't gone horrifically bad.
Yes.
But all the most horrifically bad governments also did this. So it's a little bit. So if you look at America today and you say, okay, America's got this humongous government, the biggest military in the history of the world. It's dominating the entire world right now. I mean, Europe, Asia, the Middle East, all dominated by American military. They've militarized their police up to the teeth. They're fighting war on drugs. They're having all these SWAT raids. We've got the fucking Department of Education has a SWAT team. The Department of Agriculture has a SWAT team.
Really?
The EPA has a SWAT team. We have the most militarized government in the history of humanity. And then on top of that, our president, as we talked about earlier, has signed into law that you can detain American citizens without charges. And then these guys now, Obama and Hillary Clinton, right? These like globalist Democrats who are okay arming everybody. They like arming the police, arming the Department of Education, arming the military. They want to arm rebel groups, and they want to every Muslim radical in the world. They want to arm, and then they want to sign into law that they can detain us without charges. Now those people are the ones pushing gun control. Tell me now that it's crazy to be skeptical of that? Is it crazy to be like, no. We're not going to let this militarized government that has this much power fucking now start coming after guns. Absolutely not.
So
you're insane to not be concerned about that.
There's all these people on the no-fly list who didn't do anything. Some of them do. Some of them are like have these weird ties.
But a whole lot of them are just mistakes.
And it's like, whoa, how do I get off? And like, you can't get off. Like, no, I didn't do anything. And there's no recourse. I need to fly for business. And like, you can't. And it's like, what?
Oh, it's when they say they want to. Because I know I can already hear the people who are saying like, to me, where they're like, yeah, Dave, well, we don't want to disarm the whole country, which is, it is what they want. They won't admit that, but it is what almost every gun control advocate, if you're advocating gun control, it is just the logical conclusion. If you're like, oh, we could take away AR-15s and that'll cut down on some murders. And you're like, okay, well, AR-15s are responsible for like 0.4% of the murders. So why don't you go after handguns? Why don't you go after that? Like if taking away guns stops murders, then you would want to take them all away.
Sure, of course.
So, but if you're like, oh, we just want common sense gun control, which anytime anyone talks about a law, it starts with a common sense. Laws are always the opposite of what they claim to be. It's like the Patriot Act or the common, Iraqi freedom operation.
Yeah, anytime your theory, your reasoning why doing something is, I mean, obviously, man.
It's like, yeah, it's fucking.
It's like, no, explain
so they would say this is the latest incarnation of common sense gun control, is what you were talking about, which is the no fly, no buy proposal.
Yeah, what does that mean?
So the idea is that if you're on the no fly list,
you can't buy a gun.
You can't buy a gun, and they're able to sell it as common sense because they go, well, if someone's a suspected terrorist, you want that guy having a gun? I mean, do you want a guy who's a suspected terrorist with a terror weapon now? And it's like, okay. But this is what I'm talking about when I say you don't think about government and what they are and government force. You're like, so you are actually supporting the idea that a government can put you on a list with no due process. Absolutely no due process. You get put on a government list, a secret government list, by the way. You don't know that you're on the list. You don't get told until you try to fly.
That's
okay?
crazy.
So you're on this fucking list.
Get told, like,
you
hey,
don't have an opportunity even to face your accuser, defend yourself, get a lawyer, present evidence. There's a crazy process you have to go through to get yourself off the list. So a government can just put you on a list, and now you are denied a constitutionally protected right just because, with no due process. The government can just put you on a list. Like, that's your common sense approach. Do you not see how fucking insane that is? And yeah, lots of people get put on the list because, their name sounded like someone else's name, and it's just a mistake. It's just that simple, just a mistake. Ted Kennedy was on the no-fly list famously. Just a mistake. Name probably just sounded like something else.
Well, people go like, I'm sure a lot of people go like, well, if that's the reason you want guns is to be able to fight back against, to protect yourself. Like, I don't think anyone should fight back against the government and try to kill them. And it's like, okay, I do. I think they should be able to have that if push comes to shove.
And they also...
Not right now, but if push comes to shove. If, for instance, cops keep killing black people and black people want to fight back because they can't vote it out, then it's like, yeah, they're going to need some guns to do that.
Well, I'm absolutely fine with anybody with self-defense, and government doesn't get a special pass. I think you have the right to defend yourself against anybody. Yeah. So if it's government trying to kill you, or just a gang or a mafia, whatever it is, you have a right to defend yourself. And I know they'll say things like, they're like, oh, you think you're going to take out the government, like the government that has nukes? And it's like, yeah, they don't want to nuke us.
They're not going to nuke New York.
They're not trying to nuke New York. That takes out the elites too. Okay, They're not trying to do that. What they want to do is, is rule.
I love how everybody thinks the revolution is going to happen on a battlefield, like it did in the fucking Paul Revere days. Yeah. It's going to be guerrilla warfare, man.
Yeah,
it's going to be. an army of 100,000 people split out over the whole country, probably not Alaska, through the whole country, and just like here or there, getting shit done.
Yeah. Well, I think that, I do think technology is, the explosion in technology is going to take care of a lot of this shit. I think
Hopefully people
will
start doing better. They'll start feeling, okay,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter if they represent me. I can still handle what I need to handle.
And you can
on my
just
own.
kind of opt out more and more, and then they become less and less relevant. I'm hoping. But I do think that we're going to have a big economic crash fairly soon.
I think the government
that'll change things.
is an organism. And just like any organism, it will keep feeding itself and trying to grow. And when it feels like something stopping it from growing, it'll push that thing out of the way. It'll get rid of it. It needs to grow. Any organism needs to grow. Algae in Central Park, it will continue to grow, and you got to bring in outside water and hose
Right.
it down in order to stop the algae growth. That's normal. That's
and
normal.
also it's an organism that is parasitical by nature. I mean, it lives up, like, government doesn't have anything. Government isn't a factory. It's not making anything.
Like
they have to
algae.
take your money
Yeah.
to fund their program. So it's like the more they grow, the more you have to shrink. Like inherently, like they're taking from you.
Yeah.
So it can only be. So you know what I mean? It's only.
Businesses are the same thing, by the way. A Monsanto company, it's like they got bigger. Now it's like, well, now let's buy some congressmen. Well, now let's buy an entire country. Now let's just keep growing.
But that's when it crosses into politics. Like the difference between a business and a government, to me, is that it really is. It's the difference between sex and rape, or slavery and
What?
employment. The difference between a business and the government, because
Business doesn't represent a people. Never said as well.
Look, you don't choose whether you pay your taxes or not. You fucking have to.
Yeah.
You have to pay your taxes. There's no choice. So there's no incentive for a government service to cater to you, because you fucking have to pay for it. You don't have a choice. We'll throw you in a cage. We will ruin you if you don't pay these. We'll come after you.
If the metal detectors at Barclays Center are really intrusive and they start funneling you, but like, okay, I'm only going to concerts at Madison Square Garden.
I'm not going to Barclay anymore.
Yeah.
Or it's like whatever it is. Someone at Apple is being a fucking dick to you. They know there's a fucking alternative. I mean, you can walk, and that's why you don't have that problem. That's why. So,
But that's why you do have the problem with Time Warner, because like, guess what? No one
it's a
else
monopoly.
services you.
Yes, any forced monopoly where you don't have an option. You don't have. And by the way, with the internet and other things like this, we create ways to opt out. But anything like that is a forced monopoly, like the cable companies that have a law, they have the government behind them saying no other cable company can
get this
serve
neighborhood.
cable here. Yeah, this is the problem you have, and you don't have a business. Okay, if you have to voluntarily, if I'm a store owner and you have to voluntarily, I can't force you to come spend money here. You have to want to. Then I have to convince you to do it. So I have to provide something of value. Be like, oh, I have some awesome stuff here. Do you want, like, once you're in the voluntary realm, then you have to do something productive. You're like, I have to. At least people see that as like, oh, that's cool. We have this restaurant in town now. I like that kind of food, so I'll go there. At least you're giving someone something they like. The government doesn't have to give you shit. They're just your rulers. They just give you shit you don't like. Here's some more fucking war and taxes.
Yeah.
Like, oh, well, who the fuck wants
it's like,
this?
oh, none of us really want. A few people want it, I guess. War.
But somehow it's seen as legitimate. I do not understand how human beings can still be convinced that it's necessary to have a few hundred fucking crony, bought and paid for pieces of shit in Washington, D.C. rule you.
They don't see it.
Yeah.
They don't see bought and paid for. They don't believe that. Most people do not believe that.
Yeah.
But when Obama said, "I'm going to bring CNN into the votes for the insurance company reforms," and then he was like, he won his election, he got made president, and then he's like, time, and then all the congressmen and senators like, oh no, you're not letting CNN show those votes because we're all on a take. Or at least 70% of us are on the take. And so, no, the answer is no, you cannot show that.
Well, Obama, look, I guess at a certain point we never know what's inside someone else's head or heart. But, I mean, Obama promised to be the most transparent administration in history. He's been the most secret administration in history. He's prosecuted whistleblowers at a faster rate than anybody.
That's crazy. Did you see he just signed the thing of like, now we're going to, as a government, comment on drone attacks?
Right.
And we're like,
yeah.
oh, really? When you're in the last 6 months?
Thanks so much.
You're saying now presidents have to show. So you did 7.5 years of not saying a word about drones, killing innocent people, taking away people's fathers and mothers.
I'll tell you.
And now it's like, we should talk. We should say it.
That is were you talking about the economy before? I think the economic legacy of Obama was a complete sell-off of the country to the big banks and just an increase in cronyism. But the military stuff, I mean, his big legacy was that Bush So like Bush Senior, I think his big legacy was that he got a war in Iraq, the first war in Iraq, with a UN approval, and that was the first time we ever went to war based off something the UN said. I mean, the Constitution says our Congress has to declare war, so that was like a kind of like revolutionary. Oh, the UN can send us to war now. I think W. Bush, his I mean, I guess it was like countries that harbor terrorists are now terrorists themselves. That was his big legacy. So he was like, I'll go, and he did go to Congress to get at least like an authorization for the war in Afghanistan and Iraq. Obama's legacy was like, I can bomb any country I want to. Like he was just like, it's the war on terror. The battlefield is the world, including America.
Everyone
so I can lock you up.
Everyone takes it one more step.
Yeah, it's like
everyone takes it one more step,
and it's fucking insane, dude. And then it's also crazy to me that while these like the left wing response is kind of like, well, Obama's doing what he can, and the right wing response is like, he's weak on terror. It's like the opposite. And then they'll be like, when you see things like this, ISIS attacks or things like that, they're like, well, this is just how crazy Muslims are. And you're like, okay, I'm sure Muslims do a lot of crazy shit, but I mean, you don't see the fact of us just bombing the shit out of them relentlessly for my entire life. We've killed millions, dude.
Dude, here's what I feel like ISIS
I shouldn't
is.
say we.
I feel like, yeah, it's the country we live in.
Yeah.
I feel like they're just gangs.
Yeah.
And if we had a gang here, and we do, we have tons of gangs in New York, Fifth Street Crew, and then if some other government came and gave them like a bunch of machine guns and bombs and shit, they're not suddenly going to be like, no, we're just protecting our block. They're going to be like, oh, fuck, yeah, let's be the baddest gang in the world.
Sure.
Let's be the baddest gang in the world.
And then on top of that, with ISIS particularly, what ISIS is like, they are, because I don't want to downplay this, they are like the most hardcore gang.
That's just a
like,
hardcore gang.
Those motherfuckers,
behead motherfuckers.
But they're killers. Like they are, because when you'll say like, oh, there's like these kids, these thugs who grew up in say like South Central or East New York or like some real shitty neighborhood, and you're like, oh shit, those guys had it rough. Well, and then that made them really hard. Well, what ISIS are kids who grew up in the war in Iraq and the war in Syria. These guys are war-torn kids who grew up in two bloody wars. Like, these are hardcore motherfuckers. And then when they started fighting, the reason why they first started getting traction is because they were like making other murderers seem like pussies. Yeah. Like, they come through villages and just fucking, you behead all the kids. They're hardcore killers who then, as you said, we decided we were going to side with the Free Syrian Army, which isn't even a real thing. It's a whole bunch of gangs, basically. And we sent in a ton of weapons. They got all this money and weapons. Then they went back into Iraq, and they got all the stockpiled weapons that we had there. So now it's exactly like you said. They're just this fucking badass gang who we just gave all these fucking toys of war to.
Yeah, I feel like at some point we got to stop dropping bombs and start dropping schools and hospitals and see what happens there.
Turns out we were dropping fully constructed schools. It killed a lot of people. These buildings just crashed on. No, I'll tell you, dude, I don't think we got to do the schools thing either, man. We got to fucking get out and let them figure shit out. Look, if we want to help them, if people want to help, and organizations and groups, fine. But you can't think that you're going to this kind of like idea that we're going to spread
democracy,
Americanism around the world.
My friend Hormos pointed this out. He goes, they weren't done, by the way, forming their own country, their own nation states. They were still trying to figure that out. A lot of other countries decided. England became its own country. They were separated. France, eventually Germany. They made their own borders after time, after a lot of tribal wars. They're still doing it. Mm-hmm. And we're forcing them like, now you're all one country. And it's like, no, we're not. We hate those people. Yeah, we hate those people. And some of our people are across the river, and some of us are on this side of the river.
Yeah, man. And look, we
just made a border.
I also think we gotta, as people in like a first world advanced country, we lose sight of just how crazy the world is. You're not gonna just be able to force every third world country to turn into a first world. Yeah.
But you think about it, I was in 11th grade when I remember being at a basketball practice, and somebody comes in and the planes bombed. The planes bombed Iraq. And it was like, first of all, I thought they said the play bombed, which I thought like the school play did really badly. And I was like, why are you running in for that? What do you mean? But I was in 11th grade. And let's say I was in 6th grade instead.
Wait, this is
First war in Iraq.
the first war in Iraq. Okay.
George Bush Sr. So that means there was some 6th grader who saw bombs being dropped in his hometown.
Well,
And then he grew up, and then he's like, finally they left, and then America left, and a bunch of his parents were slaughtered, and a bunch of his people around were slaughtered because like, oh, America's not here anymore, protect you. And then we came back again, and we killed a bunch more people. And then it's like, yeah, I'll join that gang. Yeah, I'll join that gang. They're worse for us than fucking any of these guys were.
yeah, man. Well, it's also, I mean, what's going on in Iraq now, I mean, is far worse off. It's not just like the slaughtering was happening when America wasn't there to protect you. The slaughtering, a lot of it happened at the hands of Americans, and then a lot of it happened after Saddam was ousted. I mean, the country's far worse off now.
It's almost like if you leave, then they won't be mad at us anymore. Let them be mad at someone else. You
Yeah,
know?
quite possibly.
And it's not like they always blame the Holocaust. They always try to say, like, we can't let people die. It's like, yeah, but you're not trying to protect lives. You're trying to protect interests and using lives as the fucking cover for it.
Oh, yeah, it's complete. Don't ever let them sell you this humanitarian bullshit. We prop up the most brutal dictatorships in the world as long as they play ball with us. We
Yeah.
don't give a fuck about your human rights.
We don't
track
go into
record.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. We're fucking there, and they're the worst. And truthfully, we were working with Saddam while he was doing his most fucked up shit when he was gassing people and stuff. We were working with him. We didn't have a problem with him until he didn't want to trade oil and dollars.
So what else is there that's happened in the country this year?
I mean, I guess
LeBron James won a championship.
So, look, I mean, the crazy thing that I guess we haven't like gotten into that much, which really is a historical moment, is that so right now, as we're recording this, it's tonight. Donald Trump is speaking at the Republican National Convention. Next week is the Democratic National Convention, and we're going to go into this. I mean, what's going to be an incredible presidential race between Hillary Clinton.
The debates will be very interesting.
I think Donald Trump is a real shot of being the next president at this point.
Well,
and if you can listen to the last podcast, I was one of the people who was discounting him. But at this point, I go, she's got to get on stage one-on-one with that slippery orange maniac and try to handle that what he throws at you. I mean, it's just the way
all Bernie Sanders did when Hillary Clinton said something like wrong or whatever, he just rolled his eyes and waited for his turn to talk.
Look, it's one of the things that I loved what you said about what I was saying, what you being on Huffington Post and saying like that shit, like we're murdering Yemenis kids and we're doing, it's like just for that to be said on that format is cool. It's when you see him, he'll go in this presidential format and he'll entertain conspiracy. I mean, he said the thing about Ted Cruz's father being involved with he's going to talk about Bill Clinton being a rapist and all this other shady shit. I mean, he will talk about really.
He's going to appeal to people who's going to be like, Hillary, you couldn't even keep your man faithful. How are you going to keep? And then
that
most people are going to be like, look, that doesn't matter. But a lot of people are going to be like, yeah, you know what? You got to fucking work out your home first.
But you know what else he does is there's some moments of Donald Trump that he also hits her on some. Donald
legitimate
Trump,
issues.
Yeah, like look, he said things. There was this one speech I loved of his. It was my favorite moment of Trump so far where he's been in, but where he just gave the speech on Hillary and he did it in a Trump way, but he was like she's trigger happy. She supports all these wars. These wars are disasters because we've wasted $4 trillion on these wars. We could have kept it here in the economy. We'd all be much better off than just wasting it on wars that have the Middle East is
building terrorism.
You're literally just wasting money on blowing up bridges and then building the bridges again and then blowing them up again and then giving weapons to people. I mean, just nonsense. Does nothing for anybody. Just destruction. And he talked about how many Muslim lives have lost. Like, I mean, he's going to hit Hillary Clinton on being for a lot of these disastrous wars. He's also going to hit her for being bought by the big banks.
For sure he will.
And that's a powerful message.
Some of his issues are like, I want to keep jobs in America.
Yeah.
I want us to not send overseas for cheap labor. I want us to employ our own here. And she's not as for that. And so when you hear that stance, like, I mean, yes, I am for that. I'm for you on that one.
Yeah. And I mean, Hillary Clinton.
I wish you wouldn't say the Mexicans are out to get me, but like, there's some things that I do think she's more liberal and she's more stands for more of what I believe than him. But there's a lot of stuff that people glance over. That's like, I'm very
what is it
against
that she stands for?
Globalization.
What is it that she stands for, man? I mean, I think she's like, I guess you could say there's a few issues like that type of stuff. Look, if you go back and look at Hillary in the 90s, right? She's saying shit in the 90s about like bringing super predators to heel. And Bill Clinton was talking about, yeah, you never heard that?
What does that mean?
She said, when they were passing there's this crime bill that that Bill Clinton signed into law that she was very supportive of, that a lot of people blame for like leading to a lot of mass incarcerations, since the 90s, about like police cracking down on drug nonviolent crimes. And she said at the point she started talking about like super predators in the ghetto, and she was talking about black criminals, and she said these super predators need to be brought to heel. And a lot of people were like, oh, that's kind of a fucking, like dog whistly thing to say about, like the scary black man or whatever. And she said a lot of shit about illegal immigration. I think Hillary Clinton now has felt where the wind blows, and she's like, so she doesn't talk like that anymore. But I don't think Hillary Clinton stands for any values. To me, Hillary Clinton is the worst of the worst. She's literally everything that I think is wrong with everything. She's supported every war of my lifetime. She's supported the war on drugs, supported, nonviolent crime. She's bought and paid for by the big banks. She sells out to the most horrible foreign influences you could imagine. I mean, I don't know.
Like what?
But then,
like who?
Well, taking money from the Saudis for the Clinton Foundation. They take money from dictators all around
What is
the world.
Clinton Foundation? What do they do?
It's like a fucking, it's basically a fake charity that her, Bill, and Chelsea run, and they go around the world doing different projects, and they'll give projects to different companies to build something here or there. But it's basically a way to buy influence from a former president and currently was Senator, Secretary of State, now potentially going to be president. It's a good, it's a way to give them fucking money. It's like the same reason, like when you turn on Fox News, and every other commercial is like Boeing or like some weapons company or some shit like that. And you're like, are they really? Do you think they're really like, oh, like we need the average Fox News, watcher to see Boeing? Or do you just want to find an excuse to cut a fat check to Fox News? You know what I'm saying? Like you just want to fucking find an excuse to go, here's a shit ton of fucking money.
Keep supporting the war. Keep making people.
What do you think about me?
What do you think about the war? What do I think about?
Oh, who's getting hired? Really anti-Boeing people? Oh, okay. Maybe we don't do that. I mean, so more or less. I mean, to me, Hillary Clinton is the worst of the worst.
To me,
and she'll throw some liberal bullshit language on top of that, like some and we gotta make sure women get maternity leave.
By the way,
77 cents to the dollar.
Can I just say that? Spend this. I don't know why she keeps talking about that. Can I just say this in terms of like maternity leave for women? My feeling is, we have enough children. I don't need to incentivize women to have more children or men to have more children. You want to be a fucking breeder? Go pay for it yourself. Huh? I don't want you to breed. I want you to not breed.
Why should
So I don't want to pay for your fucking maternity leave. No, stop getting knocked up.
And that's insane. Look, the idea.
I don't care if you're married. Stop it.
You should get paid to not work. I mean, look, if you're worth that much money to your boss,
if you're a writer and you can do it while you're pregnant, then fucking go for it. If you can do it while you have a kid, fucking go for it. If not, if you're going to be out of a job, then fucking be out of a job because of a decision you made. It's not like it happened to you.
Yeah.
Where you get older and now you can't work. You've decided to get pregnant and have a kid and raise the kid. So fucking live by your own decision.
Well, 100%. And the idea that, say, like the woman who doesn't,
I don't want to pay for school either.
And even like the woman who doesn't have a kid, why is she forced to subsidize the one who does?
Yeah,
She's
exactly.
Gotta stay and work.
She's fucking making the right decision.
About, like it's because you produce something of value. Like I said before, you don't just get paid. It's not just about work. It's not just like, oh, come in and punch a wall for 10 hours and then I'll give you money. You got to produce something. And if you're not working, you're not producing anything, and that's why you don't get the money.
My feeling is the big issues I care about, and I'm not going to vote. I don't bother. I'm done with the system.
Yeah,
But you too, you're done with it?
Yeah. If Gary Johnson were giving me something to vote for, I might vote for him, but it's just not. It's not enough of a. I'm not going to vote for a ticket of libertarians where one of them is the Vice President Weld is like a war hawk Republican. So I'm not going to vote for that ticket either. It's just there's nothing out there. I can't vote for Trump. He's just too much of a fucking.
I just don't vote. I wouldn't have even voted for Bernie.
I would never vote for
Hillary.
Hillary.
I was into Bernie. I was into the idea of like, let's help the less fortunate. Let's reach out a hand.
Yeah, but
whether or not it could have worked or not.
But that's not reaching out a hand, man. Bernie Sanders has never done anything in his life to reach out a fucking hand. The guy's a career politician. He's not like. Let me tell you something. My guy, Ron Paul, who I used to support, that guy reached out a hand. He was a fucking doctor who worked at a Christian hospital for $1 an hour and didn't turn away poor people. Didn't charge poor people. That's a guy who's rolling up his sleeves and helping
Bernie
somebody
Sanders
else.
fucking.
What does he do?
What has he done?
Nothing.
What do you mean? He fucking marched with he got arrested for civil rights.
Okay, he walked once. He walked one time with
That
people.
was just one time.
He's never done anything, dude. He's fucking worked in government his entire life. He was like a failed carpenter for 2 weeks before that. It's not, look, just sending in more money to this criminal organization, just empowering this criminal organization more isn't helping people.
That might be true. My point is, he was the only guy I've heard talking about, like, let's do something to fix this problem. The problem I see as an issue is the 1%
He did.
deeper.
Okay, I grant you, he did address a good problem.
I still wouldn't have voted for him. I'm done. I don't think votes matter. Not one vote matters. It's the overall vote matter. The black vote matters. Not one guy's black vote matters.
Right. I agree.
Just
with
mathematically, and also I'm just done with the system. I would have supported him. I wouldn't have voted for him. I don't vote for anybody. But I'll vote in an ESPN poll. But that's about it. And I'm already ready to move to Bleacher Report.
And you're already not sure that your vote counts in that.
Yeah, I just want to see what. Sometimes if I don't have to vote, I can just click on see results. I'll just click on see results. But my big issues, if I were a voter or if I'd had like, Ari, it's up to you. My big issues that I care about, because it's all based on what your issues are. You know, some people really care about what politician is better for Israel. Some people I grew up with, you know, that's a bigger issue to them than some guy in Arkansas. He doesn't give a fuck one or the other.
Yeah.
My big issues are, I want business out of politics, money out of politics, you know, and I want less war. I don't think we should be in war with these countries. Ron Paul used to say that too. It's like, let's get the fuck out of there and fix our own shit.
And
we're not settled where we can get in another country. So those two big issues, she has horrible marks on.
Oh, I mean, she gets Fs on both of those issues.
So to what I care about, the coming revolution, she's not my guy.
Well, that's for sure. I mean, she's horrible on both those things. And again, the thing I said earlier about getting the money out of politics is like, she proves perfectly. You can get all the money out of politics. People will give
Find
her
a way.
husband a speech. They'll donate
Well,
to
that's
her.
the free market.
They'll donate
That's the free market.
No, that's the government. I mean, that's the antithesis of the government. My problem is that when you have a government this powerful, people will find ways to influence that. I mean, it's not the free market. It's money moving around. You could call it capitalism in some sense, but it's not the market I want. The idea for what I want is to not have that power source and have a voluntary market where you're like, yeah, okay, you have to convince somebody, you have to earn somebody's business.
Yeah.
So
the government should almost be like, hey, we gave all this money for roads. Hey, Samantha, you be in charge of hiring the road guy.
Even that may not be necessary, because a lot of times look, the government could
Somebody's
get
got to organize.
Yes, but organizing isn't necessarily ruling by force.
No, right,
Somebody can organize.
Exactly.
Look, there are things all the time where roads get built where there'll be like some new developer will develop like a little mini mall or something like that, and there's no road that gets to it, and he's like, okay, well now I got to build a road that gets to this because otherwise it's not a profitable venture. Like, you don't necessarily need like some monopoly on force to get these things done.
But to repave 12th Street, somebody's got to choose which contractor gets that job.
Sure,
right? Not by force. Not by force.
Yes, it could be a
but
neighborhood organization.
Government.
Sure. There needs to be. Yes, we can be governed, but that's almost my argument. Is that I think we could do all these things we do without we throw you in jail if you don't send your money in. Without that, this whole predicated on force. But someone getting. To me, the issue again it's not getting the. I want to get the money out of politics too. What I want to get out of politics is the $4 trillion we spend every year from the federal government. You want just in the same way with banking. Stuff like that, you're like, the government should just get the fuck out of it entirely. The same way with the Middle East or with the war on drugs or with gay marriage, is that the government should just get the fuck out entirely and let these non-violent things work themselves out. You want to put your money in a bank? Okay, put your money in a bank. But guess what? If they lose your money, you lost your fucking money. Now guess what you're going to do? You're going to be skeptical before you put your money in a bank. Yeah. I'm only going to put my money in a bank if they have a track record of never losing anybody's money.
That's how I feel about
they have
TSA.
Safe bets. This is the problem.
If this company, if El Al never gets hijacked, I have no problem with getting an LL. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, search my bag. You guys do a great job, and you're not going to follow me too. You're going to be nice about it. Yeah. You're not going to look at me as the enemy. You're going to treat me with respect, and you're never going to have a problem. And if let's just say, Eastern Airlines, something that's not around anymore. If they're constantly getting hijacked, you're like, well, they're nice, but they're not doing a good enough job. Or they don't get hijacked, but they're dicks. I also don't want to fly them. Yeah. It's up to you based on, their Yelp reviews. Yeah, well, that's a beautiful thing about like market forces like that is that I just don't think there's any oh, sorry, go ahead. No, finish. Forget it. I just kind of lost my thought. So do you think, the polls right now have Clinton in the lead.
but not
handily.
by too much. I mean,
10%, let's say, and
I don't even know.
There's been no debates. There's been no debates.
Pull up right now. If you just Google presidential polls and then click on Real Clear Politics, will probably come up.
Okay,
that's the best site for this shit.
But here's the problem. It's not just the polls. It comes down to swing states because it doesn't matter if Clinton is up by 20% in California or 3% in California.
That's right.
She's winning California.
The swing states are what matters.
Presidential polls. What am I looking for?
One of the first ones that come up should be Real Clear Politics.
Okay.
If here, that one right there. Check on that.
And so it's just it's a question of like where 5 states are going to vote.
Well, this is so they give you they'll give you like all the major polls, and then they give you the average of them. So as of today, whatever. So it's like one has Trump up 1, Clinton up 4, Clinton up 4, tie.
4.
I mean, it's a very
4.
close race right now. But that is, like you said, that's nationally, and that's not. Though you can break it down by swing state as well if you look at them. But I think he's doing pretty good in the swing states too.
Also, what they said too with him was, whereas a lot of people will be like, "I'm not going to support Trump. I don't like him." Those people versus the people like, I'm not going to support Hillary, I don't like her. You know, the people who are anti-Trump are far fewer percentage of voters. Like, they don't vote as much as the people who do support. Like, the people who support Hillary is like, yeah, I'm with her. But I'm not going to, I got work that day.
I think
Trump
it's
people
all
are fucking
about,
crazies.
It's all about the fact that she's got to get one-on-one on a stage with him.
That should be interesting.
You know, she's very, very stiff and phony. And she has this thing where she's constantly at risk for being exposed because she lies through her teeth. And she's so fake. So he is loose and freewheeling, and like he'll throw bombs, and you got to deal with them.
I would love to see him do something where it's like, oh, I found your speeches you gave to the banks. I'm going to read them out loud and just like make them up. Dear Banks, I will do anything you say because you gave me so much money.
That would be.
Thank you so much, Banks. Love Hillary,
dude. You should send him that idea. That's
really and have her go. I didn't say that. It's like, well, show us something you did say.
I said this months ago as I started
a year
to
looking
turn,
for the fucking transcripts.
Whatever the moment was for me, I feel like the mainstream media still hasn't turned at all, but they're still just like, a Trump, what a ridiculous candidate. He just said something crazy. This is it for him. Like every time you watch the news, they're like, this is it for him.
They sure do show a lot of like one line thing and miss everything else. Not that I'm for him, but it's just like I see the intentional skewing happening.
Dude, there's lots to knock Trump for, but the media is so unfair in the way they try to go after him that it almost makes you wish Trump on them.
Right.
Like you're like, you guys fucking deserve Trump. That's really, because they're just awful. But I do think for whatever Trump can go at Hillary. Around the time like when I started to turn, like at first I was laughing at Trump. I was like, no way this guy can win. And then you're kind of like, oh shit. I'm starting to appreciate the moment he's created. Mm-hmm. But he can go at Hillary in a way. Not only has no one ever gone at her like that, I don't think anybody's gone at a politician in the way that, look, Trump is a fascinating candidate. He stood on the South Carolina Republican debate stage and said, he said, George W. Bush, who was very popular in South Carolina, won that both times he ran. He said, George W. Bush lied us into war in Iraq. And this is a place where you've got like military bases, hard right-wing military people out there. And he basically accused the last Republican president of a war crime. At that same debate, he said on stage, he said, Planned Parenthood does a lot of great work. Which, I mean, to say in a Republican primary debate is like, I mean, he's able to get away with saying stuff that they wouldn't let any. Like, if you're a Republican,
why do I not hear about that? And I only hear about like a soundbite.
Well, it's
on Muslims or Hispanics
because they don't want to admit, because liberals are caught in a weird box where once you're not being racist is the worst thing you could be in the world to a liberal. Like to me, I think being racist is kind of like a silly kind of shitty thing. It's not as bad as supporting the war in Iraq. That's how I look at it. But I'd take a Klansman who is anti-war over someone like an Obama or a Clinton or someone who always talks perfectly nice but then wants to slaughter 100,000 people. You know, like if you're nonviolent, you could be racist, and I'd take that. So they won't report this stuff because he's like kind of against immigration or whatever. He's evil, but they won't report this stuff that they should kind of like. But so he did. But he said, I mean, if you're a Republican and you see abortion as murder, right? Like you think of abortion as murder. So Planned Parenthood to you is like a murder factory. And then there's someone up there who's like, they do a lot of good work too. I mean, but he said that. He's a candidate.
And they do a lot. I mean, a lot of like free healthcare. People have venereal diseases. They have to go in and get tested. Like the poor people,
Yeah, they'll do some
especially
shit.
women, need Planned Parenthood.
Yeah.
For far more things than abortion. Such a tiny percentage of it.
I mean, I think that abortion is something that they do a lot of, and they do things to make it seem like it's a smaller percentage, if that makes sense. So they'll do these things where like if someone comes in for like an abortion, and they'll have an abortion, and then they'll also give them like condoms and something else or something like that, like going forward, and then they'll be like, oh, abortion was only 50% of what that
yeah,
it was.
but dude, I've been to Planned Parenthood. I've been to Planned Parenthood. The people in the waiting room, they're not waiting for abortions.
No, I'm sure
They're
true.
waiting for treatment.
Sure.
They're
Lots of
waiting for
people do that.
checkups. They're waiting for fucking treatment for things, for whatever it is.
I'm fine with that. No, I'm not. I gave
HPV
I
I've
gave
given
Trump
you.
credit.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, the HPV that we've been flooding around.
I was
No,
like,
look,
can I go in the room with her? And she goes, no, it's only her. I'm like, I'm the one who gave it to her. I deserve to be in the room.
I want my HPV back. Can you get it back for me? No, look, I think it was pretty brave that Trump said that, but I think Trump can go after Hillary in a way, like I was saying, that no one's gone after a politician. Look, it's not just I'm the Republican, you're the Democrat. He can go after her from the right and the left. He can go after her from like he's going to be like, you're for all these wars. I was against them and they were disastrous. Like, you've been for every war. You're a war hawk. He's going to go after her for these trade deals.
He'll probably mention like, here's a guy, Tom Smith. He was he gave his service to this country, and you sent him into war. You sent him to Iraq, and you killed him.
Yeah, like,
Here's
he can do that.
Here's a picture of his
And he'll
family
say
without their
stuff
kids.
like
You
that.
did
He'll
that.
say crazy shit. He's going to hit her on these trade deals and how they've been bad for the workers, which is something Bernie Sanders was saying to her. He's going to hit her. Dude, he's going to hit her on being a crony capitalist. He's going to be like, she's bought and paid for, and I know because I used to be one of the people buying her. Like, I was buying her and getting what I want. He said on the stage before, on the Republican debate stage, he said, I gave them all money, and believe me, anytime I wanted something done, it got done.
Wow.
Like, he's coming at this from a whole different perspective. And also, since he's been out of government, he can kind of sit back and blame her. Like, you've been here presiding over all of this, and what do we have? A mountain of debt, war, and chaos.
Steve Simone says he'll always vote against an incumbent because, well, you didn't change it. Next, you're out. And then you change it? Nope, get out.
But that's the brilliance of America, is that they have this kind of, duopoly or whatever they call it, where it's like the red blue thing. So you get angry at red, you put in blue. You get angry at blue, you put back in red, and then you never really get anywhere because you realize they're both the same fucking
shit.
group of people.
It's government.
But again, it's like the things, and this is why it's all the media's fault, and they're just the fucking worst.
Media's the worst. They're bought and paid for by the businesses too.
And it's
so
not
that's
even
like, we're not even getting the real story.
Yeah,
Man, businesses are really smart. These organisms have grown to the point where it's like, oh, people will be against us. How do we get people not be against us? Because then they'll slow things down for us. Same thing.
Well, the British Empire,
same thing William Hearst did.
The British Empire used to use controlled opposition, which is one of the most brilliant, evilly brilliant ideas that human beings have ever come up with. Where they're like, oh, okay, so we're dominating a group militarily, so there's going to be like a resistance to us. So what we want to do is plant our guy as the resistance, rally all the resistors around him, and then he can lead them like in the wrong direction, kind of. Like, there's these brilliant, ways that they control people. It's quite a fucking elaborate system that they have worked out. But like we were saying before, like the NDAA bill, when they say they can arrest Americans with that, like, how could you be a journalist and not be like, okay, well, I'm going to make this the #1 story every day now, because that's insane. That it's our job to keep them in check.
Why is
I'm
this
gonna
still
fucking
going
report
on?
this.
Why hasn't
But
been
again,
reversed yet?
the fact that Mitt Romney and Barack Obama both, their #1 contributors to Goldman Sachs contributes to both of them.
Yeah.
Bank of America contributes to both of them. How do you not lead every night on the news? If you're an honest journalist, like, hey guys, this is all bullshit. This is all a dog and pony show. They work for the same people. Why would the big banks be contributing to both of them? Because they're both going to benefit, no matter who gets in. They're okay with
Dude, remember
either.
when they had the intentional slowdown from the TSA about a month or two ago? Mm-hmm. They showed these long lines, and the point was what they're trying to do is get more funding. See, we don't have enough funding. It's like, oh, really? And just pick these big, right now, all these lines are forming. Just in the last week, all these super long lines of forming. But here's the deal.
But just right there,
you know what they did?
Let me just say that right there is so the essence of why the fucking government sucks, because it's like they do the same thing. The snow plows in Brooklyn, they're like, oh, we'll slow down. So in the market, if you want more of somebody's money, you're like, fuck, we got to work harder. We want to make more money. In the government, you go, let's fuck up. Let's intentionally fuck up, and then you get paid for fucking up.
Well, so here's the deal. People saw through it. And they were like, you know what? You're not doing a good job. You're doing a bad job.
Yeah.
You don't need more funding. You need to do a better job. So they took the head of the TSA, and they didn't even fire him.
No, they
just
moved him.
reassigned him.
Yep.
And so see how we got a new guy. And it's like, so he's not punished.
Well, he was on his way out.
The TSA's still in.
He was on his way out because
No
they
punishment.
he was looking very bad because they did that test and they failed 95%.
And then the slowdown.
So they're fucking sitting there where it's already like, oh, dude, people already hate you. So they miscalibrated on that quite a bit. But it is, in general, what happens...
But also, it didn't hurt the company, the TSA. It just hurt the head guy. He's out. Somebody else is in. Same company.
But it is a real problem in government that they always
buy
want to
both
throw
sides.
more money at stuff, too.
Oh, right.
It's like, no matter how bad you're doing, the argument is always like, oh, well, that's because we're underfunded. You know, if there was a charity, right, that you gave money to, that was like, okay, what we do is we try to help homeless people, or we try to help unemployed people, and you're like, okay, I think that's a good thing, I'm going to give you some money, and then it's like 5 years later and the unemployment, they've helped nobody, and they're like, we want more money from you. You might be like, well, dude, who have you helped? Like, show me where my money's going. Why? But if the government's doing that and nobody's getting helped, it's just like, well, we raised your taxes, we needed more funding for it. Well, why are we throwing more money at a bad solution?
You can't just let homeless people starve. And you're like, I know, that's true. But why are you just throwing? But you're not helping them, though.
Right, but I want to find. But maybe I could like shop around. Maybe some other company. Maybe someone else could compete with you over who can help homeless people better, and then I'll give to whoever does the best job.
I have heard somebody said this. It might have been Stavros. It might have been somebody else. That of the last, I'll almost let you out soon. But of the last like 25 years, maybe more, maybe always. I'm not really sure, but definitely recently. The funnier of the candidates has always won. Obama was funnier than the old guy.
But isn't there a kind of
Reagan
that just
was funnier
saying
than Mondale.
charming in a weird way? Isn't that all you're saying really? Because that funny is almost an extension of just being kind of charismatic.
Okay, absolutely. But Obama was funnier than that guy. George Bush Jr. was funnier than Kerry or whoever he ran against.
And Gore for sure.
And what?
And
Gore. Yeah, these are straight edge guys. And I mean, if you're going to extend that, and charisma, either way. Trump is funnier and more charismatic than Hillary Clinton. If that would hold, then he's definitely in.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no question. She's not competing with him in charisma or comedy.
I think he is an interesting moment, and he's very tough to deal with. And like you said, she doesn't have the tools that a Barack Obama or a Bill Clinton or someone like that would have had.
Yeah.
So maybe this very charming kind of people, but she is just
But sometimes you need a hawk. Sometimes you need a hawk. Like, fuck it. Fuck you. I'm taking care of business. I mean, that might not be the negative, like, guy in charge, you know?
Yeah, look, Hillary certainly
I don't need my boss to be, like, warm. It'd be a nicer work environment, but I don't need that to make sure he gets the job done.
No, look, Hillary's a boss, and she is a hawk. I mean, she is all of those things, and she definitely gets stuff done. The problem is, like, it's like what Dennis Kucinich said to that guy from the Federal Reserve years ago, but it's not, no one questions that she's working hard. It's like, who are you working for? That's the problem. And it ain't you or me.
I've given up in the government completely. So
I agree with you.
I almost want to see, like, Trump come in just to be like,
dude, the
let's
only
see how
reason
stupid it all is, how little the president really does. I believed in Obama. I believed in hope and change, and now I don't.
It's like fucking no. Look, it's. I don't give a shit. We give them way too much power. We think we have way more power than we give ourselves credit for, and we should. I'm with you. Fuck the government. Move on from it. It's like don't. But I just pay attention because it's fascinating.
Yeah.
And it's a fascinating glimpse into what you have to do in order to control human beings. And I love the whole dog and pony show. I love seeing through it and kind of like, you know, like poking holes in it. I enjoy it. But yeah, in general, it's like if you're looking for solutions to come from this government process, and it's never where it comes from. Just like I was saying before with the innovation and computers and all this stuff, it's human beings being creative, voluntarily working with other human beings. This is how we solve problems. This is how we advance. The maniacs who rule over us, they can only destroy. They can only let things get out of control and ruin everything for the rest of us. But there's never going to be any solutions coming from them. It's just not how it works. They could eventually stop doing some of the fucked up shit they're doing. But
why
that's really just about people. That's about people rising up.
Who would intentionally give power back?
Power gets back. It's all about people. It's like the natural democracy of people. Look, you could be, if there's a dictator who's fucking up, and then the people are like, we want X, and 100,000 of them rise up, and they're at the door of his mansion. All of a sudden, the dictator goes, I'm going to give the people X.
Exactly.
That's when you get it.
Gaddafi
When
did.
enough of us are ready to fucking, take it, that's when we'll get it.
Fuck, I forgot what I was going to say.
How long have we been going for? I lose track of time.
It's time to close up.
But I'm just curious.
3:03.
Really? 3 hours?
3 hours.
For?
Yeah.
Goes quick.
Goes quick, right?
That's fucking... oh, shit. I got to fucking...
Yeah, you got a jet. There was something I was going to say about fucking Trump or Hillary or... Fuck, I forgot what it was. So Rogan always says. Luckily, it for sure didn't matter.
Well, yeah.
All right, well.
That's a great way to close. Rogan said something once, but it probably
Whenever we
matter.
forget something, I'm behind. Like, what was I going to say? He goes, luckily, it definitely didn't matter. Kucinich said what? Who are they working for?
I don't question that you're working hard. My question is who you're working for.
Ah, fuck it. It's gone. Anyway, Dave Smith, you got your own podcast called Part of the Problem.
Part of the problem. Follow me, Comic Dave Smith, on Twitter, and Legion of Skanks.
You on Instagram now?
No. Still don't use Instagram. I think I'm going to start, though.
It's fine. You don't have to. Yeah, that's it.
Thanks for having me back on, buddy.
You're welcome. Let's do it every year.
Yep, absolutely.
Next year, maybe the exact stuff. So who do you think's going to win? Who's your bet on? And what percent? Like 60-40 Trump, 60-40 Clinton?
I'd go right now.
You'd put it over on a betting line.
55% Hillary Clinton, but it's
Pre-debates.
But it's pre-debates.
We'll see what happens in
the
the
debates change everything.
She
now.
could also handle herself really well. They must be
She could.
preparing for him. They
She
must have
can.
seen what he did.
She can, but he's tough to prepare for. Look, a lot of people tried to debate this guy already, and there's no hiding from him when it's one-on-one. You're gonna have to just deal with him. I don't know. It'll be fascinating. One way or the other. I think I'm terrified of Trump. I really am. He terrifies me in the way that he can whip up a mob that's angry and ready to use government force toward we're
Towards
kicking them out. We won't let you leave. He'll say that about businesses who want to bring jobs or he's a guy who I think is an authoritarian and can whip people up. The benefit in Hillary. Now, Hillary's terrifying for her own reasons because she'll continue wars and continue this horrible, but at least people see through her bullshit and she can't whip people up in a frenzy like that. So I'm kind of rooting for Trump to expose as much as possible.
And then lose.
But I'm terrified of a Trump presidency.
Yeah.
So I don't really know.
That's why I do like, even if you're not pro Bernie, it's like he at least brought into the mainstream some ideas that no one's really talking about.
This is what I loved about Ron Paul. This is what Ron Paul did, is like bring in those ideas.
Popular enough.
Those anti-war ideas, just bring them in and let people think about that. Just that's so powerful to just stand up there and go like, why do the Muslims hate us? How would you feel? Put yourself in their shoes.
No one likes to be conquered.
Yeah.
All right, Dave Smith.
All right, brother.
I'll see you in September or something.
Yeah.
I mean, so you sit there, get a... I mean, I've done it. I've been alone at bars at that place in near my house, near my apartment that does jazz music on Tuesday nights. I go there. It's not just get a drink and then drink it, and then by the time you're drinking another one, you'll have a friend. That's what I was told. That's pre-cell phone, pre-smartphone. So I've done that with 3 drinks. But I don't even, okay, so let's say I'm at a bar. Let's say I go into one of these Dublin bars. I get myself a pint of something. Not Guinness, that seems lame. I've had Guinness before. I don't have to get it here. It's the same. I guess I'll get it and then I'll figure it out. But so you go in, he's like, yeah, I'd like a beer, please. And they give you a beer. Let's say there's live music. You turn around so you don't have to look at the bartender. Or do you talk to the bartender? Do you stop him or her from working? No way. So you sit there, you either face forward, and then you're all alone, or you turn around, look at the Look at the guy on stage. And then what? Wait for someone to come up to you? I mean, you can't join in a conversation on your own. No way. You'd have to overhear it for a while and then jump in. So, okay. So there's a couple different scenarios if someone comes up to you. Because it's happened, you know. When I was in Scotland last year, in Inverness, northern Scotland, some guy came up to me, but he was a Mexican, I think. Totally drunk. Completely bombed. And I just got in there. So that's the two options. So you go into a bar, you get a drink, and somebody way too drunk. Let's say two things. Guy and girl. Those are different situations, right? You're probably not trying to make friends with someone from the opposite sex. You might, but you're not trying. It's a different vibe. So if a dude comes up to you, it's either someone who's bomb drunk, I mean, way drunker than you, and then you can't talk to him. In what world would I be or it's just someone who asks like an innocuous question. Do you have the time? Oh, where are you from? New York. Oh, cool. How about you? Oh, I'm from London. Oh, okay. I've been there. Maybe say something. There's no place to smoke pot there. What? Nah, the alleys. You go down an alley to smoke pot. It's filled with other people. Oh, yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. And you just turn back? Okay, that's okay. So that's one option. The other option would do, maybe you connect. I mean, maybe it'd have to be something like, hey, me and my friends are playing 2-ball pool. We need a fourth. Can you play with us? Hey, maybe something like that. That would be a possible scenario. I mean, that might be it. Otherwise, I mean, what are they going to ask you to join a conversation if you're just sitting there? Psh. And forget if you got a smartphone, then you just go into that. But I'll feel uncomfortable. And then what? Okay, so that's guy. So in girl, if a girl comes up to you, two options. One, you're attracted to her or you're not attracted to her. If you're not attracted to her, then she falls in the category of the dudes. Either too drunk or fine, but nothing to talk about. You'd have to carry the conversation early on. In the first stages, you'd have to carry it. And how much am I going to want to get into it with someone who I'm not attracted to? Same as most guys. I'm not going to try with them. You'd have to really win me over for a guy or a woman I'm not attracted to. You'd have to really win me over with something super interesting. And then you got to worry on top of that is maybe she's interested in you. And then if you're not, I mean, with the guy, no problem, right? Assuming he's not gay, no problem. You can just talk to him. That won't lead to anything. Maybe an email pen pal situation at most. With a woman, maybe you're going to have to go, oh, no, I don't want that. Okay, other option. So that's the woman who's I'm not attracted to. Then I treat them same as a guy, just, hey, how are you? Let's say they turn and say, hi, how are you? I'm like, good, how are you? That's it. That's not a conversation. Or, okay, so then you get a girl who's attractive. I mean, some hot girl. She comes up to talk to you. Then I'm just like, I'm just a babbling idiot. I'm just fucking not a babbling idiot, just an idiot. I'm just quiet. I don't want to turn her off, so I don't say anything. It's impossible. How do people meet people out? You need a core group of friends you're with, and then you can branch off from there, maybe. But even when I'm with a friend, then it's like someone else joins in. It's like, even if two girls join in, then it's like, I mean, you got to find someone to take the lead. You got to find like a Mark Norman type that would take the lead. I'm going to be the less interesting dude in that group, for sure. For a foursome or a sixsome, I'm definitely one of the least interesting ones. I'm quiet. I'm shy. I don't know how to break through the shyness. That's what it is. Anyway, whatever. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. I mean, I guess I'll be able to do in Edinburgh. I'll have a few friends there, and maybe I'll try to branch out more. We'll see what happens tomorrow night. We'll see what happens tomorrow night at the bars and when I get more sleep. Again, I'm not supporting Trump, but I'm not supporting Hillary. I support neither one of those people. My big issues are separation of big business and government, lobbyists and all that, and less war. I don't want our country to still be in war. And some transparency too in the government. So those things, I ain't gonna vote for Hillary on those. I mean, I'm against it. It's killing kids that aren't in our country, killing people that are innocent just because they're not in our country. We somehow overlook it. I just don't want to do that. It breeds terrorism that we're in these places. So she wants to do that. I'm totally against her on that. The maternity leave thing, I don't know, man. We don't need kids. I get women wanting maternity leave. That's a breeder situation. That's for breeders. Non-breeders, just get your fucking work done. I don't have to pay somebody because you make a decision to breed. We don't need that. We don't need it. Don't breed. Don't breed. We don't need it. Well, I want to go on vacation to Thailand. All right. Well, you don't get paid leave for that. If you want to do that with your life, then that's fine. Do it with your life. But you don't get paid leave for that. You save up vacation time and sick leave. If women want to save up vacation and sick leave time and have a baby during that time, I'm not against that. Fucking breed and have us pay for it. Enough with your schools, all your garbage. Anyway, I'm not voting for either one of them. I suggest you do the same. So that's the episode, you guys. I think we'll do this every year. Thank you for blueapron.com/skeptic tank, lowercase one word, for sponsoring the episode. Get some great meals. blueapron.com/skeptic tank. They really are delicious meals, and it's fun to cook with somebody. All right, now it's off to Edinburgh. Still got my show tomorrow night, or tonight, whenever this gets uploaded. In Dublin, it's sold out, so sorry, I should have had another show, but I don't know, whatever. Let's call it. I guess let's call it. I was turtling, too. I was walking around, trying to convince myself to go back into a bar and try. And then the shit's coming out of me. It's a little fucking turtle head. Hello. You need to take care of me. Anyway. All right, you guys. Thank you, Dave Smith, for joining me. Let's do it every year. Next year, I'll just let you talk, and I'm not going to try to join in. Next year, there won't be an election. So we won't have that to talk about. For Dave Smith, I'm Ari Shaffir saying so long for Ari Shaffir Skeptic Tank, episode 273. State of the Union Address, 2016. Goodbye.